only 1/3 of the shoppers who shop in Kroger stores know that Simple Truth is a private brand. They know it is something that is a product that has benefits that they seek, like natural and organic, and attributes. And so private brand is absolutely moving into the space in a very forceful and dedicated way, primarily because it doesn't have that brand that it can lean back on. And so it's had to be about products and attributes, especially at the more premium tiers. So what does this mean overall? Well, it's this move from brands to attributes, which is sort of brought to life here a bit by the transition we see between talking about, the yellow label or the yellow brand, Oscar Mayer, to the New Food Collective. And I know that label's hard to read. Probably many of you are familiar with this brand, but it talks about how this product has been pasture raised, how regenerative farming techniques are being utilized. And so these brands are not really about the brand necessarily. In fact, the brand name could be almost any brand name. In many ways, it's just about those attributes. Millennials continue to drive this charge, right? So we've talked about millennials for many years. I think before they were living in their own homes and having to spend their own dollars, there was this sense that all these aspirations that millennials had would sort of disappear when they had to put their money where their mouth was. We've not found that to be the case. And in fact, in recent work we've done on sustainability, millennials are almost twice as likely as older generations to be buying products that are labeled sustainable or have sustainable values. There's some great work out there right now that IRI has done that shows that sustainably marketed products are growing and continue to grow through the pandemic. And interestingly, that those products are priced at a 39% premium compared to conventional. So there's proof points in the market in terms of sales data. So millennials continue to drive this. They continue to look for these attributes, these benefits they're seeking above and beyond the brand. Now, what I want to spend the next couple minutes talking about are what we're seeing as the 4 key emerging areas in this attribute space. Now, at the top here, and I'll go through each of these in just a moment, we see ingredients, right? What I talked about earlier, production, people, and then packaging. And off to the right there, you can see, I think, a really astounding number, which is almost half of consumers are now saying, and this is up 5 points just in 2 years, are saying they're looking for products that have a unique story attached to that. And that goes up to almost 60% as you look at the Gen Z and the millennial consumers. Now, I'll pause to say the Gen Z consumers, which in our research are folks who are 18 to 23 years of age, are not necessarily buying on their values yet. I think there's a couple reasons for that. One is that we're seeing those aspirations and attitudes develop over time. And so in many cases, they're not yet at the point where they're having to think about those. But moreover, so many Gen Z consumers today are still living in their parents' households, right? They're Gen X, they're boomer parent households, and so they're not always able to activate on their behavior or on their aspirations. I saw an interesting statistic the other day from the government which said that we now have more 18 to 29-year-olds living in their parents' homes than we've had since the Great Depression. And so their ability to buy, to actually make those decisions is somewhat limited. Now, before I move into this, I want to say, yes, taste matters and price matters. And that's about all I want to say, right? It's got to taste good. Very few consumers are willing to get up on taste. So I'm assuming that's a must-have for everyone in this room. Price, we could spend hours talking about price. Price is so subjective, right? I get asked all the time, well, are people willing to pay more for these sustainable values? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. My favorite example is when I was shopping with a consumer who didn't have a lot of extra disposable income, and we're in the produce section. And she reached for the organic strawberries. And the organic strawberries were like, 50% price premium over the conventional strawberries. I said, why are you doing that? And she said, well, my kids love strawberries. They eat them right out of the package. I can't even rinse them, and I've heard there's a lot of pesticides used in strawberry production. Okay. 30 seconds later, we're looking at broccoli, conventional broccoli, organic broccoli. Organic broccoli is at like a 5% price premium, and it's not much more expensive. But she doesn't choose organic. She chooses the conventional broccoli. I say, well, why on earth wouldn't you choose organic there? She looks me in the eye and says, only my husband eats broccoli in our family. Very pragmatic. She wasn't joking, right? It was just a different occasion for use. So if you'd asked her before we went in the store, are you willing to pay more for organic? Well, sometimes. Are you willing to pay more for organic produce? Sometimes. It comes down to the consumer, the occasion, the price point. But clearly, again, consumers are willing to pay more for these values, just not in every single category across the board. So we have to choose carefully and wisely about the attributes and values. Okay, I want to spend a few minutes, my last few minutes, talking about these 4 emerging benefit areas. The first is simply to say there's a lot of levers to pull in each. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I want to throw this up here to say that there's not this set rules or this cookie cutter solution. It is highly dependent on your category, what consumers care about, right? So if you're in a category that utilizes animals in production, animal welfare is going to be at the top, right? If you're in a category that utilizes soy, GMO is probably going to be at the top. If it's a product that is highly processed and produced, minimal processing probably is going to matter. And so you have to think about what your category is to determine which of these levers do you want to pull. The good news is there's a vast array of them to choose from, and they all have differing meanings based on that category. So let's start with ingredients. There's a lot on the slide, and what I want to draw your attention to is perhaps the most important thing. Oh, it's that bad, huh? Okay. Does that sound better? Ooh, okay. Is the change. Now, this question is asking consumers what is important to you when you're looking for food and beverage products. And you can see very high numbers here. Now, even if these numbers are a bit inflated or aspirational, as we sometimes find they are amongst consumers, what really matters is the change over time. And that's what that middle number shows. It shows a change from 2019 to 2021. And you can see with the exception of something that's really highly functional, which is supporting heart and lowering cholesterol, all of these things have gone up in a statistically significant way, right? So minimal ingredients, ingredients I recognize, antibiotic-free, grass-fed, organic, all of these symbols of quality, right? And I think that's one of the key things here is that this isn't just about making the world a better place to consumers. This is because they believe there is a personal benefit to them of using these products as well. Production techniques. If you look on the left here, as we talk about production techniques, why do consumers care? Well, they care for multiple reasons. Number one is the way that product is produced says something about the quality to consumers, right? If there's more care, more intent that's gone into the production, what that means in the mind of consumers is that the product's probably healthier or it's probably going to taste better. It is no longer the case that a product that is sustainably marketed is thought of as lesser than, not as tasty, not as efficacious. In fact, sustainable attributes today actually confirm quality cues for consumers because of that care that's gone into its production, that thought in terms of the sourcing. So production methods speak to whether it's good for me, whether it's good for others, as well as is it better for the planet too. Now, on the far right, we see some certifications. This is a long list. I'm just showing you some of the top ones in terms of consumers say they know about these certifications. And then amongst those consumers who know about them, does it make them more likely to purchase? Fairly high numbers across the knowledgeable portion, although I will say that both USDA Organic and Fair Trade have declined in 2021 versus 2019. That was primarily caused because younger consumers aren't as aware of them. So that really speaks to the fact that we need to market around what these certifications are to some of our younger consumers who haven't grown up with them in many ways. And on the right, very high numbers of consumers, over half of consumers who say they influence their purchase likelihood. And so these certifications in many ways are supplanting brands in terms of being these shortcuts or these symbols of value. Now, that said, they're not enough. We can't just slap a bunch of certifications on all of our products and think that's going to carry the water in terms of consumer choice. You still need to tell your story. You still need to talk about those narratives that are very specific to you. But this is one of the shortcut ways consumers are using today. People. During the pandemic, we found a marked uptick in the number of consumers who are being more thoughtful about how food is produced, the humans behind it, the communities that benefit or don't benefit from its production, animals, humans. And so as you can see here, as we talk to consumers about what benefits are they thinking about when they're shopping for foods and beverages, and I should say this was social and environmental benefits specifically, you can see that many of these sort of social attributes are at the top of that list. This is a difference in what we've seen before. Consumers are aware of what were happening in the meat packing plants early on in the pandemic. They're much more aware of food service workers, delivery operators, how the system works and how people benefit or not from the entirety of the food system. Social welfare has always been a part of the idea of what sustainability is for consumers, but really it's been about doing no harm. And so when we talk to companies about social welfare, it's usually not harming others. What came out very clearly in our work earlier this year is there's a whole separate dynamic going on now with social justice. And to consumers, social justice is not about not just doing harm, it's about intentionally and proactively doing good. of changing some of the systemic inequities in our society. It does not fit under the idea of sustainability in consumers' minds. It is distinct, it is separate, and it's crucially important. I'd say consumers today do not want to buy from companies that are neutral on social justice issues. It's not enough. They're looking for you to be intentional and to make change. And I just want to note that it's not necessarily reflected in this data. This is more about social welfare. Social justice is an issue that consumers care about. It's part of that system of beliefs and values that they're seeking at the shelf. And then packaging. And packaging to so many consumers is important because it's a really quick way for them to understand what your brand is about or not about, right? So the number one thing out of all the things when we ask consumers, what should companies be doing in the space of social environmental values? It's minimizing packaging and having packaging that could be recycled. Why? Because in their minds, it's super easy. That's what they think. You should do it, right? You shouldn't be passing along these externalities to us as a consumer. And so recyclable is key, and I've highlighted it here simply because that's what we hear about again and again from consumers, is when I get this product into my home, I don't want to just throw it in the trash. That makes me feel horrible. I feel really guilt-laden. I want it to go somewhere where I feel like it's being taken care of and I'm not making the world a worse place. So what are the key opportunities for brands in this space? If you take, again, going back to my thesis, that brands are no longer as relevant today as they were in the past. That today it's about attributes and benefits. Well, number one, it's got to be about transparency of what your ingredients are. What are your product benefits? Where did they come from? Consumers are getting more and more savvy about what those ingredients mean. Number two, offering up the narratives production. Why? Because there's a direct link to quality in the minds of consumers when it comes to that end product. Number three, talking about and supporting the people and the communities that are a part of the product, where it's being sourced from. Again, keeping in mind that social justice is another issue that needs to be communicated about with consumers. Fourth, packaging that's going to mitigate that guilt they feel, the concerns they have about those environmental harm caused there. And then importantly, really staying abreast of how quickly these things evolve. Consumer habits, behaviors, preferences, they're all changing so quickly with access to information, so you cannot stay static in the marketplace today. You have to stay on top of where consumers are going. So to wrap up, I just want to point out that this, I think, presents a great opportunity, right? For some, it might be worrisome if brands aren't these symbols that we hope they were. But it does two things that are important. Number one, it really levels the playing field, right? So if you're a small brand, a big brand, private label brand, a national brand, a regional brand, all things are equal if you're talking about your benefits and attributes and not about that brand itself. And so it opens up opportunities to smaller brands. Number two, for so many of you in this room, knowing what brands you represent, these benefits, these attributes are inherently part of your products in most cases, right? And in fact, for many of you, I bet you'd say that the whole reason the product came to be is because you cared about these benefits and attributes. That makes you much more authentic in the minds of consumers today. So I appreciate your attention, and I hope to get a lot of fascinating and interesting and probing questions from you in the next few minutes.
Thank you so much. Let's take a seat quickly. We'll head this way. I really think this gets wider every year. All right. Well, please feel free to submit your questions. Also, we had a couple questions come in saying their phones were having issues with the QR code. The Wi-Fi password is Taste Radio, I believe. So please feel free to join that. And once you do, you should be able to navigate to the NOSH Live page and look under FAQs. And there's information about how to submit your questions there. Lori, you ran through a lot of great information there. Where should brands get started? And, you know, we talked a lot about, you talked a lot about all these different attributes consumers are looking for. Should brands go after, like, all of them at once? Okay.
No, I think it's a great question. I think the starting point always has to be with the category. And I can't overemphasize that enough. You know, we get a lot of questions about what should we do in the food and beverage marketplace. It's always going to come back to category. And so you can't do everything, right? And number one, for many of us, there's limited space on our package, right? There's only so much real estate where you can tell that story. And so I think it's very important to understand what are those key elements that consumers care about most What is the thing that's going to get into their basket? And that differs substantially. Now, I will say a starting point, and again, for folks in this room, this is probably a no-brainer, but it's, what's in it? I mean, ultimately, consumers just want to know, right? And a lot of their beliefs are not true about what certain ingredients are, right? They say things like, okay, if it has an X, a Y, or a Z in it, it's probably a chemical, and I don't want to, imbibe that. But that said, understanding what the starting point is from an ingredient standpoint, and then what are those levers within the category around the production narratives, around the people narratives, and the packaging itself, and just choosing those, those small handful of things that are going to give you the most bang for your buck.
Speaking of consumers and, maybe perception that they have, one of the questions we had come in is, what about the term vegan, right? We've seen this huge shift to plant-based. Was that because the perception of vegan was, it's not going to taste so good?
Yeah. So yes, the plant-based is again, a fascinating subject. For most consumers, most mainstream consumers, plant-based and the experimentation they're doing is primarily because they think it's healthier. Right? And so I think that's why we're seeing so many consumers that aren't going all the way to vegetarianism or veganism, but they're simply experimenting, because if I do it once or twice a week more often than eating meat, it's probably going to be better for me in the long run. Now, taste has been a huge barrier. It continues to be. And I'd say, again, if you look at the categories, there's huge differences, right? Some of the plant-based categories, like an alternative milk, have done quite well because they've tried to replicate the taste of milk, right? Almond milk tastes awesome on its own. So I think whereas I'm scared to say this, cheese is a little more challenging, right? So let's be honest. So I think that part of this is that taste perception you gotta get past, but the health benefits are really pushing consumers in the direction of wanting to try more. Most consumers are not gonna become vegetarians, but many consumers are saying, I wanna experiment in this space. And I'd say the second thing that we're finding is it's very much exploratory and discovery-based too. So consumers are knowledgeable. There's a lot of cultures that eat plant-based diets, and they have all these fascinating products that we don't typically have here in the US. So that sense of discovery and exploration and new taste experience is important. That helps mitigate some of the negative perceptions as well.
I think for me, what's also been interesting is that as consumers have great tasting plant-based products in one category, it seems like they're open to more experimentation in that category. I noticed we have a new pecan milk being sampled. I could see an almond milk consumer saying, I've tried almond milk, that's good, let me try pecan milk.
Yeah, definitely positive taste experiences enable consumers to try different products. I'd say the other, the watch out here, which is no surprise to anyone, is that processing piece, right? I think that early on, many consumers who are experimenting with plant-based thought, okay, it's all good, it's all healthy, it's all natural, it's all real, and now they're starting to hear stories that maybe that's not the case. And so I think that is a real Achilles heel potentially for the plant-based space, is that consumers are becoming more articulate and knowledgeable about the processing that goes on with some of these products and are looking for them to be as clean and as free from sort of the negatives and having a lot of the positives that they're seeking in the overall food industry.
So one of the questions that came in was, where does calorie count and weight management fit into these attributes? We've seen the rise of keto, which really is not, they're emphasizing carbs and protein, not necessarily calories. You had snack walls up there. I remember eating those. They were all about being a low-calorie treat. Is that kind of passé, or do you see that trend still having a place in the marketplace?
Yeah, well, weight management as an overall trend is still in the marketplace. It's still the #1 health condition consumers say that they're seeking to sort of mitigate in their households. That said, I think there's been a lot of sort of differing trends within that. Nutrient density is one. So for a lot of consumers, they say, you know what, I'm not going to worry as much about calories if I'm getting a lot of really positive health benefits because it's high protein, high fiber, or whatnot. So nutrient density is something that their willingness to make trade-offs within for calories within. And I'd also say weight management is being thought about differently. There's a lot of consumers today who are looking at their social networks and saying, you know what, I'm not doing that badly. And so behaviorally, they're not necessarily as motivated to worry, only about calorie count. So they're thinking about other aspects of that marketplace as well. And then I'd just say, finally, as they think about other conditions that they're managing, we're starting to see things like mental health, and clearly indulgent products and what we call, permissible indulgent or not as bad for you, play a key role in health and wellness for consumers because it's that mental and that emotional well-being. Mental health has gone up substantially in terms of the rankings that we see consumers talking about they're looking for food and beverage for. And by that, they mean things that taste really good, are somewhat indulgent, and I'm not going to worry about the calories.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. If you guys have more questions, join us at a breakout this afternoon. We'll be talking about flavor and culinary trends, which, as you said, taste above all else. Flavor is super important. So I look forward to hearing more insights from you then.
Thanks. Thanks.
I'm going to try something new and do my intro from here rather than getting my steps in, walking back and forth. So we just heard firsthand about what it takes a brand to stand out to consumers. But what does it take to stand out to a retailer, especially a retailer that's busy rebuilding an assortment from the ground up? While on one hand, a task like this means a buyer might be overwhelmed with brands, it also means they have the opportunity to go beyond the normal assortment and think creatively. That's exactly what Gavin Congle, Vice President of Merchandising for Center Store at Earth Fare, faced when he took the natural products legacy retailer and brought it to a new generation of shoppers. Today, we'll discuss how the retailer has weathered the past 2 years and what they're looking for from their suppliers. So with that, please welcome Gavin. It's so nice to finally meet. I feel like if you don't follow Gavin on LinkedIn, he is a prolific LinkedIn poster and always shares very interesting tidbits. So you've had a long history with the food industry and retail. Can you start by telling us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, so I grew up on a 600-cow dairy farm in rural Michigan. And that's where I got my start in the food business, on the production side and all that kind of stuff, and really learned an intense work ethic from a very young age. Then I went to college and got a degree in food marketing, which is pretty rare. There's only a couple colleges in the country that offer that program. But then I got my first retail experience working with a really quick startup called Fresh Time in the Midwest. And I was there from, I think, 14 stores to 54 or so. Fell in love with retail at that time. I'd spent some time in the dairy business and sales prior to that. Then spent some time as a director of sales after that. And then landed back at Earth Fare. And then, obviously, Earth Fare went through a bankruptcy and liquidation of everything. And then a couple months later, we put together the building blocks to recreate something that was really great. And then I got my hands on the grocery piece of it and was able to take all of the best things and make them better. And then obviously look at the opportunities in the store from a center store standpoint and figure out ways to enhance those things. So it was really taking what was working and building up on that, and then ultimately taking those opportunities and maximizing those.
What was it like being at Earth Fare during that time? I don't think a lot of people get to experience that at a retailer.
It was super challenging, right? So I was there for 5 months, 5 short months prior to the closing. There was a mixed bag of emotions. And I just want to say I'm thankful to be here. This is my first event since Fancy Food 2020 in San Francisco. So it's awesome. It's awesome being in an environment like this. But, Lucky's had just announced at that time, at that food show, that they were closing their doors. And then 2 weeks later, we went through that transition. It's been an incredible ride, being there from the ground up of this new iteration of Earth Fare, and then being able to put our own twist on it, and having the entrepreneurial spirit to enhance all the things that we can enhance and get our hands on and make better, and then ultimately building relationships with a lot of the brands that are here today or potential future brands that are going to be in our stores in 2022 maybe.
So you mentioned, taking the best of the past of Earth Fare. What were some of the things, for brands who maybe aren't sold in Earth Fare yet, to make them aware, or weren't sold in Earth Fare, prior to this transaction? What were some of the things that made Earth Fare really unique that you decided to keep, that is?
Yeah, so we had a really cool base of having a really strict ingredient list. So that's really what our food philosophy is built around. So it gives me an ability to build a vision and a strategy around that food philosophy. So there's ingredients that, some that were touched on earlier on the Pitch Slam, that we wouldn't be able to accept in our stores as a starting point. So if you guys have bad ingredients or have potentially bad ingredients in your products, that's a hard no right away, and we don't even look at that stuff. So that's really where our base starts, and then it's about maximizing all the SKUs, all the brands, all the products that fall into that food philosophy, and then ultimately, building sales in categories, maximizing sets to maximize our profitability.
One of the questions that just came in as you said that is, what about brands who are like, I'll twin line this and I'll make an Earth Fare version? I know, for example, I've heard of some brands doing this in Whole Foods with allulose products. Is that something you guys are interested in, or do you feel like the consumer confusion is just too great?
I guess it would depend on the category, right? So you don't want to overexpose too many of the same types of product in the same set. What we've learned through the pandemic, and a lot of retailers have learned through the pandemic, is kind of like the KISS method, keep it simple, stupid, and less is more. That's really worked from a winning scenario from a retailer standpoint. Obviously, a lot of brands have reduced their SKU footprint over the last year and a half, which has allowed us to maximize sales of really good selling brands or really good selling products where, hey, at older Earth Fare, I might have had 2 facings. Now we have 4 or 6 facings of that product, which mitigates our out of stock process and all that kind of stuff.
And I mean, what were some of the things that had to change about Earth Fare? What did you want to do differently with this new iteration?
So one of the things that I'm most proud of on that is just enhancing our merchandising standard and then enhancing our vendor relationship standard. From a merchandising standpoint, we were good, but we weren't great. Our SKU count was probably too high, which creates out of stock issues, right? So if a high velocity brand only has 2 facings and it really needs 4, we need that brand to have 4 or brand or product to have 4 facings. So it was taking a look at space of sales. A quick example would be our sparkling water set. I saw that stuff trending at a very high rate. And we were not spaced accordingly at old Earth Fare. So when we rebuilt the planograms for this new iteration, it was what are the things that are trending that need more space in our stores? Because obviously, if a customer is coming and seeing sparkling water and there's 4 feet of it or 8 feet of it, we can have more variety in that 12-foot set that we have today, or we can allocate more facings to a brand like LaCroix or Waterloo or any of those other brands out there, Nixie, that warrant the incremental space. So it was really evaluating a lot of data and digging into that stuff and creating that kind of from scratch again. And then all the other categories beyond that, there might have been some categories in their works, some categories that were overexposed. So then it was reducing those footprints and reallocating that space to something that warranted it or was trending in the right direction.
Okay, I'm sure you can guess the question we just got. What are some categories in the food industry that you saw you needed to allocate more space to? And if you can, what are some categories that you maybe reduced SKU count on?
Like functional foods, right? So salty snacks, beverages, those things are always driving grocery, especially 9 months out of the year, basically. Obviously, we're in the Southeast. So those 2 categories, nutritional bars is something that continues to evolve, where you need to maybe look at those 2 or those handful of categories multiple times a year, twice a year, to really maximize and catch on to the specific trends in that. There's certainly been, a focus on like dairy for us, yogurt, and I think that less is more is playing into that role a little bit for our stores today. So I'm obviously a big believer in dairy, but we've reduced our SKU footprint a little bit in the yogurt category.
That has to hurt a little bit.
It does, but I love ice cream, so we have a really good ice cream set.
Oh, there we go. So, for brands in the audience, where does Earth Fare fit into their channel strategy? And at what point should they think about approaching you? Are you a really early stage retailer? Are you, looking for bigger brands like a LaCroix? Where do you kind of fit into that?
We fit in all places. So my strategy and my vision for grocery and wellness is be first to market where we can be. If we're first to market, that creates a destination shop for us. We prioritize that. If that makes sense, right? If a brand has just literally made something out of their garage, do we want to carry that? Maybe, maybe not, probably not. But we certainly want to listen to it and talk about it. But what can separate us versus our competitors, we can move incredibly quickly. So I don't want to sugarcoat that too much, but we definitely want to be a destination for new items. It engages our customers, and it allows us to be different than a conventional retailer who has the same opportunity to bring those items in as us.
So when a brand is approaching you then, what do you want to hear from them? And, what are some things that they should make sure they've got top of mind when they, pitch you?
Yeah, so that's a great question. One of the things that I would really focus in on here, especially being on the sales side, understand your retailer. When you're looking at Earth Fair, visit our website. Look at what makes us unique. Our boot list is on there. So if you start putting those pieces together, you're going to be able to quickly understand if your product fits in our space or if it doesn't. The second part of that is get out to our store, right? See if your product is a fit. And it doesn't have to be our store. It can be other retailer stores too. But once you start understanding what is going on in the retailer, it helps you better sell to that specific retailer. And it allows you to understand, is it a fit at this location, or is this a fit in a couple years? Because it saves you money ultimately if you decide to do that, to go against that. The other part of that is understand your buyer. So when you are selling to your retailer that you've chosen, get some history on your buyer and figure out what their personality traits are like, how, I would give the example if you're a really outgoing salesperson, and you have a very direct buyer, there's probably going to be tension and friction right away, right? Like there's going to be some difficult, attributes in trying to figure out the push right there. So understand your buyer, and then that'll help you or allow you to effectively sell a little bit better.
So say you do have that, differing communication strategies from you and your buyer. Do you recommend that the brand change how they communicate to meet the buyer, or is it just about saying, hey, look, I know we're going to talk about this differently. Tell me what you need, and let's be open about it.
Yeah, so most brands obviously have brokers, so that's where I would lean on the broker to get that understanding of what the buyer is looking for, right? So if you're hitting on all the things that the buyer is looking for, that's good. There's obviously price point, there's free fill, there's co-op programs, there's marketing programs, there's all those things. So if you check a lot of those boxes, you might just have to change the approach with that specific buyer and then go from there. But obviously just understanding the whole program of the retailer. Getting in is honestly the easiest part. Staying in is the hardest part. You have to build a program that allows you to not just sell for the first 3 or 4 months of the product getting into the store, but what is it going to take to sell 3 or 4 years down the road? And that's building that sustainable program with the buyer and that communication. A lot of people talked about transparency and communication. That is critical on the retail side, especially with all the issues that we have going on in retail today.
Well, with that one question came in, what do you prefer, traditional broker coverage or direct?
Both. Both can be extremely effective. Buyers only have so many hours in the day, right? They have, I guess they have 24 hours, just like everybody else. But with the climate that we're in today, we're tracking down trucking issues. We got 23 locations off the ground in the last year and a half, which is a massive accomplishment for Earth Fair. And we have stores that need to know where their trucks are, when their deliveries are going to be. There's so many delays today. We have workforce issues, all those kinds of things. So we're constantly battling a lot of issues that any one of those issues would have been a massive issue 5 years ago. We're fighting all those issues today. There's just limited amount of time in which you can get as much stuff done as you can, as you could previously. So the direct coverage is great as well, but that is, I would lean into that once you start building that really good relationship with your buyer.
I thought buyers got like an extra couple of hours a day. You just had like 30 hours of your day or something.
Buyers, good buyers will wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and get stuff done.
So, along those lines, I've heard from a lot of brands like, I reach out to this buyer and I don't hear back, and I don't know, should I reach out again? What's the best way to communicate with them? Should I find them on Instagram and slide into their DMs? So what is the best way to communicate with you? And what does it mean if you don't reply, that you're just tracking down a truck?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It means we again. So back up a little bit. We try to prioritize maximizing sales. So we want to have every single conversation we can have, right? From Earth Fare specifically, we are an incredibly lean team when it comes to merchandising. We don't have a director of grocery today or a director of wellness today. We have one powerhouse buyer for Team Grocery, a coordinator, and an assistant category manager. So their plates are extremely full. And then we have one wellness category manager as well. And then I help manage the day-to-day flow and week-to-week and month-to-month flow of everything. So be patiently persistent. That's what I tell a lot of people. And that can kind of go with every retailer out there too, right? You don't want to send the same email every single day. There's people out there that certainly do that. That just gets kind of annoying. It almost shows like a lack of respect for us as retailers, in my opinion, because you just assume that we're looking at new items all the time or new brands all the time. That's definitely not it. I would term our category managers and buyers in general mini CEOs, right? They have a specific set of categories or subcategories that they manage, and they're the boss of that. We try to operate that way and put a lot of autonomy on our small buying team.
Little secret for those in the audience or watching our live stream, same communication strategies hold up when you're pitching journalists too. So try to vary your emails as well. Shifting gears to talk about the COVID situation a little bit, up until this, conference and COVID, I was constantly being told fresh is in, everyone's shopping the perimeter of the store. Suddenly, consumers didn't want to go to the grocery store every week. And yes, they were using delivery services, but they also were like, I'm just going to buy a lot all at once. So how did the past year impact that excitement for fresh? And did it help, redevelop a love for shelf-stable items?
From the grocery standpoint, our basket sizes have never been bigger. I think every retailer probably can attest to that. Center stores certainly benefits from a little bit of pantry loading even till this day. You can't necessarily pantry load, produce or meat or anything like that unless you freeze it or unless you have a really big family. So we've learned a lot. We've learned what we can, or I should say, we've learned that we can actually sell a lot bigger items. There is almost a Costco-like feel effect, and I think a lot of retailers would agree, where larger packages, where small retailers like us and other natural organic retailers may not have been able to carry a 3-pound package before, we can. And even in prepared foods and things like that, we can sell big ticket items like that Costco has, or bulk size packaging, meant for a family of 5 or 6.
Is there a way for center store brands to still emphasize those health benefits and freshness, even if, they are a 3-pound bulk size of snacks, let's say?
Absolutely. I think brands can communicate with customers in so many ways that today, through social media and all those things, that they couldn't do before. So yeah, absolutely.
So along with communication strategies, we hear a lot about keto or better for you takes on classic products. For example, one thing we saw playing out at Expo East was all these new takes on chips, whether they were keto chips or grain-free chips or just really cool bases. How do you see this trend playing out at Earth Fare from the products you're bringing in? And is this really actually exciting consumers as well, do you think? Or do they just want a really good tortilla chip or potato chip?
I think people's customers' taste profiles change, and that's obviously why we see trends. So the keto trend, I think that personally, there's obviously a huge following with that, but I think the other side of that too is there's a low sugar hit, right? So there is a branch off the keto that people are capitalizing on. Sugar is obviously sometimes has or does have a negative connotation with it. So, trends, they're always going to happen. Us retailers and even brands have to capitalize on that as quickly as they can. And if that is a wave, ride it. And once the wave crashes, get out of it.
How does that impact your assortment? We've seen some retailers go all in on keto sections in the store. Are you guys willing to do that, or is that kind of more like an in and out kind of limited program?
So we're riding the wave on keto right now. We have a good assortment of keto. I wouldn't term it as great because I don't think it warrants the great space allocation today. But what we try to do from an assortment standpoint is be good at a lot of things. Ultimately, what we can do from a health and wellness standpoint of our products is offer a really good assortment in comparison against the other retailers. So we have, I'd say on average 480 linear feet in center store grocery, and or maybe a little bit more than that. And we can dig deeper into some of those sets. So that allows us to have an extra attribute against some of our competitors.
In speaking to consumers, one of the questions that we just got in is, what have you seen work most effectively at shelf to drive velocity, be it, keto or other buzzwords or marketing programs?
So obviously, plant-based is something that continues to drive sales. I think about going back 6 or 7 years of what the plant-based quality of product. The quality has always been good, but now the taste profile is fantastic. So that is going to be something that continues to drive customers into those sections, whether they're refrigerated, frozen, or shelf-stable variations of that. Obviously, all the things marketing you can do enhance that. Packaging tells a story. Packaging tells a hell of a story. You can put, I would bring up like the halo top effect, where you have that button on the front of your package that has your protein call out and that has your calorie call out. Those are really successful programs that a lot of retailers have jumped, or not retailers, sorry, brands have jumped on since then.
So I think one of the things that are kind of, alleged about natural products retailers is like they're only catering to a very specific, maybe upper middle class consumer. How are you guys trying to make healthy, better for you, natural food accessible to everyone? Because you are in markets where there are certainly, you're not in an LA, there's certainly consumers who understand what that means, and there are still consumers who, don't know what these products are or how to incorporate them into their lives.
Yeah, so that's a really good question too. Ultimately, something that Earth Fare and I am working on is obviously a really big private label push, and we've got a couple of SKUs out there today, but there's going to be a significant amount out in 2022. And what that does is it creates a different perception with the customer, right? It allows us to create more of a value image on the similar style items, whether it's a pasta, organic pasta, that you might be able to buy somewhere else, or a similar version of that, considerably cheaper at an Earth Fare. So that'll help us, get that image out there a little bit better. But then ultimately having the right pricing strategy, right? We don't need to make a 50% on every single item. We need to be competitive. We need to make sure that our pricing isn't so far out of whack. Sometimes it's about bringing dollars to the bank and not bringing margin to the bank.
I can imagine a lot of brands in the audience are like, oh, great, they're going heavy into private label. What does this mean for me? And going into Earth Fare, how should brands be thinking about private label and, whether that's a big emphasis for the retailer they're entering or sort of secondary? Well, it certainly puts a little bit more pressure on the brands, which isn't unheard of, right? Like, I would say a lot of the larger retailers today have private label in the store. And it's something that they have to combat no matter what. We're going to put a really good focus on it, on private label, but it's going to be the right items. We don't need to over-skew ourselves.
on items that are slow moving or anything like that. Ultimately we are just 23 stores today with a couple more that are kicking off the ground in the next 4 or 5 months. But we have to meet minimums. We have to make sure that we can sell truckloads of product and all that kind of stuff. So I have to be selective and make sure that we can sell those truckloads.
Well, we're kind of coming to the end of our time. I know you'll be sticking around, so able to kind of have some conversations. I'd love to end by offering you, one last message for the brands in the audience. What makes someone a really good partner in your mind? And on the converse of that, what is something where you're just like, oh, I do not want to deal with this supplier anymore?
Well, I would say that transparency is critical, right? Communication is critical. Again, it's not just about getting in, it's about staying in. So building that successful relationship with the buyer, that person will go to bat for you if you treat them very well, and ultimately, if you're building the right programs for the product in the store. Always ask questions. Your buyer wants your products to work. It's not like they bring in a random SKU or a random brand and then say, hey, I brought this in, but most of them are going to track those sales on a daily, weekly, monthly basis because they want to hit a home run. They want to hit singles, they want to hit doubles, they want to hit triples. And if all those products that are brought in benefit and make the company a little bit more money, or at the same time bring new customers into the retailer, those are winning scenarios. On the flip side of that, it's pretty much the opposite, right? Bad communication or poor communication or non-execution of programs that you've committed to. Really build that trust, build a relationship, and I think things will be good. But that's what I would say.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been really exciting to hear what's going on at Earth Fair.
Thank you.
And with that, please welcome Jeff Kleinman to the stage.
Jesus. I haven't been on this thing in a while. I don't know if it's going to fall down or not. Hey, how about a quick hand for Carol Ortenberg? She has been just, she's been dealing so hard for the past couple of years, and it's just amazing. She's really carrying this platform to new levels, and I want everyone to meet our outgoing reporter, Aaron Cabray, and our incoming reporter, Adrian, and we look forward to y'all getting to know both of them. This is a food conference, and since it is, we're going to do a little bit of a panel sandwich for the next hour or so. We're going to use a pair of panels on Lily's as the bread and a little other content and some lunch as the filling. And we're doing this because there are a couple of unique phases in Lily's growth and transition from a founder-led brand to one backed by an established investor, and also because we don't have the furniture to put everyone on stage at once. So it's important that we get them all because Lily's had it all as an innovative entrepreneurial company that grew the right way from inception to acquisition. It took a smart, well-prepared entrepreneur, mixed in a veteran CEO who built a solid team, a powerful investor, a hard-charging investment banking team, and an eager strategic to tell the whole story. I'm not saying that when you mix all of these elements in, you have a guaranteed success. And I think people who've watched the industry for a while have seen, supposedly great teams and brands and backers not pull it off in pretty spectacular fashion. I think that really speaks to how hard it is to build something sustainable. Even for people with experience. But the Lily's team did so many things right and we're going to work through them today. During this first panel, we'll talk about the initial decisions around product and strategy and staffing and channel, the ramifications of the addition of their key investment partner in VMG, and the process of goal setting and finding a place for both the founder and the CEO. And then in the next part, after lunch, we'll focus on the next stages of growth, the challenges, and the eventual exit. But to really show us how this brand kicked it off in the right way, grew in the right way, we're going to invite the founder of Lily's, Cynthia Tice, Jane Miller, Lily's now former CEO, and Wayne Wu, managing partner at VMG, who was the company's investor. So please welcome them to the stage, and I'll come over. Great to have you here. We were all talking backstage. We're so nervous. I'm terrified, honestly. So let's start with Cynthia. Now, you were in natural products for a while before you decided, I got to start a brand. I want to get this thing rolling. So tell us what you've been doing and how and why you decided to start Lily's.
Well, I started in the natural products industry in 1977, and I started because of personal need. So I wasn't feeling well in my late teens and early 20s, and I ended up changing my diet and experienced such profound results from simple diet changes that I was like, oh my God, I'm a zealot now. I have to spread the word to everyone. And during my tenure in the natural products industry, I went through quite an evolution. So I owned and operated a store for 20 years, and then I sold it, and I started to do consulting for supermarket retailers who were looking to bring natural products into their assortment. And then my customer base dried up because the supermarket industry realized that natural products were here to stay, and they wanted to bring the talent inside. So at that time, I switched sides and started working with brands. And so all of that cumulative experience really served me well when I was deciding to launch Lily's.
All right. And why chocolate?
Well, chocolate's my favorite food. So, I mean, quite simply, I was a sugar avoider forever. You know, in the early days of the industry, no respectable natural food store would have sugar. And then, you know, in an effort to bring more consumers into the category, sugar became more acceptable. But I had known about stevia for years. Stevia kind of appeared in the marketplace in 1990s, but initially it was only allowed to be sold as a supplement. And in 2008, Coke and Pepsi self-affirmed stevia, and at that point it was put on the GRAS list and able to be used as a food ingredient. And so at that time, I started to think about, well, you know, this is really interesting. You know, like many consumers are like me, and they really want to avoid sugar. And I think there's a real opportunity to use stevia in a very big way. And, Coke and Pepsi had already announced that they were going into the beverage category, and I'm like, no, not going to do that. So chocolate was just kind of a natural choice for me.
And so you had seen brands grow in your store. You'd seen brands make the transition into more mainstream retailers and really grow. And you'd also seen a lot of them fall apart.
Yes.
So what were you looking to establish when you started the company, and what are some of the pitfalls you were trying to avoid?
Well, I mean, all of the years of experience that I had taught me, the main lesson that taste is king. So, I knew that I would not launch a product until I really had the taste down. So it took me 2 years to formulate Lily's. And, during the time when I was formulating it, and it was the early days of stevia, so stevia has a very strong taste and a lot of undesirable taste profile aftertastes. And so it really took me 2 years. And during that time, I tasted some of the worst chocolate that I've ever tasted in my life.
Right.
Yeah.
I tasted some of the worst beverages I've tasted.
Yeah. But I finally got it down, and I was, I finally got it to the point where I thought, this is a marketable product. But honestly, I was terrified at launching a brand. I had enough experience that, I knew the percentage of brands that actually succeed was very small. So I kind of made this decision that I would take it to Whole Foods, and if they said yes, we would move forward. So that's basically what happened.
And did you have contacts at Whole Foods?
I did, yeah, because, all of the experience that I had had up until that point, especially working with other launching brands, I developed relationships with a lot of the key retailers across the country. So, it was kind of great. I really, I had experience with what retailers needed in terms of programming, in terms of costs. I had a large scope of experience at that point.
Was there a sense among the retail community that they were taking a risk by bringing in a product that was sort of missing the usual key ingredient to light up the flavor?
Well, that was the interesting part of especially launching with Whole Foods. So Whole Foods initially agreed to bring Lily's, into their sets due to their commitment to special diet. So, this was the very early days of sugar avoidance. And, the contextual scenario is that free from was very big in those days. And, I kind of approached sugar as, in that context, free from sugar. And no one else was really doing that. So, Whole Foods brought us in, under that premise. And, they even said to me, well, we're not going to hold you to the same standards that we hold our other chocolate products. And then Lily's just took off,
The same taste standards, or?
No, the same sales standards.
Oh, okay.
So in terms of the same, movement.
Yeah, the same.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the initial channel strategy was through natural and specialty?
Well, really natural. It was very natural centered because, I figured that natural is the early adopters, and, they would be the most likely consumers to understand and appreciate, the idea of, really cutting back on sugar.
And what, just to give us a sense of the timing, what year is this that you're first getting it into Whole Foods?
So we launched with Whole Foods in March of 2012.
Okay, March 2012.
Yes.
Wayne, at that point, is VMG tracking free from?
I think for us it was more around, we'd been tracking low sugar. We were investors in Quest, which I think in many ways they were a very early mover in a real movement towards reducing sugar, reducing carbs, and had seen that really transpiring and had been watching the space, including Lily's.
Okay. As you get into Whole Foods, what's your outlook for the company? What's your business plan?
To make it grow. So again, because of the experience that I had had with other brands, I was very aware that the real work begins once you get into a retailer. So I really babysat every retailer that I was able to procure. So, it meant like really understanding the needs of the retailer, what their programs are. In the case of Whole Foods, I was discounting, I was doing promotions at least quarterly. I was doing a lot of demos in the early days to get, my products into the mouths of consumers. And, I was just really, looking carefully every single day at what was going on and making sure that it worked so that I had a good story to go to with the next retailer that was my target.
And you're using data to generate this story.
I was. Data was, when, for the first 5 years of Lily's, up until the time when we partnered with VMG, my team was myself, my 2 children, and 1 other person. So we were very lean and mean, and I was using data as kind of like a sales extension.
So what were you tracking? Because I think a lot of the early stage brands here, they hear, oh, you got to bring data in. You got to bring data in. What are the core metrics that you're saying, these are the things that I can use to extend our sales?
Yeah, I mean, I am not a data expert, so my understanding of data is fairly rudimentary, but I knew enough to know that if your brand was increasing, if you're increasing in double-digit percentages and your sales per point is as high as anybody else's on the top of the chart, that you were in pretty good shape. So that's what I was really tracking.
Was sales per point of distribution?
Yes.
And volume?
And volume growth.
Okay. And are you trying it out in any kind of conventional spaces at that point?
Well, so, Lily's was extraordinary in the sense that it performed right out of the gate. So we would put it into a store and, it was really, really performing. It was resonating with consumers. The taste profile was good. So, we were adding SKUs pretty rapidly. We were pretty hot on innovation. And we targeted natural channel and was pretty successful pretty quickly at permeating natural channel. So at that point, I began to sell into specialty. So, I was very strategically, making strategic decisions that were based on, first natural, then specialty, and then conventional. And I pretty well followed that path.
Now, there was one decision that was made very early on that we talked about a couple of days ago that I thought was really interesting, which is, if you're going to make the consumer sort of take a leap of faith on ingredient, you need to do it with the core SKUs, right?
Yes. So again, because I had a lot of experience with category management, I understood that, when you have a true innovation, as Lily's was, to kind of present it to the consumer in the most familiar form. So I always went for the top SKUs of the category. So initially, when I launched our 4 initial bars, I went with original, almond, a crunch bar, and coconut, because coconut at that point had such a halo around it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's funny because the early coconut water brands called the fruit flavors that they were using training wheels. They were paralleling other major flavor types. So you were doing the same thing in chocolate. At what point was it clear that the brand had potential to go further? I mean, that you weren't just going to max out in Whole Foods?
Well, that became apparent pretty quickly. And again, because, we launched with Whole Foods, but then, very quickly within the first couple of years, was able to gain distribution throughout natural and then specialty and then mainstream. And so honestly, by 4 years in, I started to be like, this is growing more quickly than I can handle. And then I really began a very thoughtful process, with kind of like reckoning what I would be able to do with the brand and what needed to happen for the brand in order for it to reach its full potential. Because I started to realize this is very extraordinary. Like, the brand is performing not like many other brands that I had witnessed, and I had witnessed a lot of brands.
And was there a point where you said, I'm so thrilled with this thing, I gotta get it to someone else?
Yeah, I was more like, don't screw it up.
Yeah.
Like this is such an unbelievable opportunity. And, again, by like 2016, 2017, I was sort of like, what do I do? And I began a year of due diligence on what the next step for Lily's could be. And I spoke to other founders, I spoke to bankers, I spoke to, I just was really actively trying to figure out what to do next. And I had known about VMG, like VMG has this amazing reputation in our industry, and I had known about VMG, and I didn't really know how to connect with them, though. And I was speaking to another founder, and she said to me, "What do you mean you don't know how to connect with them? Just email Wayne." So I did. So I emailed Wayne, and I just said, I introduced myself, and I said, would you be willing to look at my brand and tell me what you think? And he emailed back right away, and we got on the phone, and he said the best thing to me. He said, I would be delighted to look at your brand, and if we're interested, I'll tell you, and if we're not interested, I'll tell you why not.
Do you tell that to everyone who emails you, Wayne?
I really pride myself. One of the things that we pride ourselves on at VMG is an ecosystem approach where we're trying to help every entrepreneur, regardless of whether we end up investing in them or not. And I think that's, I went into it in that same general light. By the way, I just want to first say, I'm just thrilled to be here. Like, I'm just like, I'm sitting up here like in awe of like, we are all together right now, which is just an amazing thing. I'm so thrilled to wear my VMG pants again. I haven't worn these things since pre-COVID. So
you don't.
I'm just like sitting up here like in a daze. Just it's surreal to be here right now. It's so great to see everybody. And
So you're telling us that your wife has banned them from the house? Is that?
She was like, you're really gonna take those things back out? I thought those were permanently retired. So, anyways, I just wanted to say I haven't seen Jane and Cynthia since in 2 years, way before the business was sold to Hershey. So I'm just thrilled to be here.
Yeah.
But
we're thrilled to have you.
But as it relates to the question, I get a lot of emails like Cynthia's, and I honestly respond to all of them because for me it's about supporting the industry, supporting entrepreneurs, and we may invest in a few of them along the way, but can we try to help everybody? And it was no different here.
What ticked the boxes about the brand to say, oh, here we're not just going to give you advice, we might actually want to invest here?
I think I want to highlight what Cynthia, her due diligence of what she had done, when I peeled back the onion of like the year of research, it was significant. You talk about someone who's very thoughtful about the brand, how she built the company, but also in her approach. And what was very apparent when she shared her data was just, a lot of founders will say, oh yeah, we have a rabid following for our brand, but for her, she immediately provided the data, and also we had our own data, and it was the velocities were best in class. I mean, at the end of the day, for a CPG product, it always comes down to velocities, which translate to consumers want to buy the product, come back and buy it again. And it was absolutely apparent that consumers loved Lily's. And it wasn't just at Whole Foods, which was one of your questions. Basically, every account that Lily's was in, it was performing at the top or near the top of the category.
Great company, then. What is investment going to bring to it?
Well, the other thing I wanted to add was, the scrappiness of what Cynthia had built. Cynthia didn't highlight this. She built nearly a $20 million business without raising any capital, with herself, her 2 children, and a bookkeeper out of Seattle. She lives in Pennsylvania. And so it was just remarkable what she had done in terms of building a great business model with great gross margins, with tremendous velocities, a passionate consumer following for what Lily's stood for, and she had tremendous vision as to what she wanted out of her next partner. I've never had someone just email out of the blue with such tremendous clarity as to what she wanted. She realized that she had taken it to a certain level, and the self-awareness that Cynthia has of I have this lightning in a bottle and I want it to keep going. And so she wanted help in building out a team to help continue that trajectory. And she had, I've never met a founder that knew exactly the deal terms. And I met other founders with deal terms where they go, I want like a vitamin water type of deal. But and someone who had really done her homework as to that she believed that she had a very reasonable framework as to what she wanted in a deal. Like, these are the deal terms I want. I want you to help build out a management team because I think I have I think we have lightning in a bottle here. And she was 100% right.
What parts of it were so buttoned down that you wish other entrepreneurs could bring to you?
Because she had done every job in her business, you could literally go to one single source of one human being here in Cynthia Tice, and she could answer everything about her business. She could tell you how the product's made, what each retailer has to say about it, why the formula is different, and what she wanted. Half the battle sometimes is you can't distill out what is it that they need help with, what is the vision, and are they realistic as to how to create a win-win scenario for herself as the founder, the company, and other stakeholders, and how can this also be a win for the investment partner coming in? She had tremendous clarity, never seen anything like it.
The biggest need, as Cynthia and the rest of you have put to me, was team, right? 4 people can get it to 20 million, and you invested how much, Wayne?
A decent amount. Again, yeah.
5 pair of pants, not 10.
We invested in it. For her, it was, again, had tremendous clarity as to what she wanted, and we had a very significant partnership in terms of Lily's.
And it was also, we need to get
team.
And so that's where Jane comes in.
Well, her question was around how do we get this done quickly?
Yeah.
And so it was almost an immediate light bulb of what she was describing that she wanted in terms of the team and the vision. And it was almost like I hadn't even really thought about anybody else other than Jane Miller. When she described what she wanted, immediately Jane Miller came to mind. And Jane and I met on the board of Justin's. And Jane, when we were board members together, I remember talking to a number of my partners about it. I'm like, this Jane Miller is what a special human being that she is. Not only knows the industry tremendously well, had extremely thoughtful things to say. A lot of times when you're on a board with folks, everybody just wants to hear themselves speak. Jane was just so thoughtful in her recommendations, questions, and advice. And then most of all, just a great human being. And what Cynthia had built is just around thoughtfulness, kindness, and there couldn't be a better person to partner into this business than Jane Miller.
So Jane, had you worked with a founder-led business before?
I had, yeah. I'd had a couple of experiences, and I think, like anybody's great experiences, you learn what you could do better. And I think, hopefully, if we have a couple minutes to talk about Cynthia and I working together, because it might be really helpful for everybody. I felt really blessed that we knew each other from before. As Wayne said, Cynthia was so scrappy, and it was amazing. And honestly, when I stepped in, had no idea what the potential was going to be. I mean, I was excited to work with VMG. I was excited to partner with Cynthia, but I can remember the first time we talked about data earlier, Jeff, when we started to look at the data. I mean, the number I was dying to throw out was when we stepped in, and I had a team kind of from day one, amazing team. The baking chip SKU was the #1 SKU in the natural industry, other than bottled water and bread. I mean, there was no other SKU so it was like this secret. And we had a Sprout store in Choctaw, Oklahoma, did 86 units a week. Corrine, you probably remember this. You know, I mean, it just was like insane at the velocity of the business, and every time we like uncovered another thing about how well loved it was. So anyway, I just have to just say that while you're here, because it was extraordinary to have somebody that, as Wayne said, really recognized what she did well, and wanting to partner with somebody that had a different set of skills. I don't have like entrepreneurial bone in my body, but I actually know how to build a team, and I think we were very lucky in that sense. Sure.
So because we're going to talk about scaling in the next one, I want to talk about this handoff, the transition, the coexistence, because it's hard. It's hard if you're a founder who stays on as a CEO with an investor on board, and it's hard if you're a founder who wants to pass the reins to a president or to a CEO and stay involved with the business. So how did the two of you reach a working environment?
Can I start?
Yes.
All right, like I totally screwed up. So if there's anybody who's like a founder out there that's trying to get a CEO, the thing that you need to do to start with is you like need to have a dialogue around expectations. Because I pretty much showed up with my Superwoman cape on, and I'm like, okay, Cynthia, I'll take it from here. And really, I think that if we would have had a better dialogue up front to be able to really express how we could work together, and we got to an amazing place, and we're like best friends now, but it started out rockier than it needed to, don't you think?
I do, and I think if there was something that I could have done better, although I was very clear about many parts of what I wanted for Lily's, I was less clear, I think, about what I wanted for me as a role in Lily. So I think that when Jane and I partnered, we had not really discussed expectations. And I think that my advice to founders who find themselves in a position such as that I did would be, really just as you do so much diligence on terms and price and, all of the parts of having, of partnering with private equity or venture capitalists, you should really examine what you want as an ongoing role, if you want anything, and really be very clear about that at the get-go.
And how was there a difference in alignment between what you wanted and what was there?
Well, as it turns out, there wasn't all that much difference. We just hadn't talked about it.
It's about having the conversation.
Yeah. And so it grew to the point where y'all talked every couple of weeks, right?
Oh, we talked every week.
Every week.
Every week.
Yes, every day and some weeks.
Yeah.
No, it was very fast. It was very fast moving, I think. But yeah, I do think being really clear about expectations, because I think that we would have even been a better company if we would have gotten even a faster start, the two of us together.
All right. So we are, as the clock says, over time. I want to thank each of you for coming. It is great to be back up here. I'm not nervous anymore. So, and we'll be back after lunch with Jane and with the investment team and with Hershey's. So thank you very much.
Great.
My favorite part of the Lily's story is that VMG was initially trying to keep it on the DL that they had invested into Lily's. And I bumped into Wayne at a trade show, and his pants had the logo on it. And I was like, haha, I caught you, it's on your pants. So yes, that's how I learned of the Lily's investment. So with that, we now have an exciting set of announcements. We're going to talk about our Pitch Slam winners and our award winners before we head to lunch. So first off, we're going to talk about the Pitch Slam. Let's give a round of applause to all of our semifinalists. They did an amazing job, and what I would tell you is that a lot of their products are out in the lobby to sample, so make sure you try them. Now, it was a tight competition this year, but I do want to mention our audience vote winner, which was Bob's Naturals. Congrats, Bob's. And then finally, the moment you've been waiting for, sorry we don't have a drum roll, the finalists this year for the NOSH Live Pitch Slam are Munchrooms, Rich Nuts, Cocada, Marco's Sweets and Snacks, and Bob's. Thank you, guys. And be sure to watch tomorrow the finals. And now with that, we're going to announce our NOSH Best of 2021 awards. These are the brands that over the past year have stood out for their products, their packaging, and their business acumen. So without further ado, a quick video to introduce you to this year's winners.
Right now, with the rise of plant-based foods, we're having this battle about nomenclature, and it's a big one. And we're having to get involved and voice our opinion about what we think the future of food is going to look like and why we should be able to call our products cheese or milk or whatever. So yes, we do have to get involved politically.
we could make this into a big media moment, this lawsuit. But to me, that undercuts why we're actually engaging in it. We're not hoping to just get our names in newspapers or, whatever, social media. We actually want to win this legal fight and do it on behalf of ourselves and our whole industry.
Right. Well, congratulations to all of our nominees and winners this year. Let's give them a big round of applause. All of you have done an amazing job, not only in light of the challenges of the past year, but just overall in pushing the industry forward with flavor, sustainability, and social justice initiatives. And what I love about our award winners this year in particular is that we've got big brands, we've got little brands, we've got artisanal producers, and it's really heartening to see how, all members of the industry are pushing us forward. Now, to that end, we're going to do a quick interview and hear directly from, we cheated, it's not a person of the year, it's people of the year, who we have affectionately dubbed internally the Crusaders. Please welcome Miyoko Schinner and Jamie Athos. Hi, guys. Guys, first off, congrats on this very well-deserved honor. What I want to explain to everyone, and you can find out more about this on NOSH.com, we have kind of explanations into each brand, is that these two have been fighting ongoing legal battles with, in some cases, state attorney generals, with meat companies, with all different folks, trying to make sure that plant-based food companies can use the terms that they want on their packaging. You both have said you feel really passionate about this personally, and you don't do it for the attention. So why do you do it?
Well, I think we have to this is our time to think about what sort of future we want to create in the food system, not only for our own health, but to impact the health of the planet as well as the lives of all the animals. We have an opportunity to become warriors, to become crusaders, to become activists. We as an industry must take an affirmative stance on moving the future of food forward in a positive direction. We can't just sell products. We have to become movement leaders. We have to become revolutionaries in order to win and ensure that we have a place to live on this planet. And so this is so critical. This is why we have to do this. We don't do this just for ourselves. We don't do this just for ourselves. Okay, sorry about that. We can't do this just for our companies in order to sell products. We have to do this for the future of food in general.
Jamie, how about you?
It's hard to top that. That was very passionate.
You're always so modest, too.
I agree, but I would also add to that, why are we alive? Like, what are we doing with our time on Earth? And we could make products, we could make profit, or we could make a change and make some noise to make some change. And that just feels like a better way to live to me, as just an individual. And we're at this time where everything is hanging in the balance, I think, for climate change and whatnot. And here we have a great solution in front of us, one that's palatable, that's desirable to consumers. And these forces are working to prevent that, to remove choice from consumers. That just seems un-American or inhuman, ultimately.
So how do you talk to your employees about this? How do you explain, hey, I might be a little busy this week, and still encourage them and make them understand that your focus is on the business as well? Because I think a lot of entrepreneurs in the audience sometimes worry, if I take on this social justice initiative or this legal battle, I only have so many hours in the day, and I just have to focus on my business.
I think that is part of the business. I think there's a moral imperative for industry leaders to stand up for what is right, because we have to move this forward. In fact, we're not going to sell product. We're not going to be successful as a business if we don't win on the nomenclature front. I mean, if you think about it, food has been evolving for a long time, and language has to keep up with the evolution of food. If I have to call my products, for example, in the very beginning when I started the company 7 years ago, cultured nut product, how is anyone going to know what they're buying? Who goes into a store and says, oh, where's the cultured nut product? Excuse me. I mean, this is crazy. So if we're going to succeed, we have to use nomenclature that consumers understand, and they understand how to use it, what it's for, and what the functionality is.
I mean, cultured nut products also sounds just really delicious compared to butter and mozzarella. You know, that's honestly what I tell my husband all the time. I'm really craving. Jamie, how about you? How do you kind of talk about this with your employees?
Well, I think thankfully that a lot of them are working there just because that they have an alignment, a personal alignment with the mission of this company. And it's been, if anything, an advantage with our business. There's so many passionate people out there, smart people, food technologists, name any industry, and there's somebody who cares a lot about the same things that Tofurky cares about. I think it's value added to our business. And yeah, ultimately, you've got to be financially sustainable. We don't want to just be a blip. We want to be here for a long time and making impact for a long time too. So you have to be profitable to the point that you can sustain the growth and health of your business. But that doesn't mean that you have to take massive profits out, that it's just about the money. It's really just about the mission.
And I think that's a great point, because as we heard from the first panel, like labor issues, labor sourcing is a problem right now. And I know both of you self-manufacture your products. Has that been kind of an advantage when you're competing against other brands and retailers and stuff to get people to come work for you?
Earlier this year, it was a huge problem. It's not so much anymore. We're fully staffed. We also use co-manufacturers, and we know that some of our co-manufacturers have had the same problems. This is absolutely systemic right now, but we're in a good place right now. I can also say that our mission is something just like at Tofurky, we discuss internally at all hands meetings on a regular basis, and everyone at our company knows what we stand for, what we're doing, and they're there because of that, just like at Tofurky.
Yeah, we do surveys of our employees a lot, and that's one of the things at the top of the list. That's one of the reasons they work for us. Great benefits, good employer, compassionate people, but they're part of something bigger than themselves, and I think we're all looking for that.
I alluded to this in my intro a little bit, is that, right now the plant-based space also feels a little divisive in that we've got like bleeds like meat and just eat vegetables and eat veggie burgers. Is that a helpful discussion you think we're having right now? Or should we just be focused on, fighting these larger battles and kind of pushing towards one goal? What's the importance of these discussions, do you think?
Well, I would offer that I think, some of those attributes you're talking about, bleeds like real meat, they really draw just attention to the conversation. Journalists are our conduits to the consumers ultimately, and it's exciting to talk about. I'm a former scientist myself, and those technologies are really kind of compelling to me. At the end of the day, though, what matters is that people buy it and that they enjoy their experience and they buy it again. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters. I don't care what technology we use to get there. We've just got to get there.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a different story that resonates with different people. And so we want all of these. We're not competing against each other. We have to support each other. What we're trying to do is supplant an unsustainable industry that is destroying the planet, the animals, and our health. And so it's going to take all of these new technologies, all these different approaches in order to create a new future of food.
Now, in addition to these court cases, both of you have also undertaken, supply chain, operations, marketing efforts. We just saw Tofurky's burger campaign. For those of you who maybe haven't seen this, they basically gave up their front of packaging. Their brand is kind of small at the bottom, and instead, there were these big calls to action about to vote. It had, I think, the Capitol switchboard number on the front of them. What motivated you to do that, and how, what was the effects you saw?
Well, on the effects side, not every retailer is as forward about their kind of progressive intentions as we were. They didn't necessarily like that, but we're finding that lots of retailers do. They like that overt messaging. I think what it really came out of, though, is a fundamental kind of optimism and faith in humanity. I think that we all want to do better, and we're looking for ways that we can tweak our own habits and lifestyles to do so. And sometimes it's just a little bit of a push that gets people to call their elected representatives and make their voice known. I wish that more people would vote, and I think as a consumer society, a lot of the way that we actually engage in kind of the public dialogue is through what we buy. And here we are putting tens of millions of packages out there. It's like one of the best possible ways that we can communicate our intentions and have a dialogue of some sorts with our consumers.
And Miyoko, I know you've done a lot of work with dairy farmers and farms. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well?
Sure. As we create this new path for the future of food made from plants rather than from animals, we thought, why don't we bring along some of the dairy farmers that have been working and feeding America for centuries? So we created a program called the Farm Transition Program, where we're partnering with a dairy farmer to transition them to growing crops to become part of our supply chain in our research and development. Dairy farming is a very, very difficult business. The majority of them derive about 38% of their income from government subsidies. The average dairy farmer makes $41,000 a year. And we think there's a better way for them. They have land, they have infrastructure. Let's help them participate in this new food system.
So we're unfortunately almost at the end of our time. I started our conference talking about how we as a community can help push the industry forward in light, of all the challenges that we've had over the past 2 years. You both are incredibly inspiring. I'm wondering if you can provide some advice on what you would like to see the industry do to keep moving us forward, to keep help supporting consumers to make healthy, better for you choices.
I'd just like to say, I think consumers want to see leaders in industry that stand for something. And you can see that in market research, where 10 years ago, most consumers really didn't care about the environment. They do now. They care more about animal welfare. You see that social justice issues are taking hold of our country, and people are beginning to care more and more. And so it's important for the industry leaders to actually stand for something. We're no longer at a point where we're just trying to sell product. We have to sell a vision, and I encourage people to do so.
And I would, that's great. I think we would also be helped by a more honest dialogue about the externalities in the animal agriculture industry. I don't think that we really have internalized the true cost, and we're starting to have that conversation now, but I think pushing that further would help to really point out the contrast between plant-based as a solution and animal-based.
Great. Well, thank you guys again, and let's give them another round of applause. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
And with that, okay, so we're going to head to lunch. Everyone's excited to eat, I'm sure, if you haven't, been snacking all morning. Lunch is downstairs in the Venice Ballroom. The Venice room is on the 4th floor, right across from the bar. And I believe we need to be back here at 2 p.m. We're going to have a little bit more main stage content, and then after that, we'll head to those breakouts that I mentioned. We'll start this afternoon by hearing the second half of the Lilly study, case study. And with that, I'm going to let everyone go to lunch, but if our award winners could come up and collect their lovely crystal trophies and pose for some photo opportunities, that would be great. Thank you guys so much. See you soon.
Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside. Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our Supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside. Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our Supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside.
Welcome to the Livestream studio at NOSH Live in Santa Monica, California. I am Erin Cabry. I'm the reporter for NOSH, and I want to thank our sponsors, Mondelez International Snack Futures for sponsoring this. And I am here with Jay Carls, the co-founder of Midday Squares. Hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm on fire this morning. I'm feeling energized. I watched a bunch of the sessions. I'm feeling good.
That's good. You know, you're my first in-person interview in like 2 years. How does it feel?
Are you excited? Like, I'm jacked up right now.
I'm excited. This is great. It's been a long time, but
human connection's everything. You need human connection.
I know. It's been fun so far. So let's get into what this year has looked like for the brand. It's been a crazy one. Lot going on for you guys. Let's kind of start with this whole journey of your revamped packaging. Can you kind of tell that story and what led to this new look for Midday Squares?
So yeah, I wish we had the packaging in front of us, but this year was quite crazy. So we were going to do a revamp in our actual branding, in our packaging branding, but we chose that we had a year to actually spend time, typical way of actually building the process, doing everything properly to rebrand. And long story short, we had a friend of ours that we were talking with in terms of an acquisition, and everything was all Gucci and fine and fun and dandy. And then we decided not to go through with that. And 3 months later, we actually received a letter from Kellogg's regarding a packaging infringement with our X bar, and that gave us already pressure to change it because we were infringing on the lines in the actual where the logo is and the 3 lines coming down. So we were already going to change it, which gave us an extra 3 months to go. Then we received a letter 2 weeks later that was from Hershey's, packaging infringements and 32 pages of documentation of customers mixing up our bars with theirs, saying that this is a healthier Reese. And then we had 2 weeks to change it. So we really had 26 days to completely change our packaging from being on the shelf to completely change the entire process. And it would have been a very interesting place to go if we were to legally battle it, but we chose to actually change it and come back to it later on. And we did a 26-day revamp. We had it all on documentation, so it's on camera. You could see the entire process, and it was actually wild. Like, it really built character.
That sounds wild. What was that process like? 3.5 weeks of rebrand? Like, that's insane.
It was chaos, but we actually are really happy with our phase 2 packaging, and I think it was really bold. And when we released this video of the entire journey, because we believe in storytelling, it got hundreds of thousands of views, and people were like so fired up to get behind us because they really felt the emotional roller coaster that we went on. Because as a brand, when you have to revamp in 26 days, that is crazy. Yep. So I got to give credit to my sister, who's my partner, and Hallie and her team, who actually did the revamp. And, we went through a whole journey. We had one package that looked exactly like Unreal Snacks. No one Googled Unreal Snacks. It literally looked identical. And then they had like 10 days to switch it. And then we came to an agreement with Hershey's that they were okay with a certain Pantone that we used 2013C. And we agreed to disagree and commit, both entities. So it taught us a lot. But it was definitely a crazy ride.
And you mentioned the storytelling aspect. What made you guys want to document that and share that with everyone on social media?
Oh, we're bold. Since day one, in our DNA, Midday Squares shares the unfiltered version of entrepreneurship. The good, the bad, the ugly, everything in between. And something unique about it is that we felt that CPG lacked this glass door, this authenticity, this idea of, creating personalities within a company. Think the girl boy band type of thing where you have Spice Girls, Backstreet Boys, but entrepreneurs being the band. And that relatability is what fires consumers up to no longer just be consumers, but to actually be fans. And this is what's allowing us to have massive growth at retail and the velocities turning really fast in store because the consumer feels like they're buying from myself, Nick, and my sister, my partners, and the Midday Squares team. So they go there and they think they're buying from a friend or a family member instead of just seeing a healthy chocolate bar on the shelf, which allows us, again, to connect deeply with the consumer. So day one, we've been filming.
That's good. How tough is that to balance, like social media? You're on TikTok, you're on Instagram, you're on whatever other platforms are on out there.
LinkedIn's the hottest thing, by the way. LinkedIn right now is the hottest
algorithm.
It's the hottest algorithm. If you're not on it, get on it. Every brand should be personally and their brand because the views are organic. So what's happening is they're multiplying very fast. But is it hard? Yes. Personal life is gone. When you have videographers filming everything you do, from relationship issues you have to therapy sessions, everything's on the table. And I think we accepted that since day one. And all of our team members, we're 65 of us at Midday Squares, signed contracts to understand that that's the life they're entering into. So it's not for everyone, but if you're in a reality show, everything's showing. Nothing's off the table.
Another good thing about social media is that you can directly communicate with your consumers. Do you kind of listen to feedback from products, get product ideas from the conversations you have with people on Instagram or TikTok?
Yeah, we could ask a question to like right now, and within 24 hours get 12,000 responses instantaneously from our consumers. So when we do product launches, we obviously look at data throughout, Spins data, all these Nielsen data. We look at what flavors are trending, but then we correlate that with the surveys we do with our internal base that we can get very fast. So I think building your community in a real authentic community, you actually could use the power of what they know to help you grow as a business. And for us, I'm not saying customers are always right, because they're not, but having their idea and understanding things is super important. In 2022, we're launching something very, very special. I'm not going to say what it is, but it is coming from the customers' feedback that we're actually changing, and that should be ready June 2022. So it's exciting.
Exciting. I was going to ask you about new products, but you can't say much.
It's not even, it's like a transformation, actually. It's really cool, but we will be launching likely a flavor also, a new flavor by the end of the year. But in 2021, we failed to launch a fourth flavor. We had it ready, and 3 weeks after the shelf life, everything, it went into 3 weeks of shelf life testing, and the taste wasn't great after 3 weeks. And that hurt us, because 7 months of building a product and then not launching it while it's forecasting for 2022 of sales, we lost all that opportunity, right? But if in our saying, I hope I could swear a little bit, but our thing is, if it's not fuck yeah, then it's no. And our actual product wasn't fuck yeah after 3 weeks of being in the shelf life. So we as a team decided and stayed true to what our gut said and didn't launch the flavor, and that hurt. But that's part of the game. That's the journey of entrepreneurship. It's like this, that. You can't just put products out there that are okay.
I like that saying. I won't repeat it.
Just yell it. Just yell, baby. Woo!
Stitch it on a throw pillow. That's beautiful. So I want to talk about your distribution strategy. I know you had a huge availability in Canada. So what's kind of the strategy as you push into the U.S., and what is that going to look like next year?
Yeah, so huge distribution push over 2022, both Canada and the U.S. We're going to be onboarding Loblaws, which is a big Canadian retailer, probably the biggest Canadian retailer out there. And in the U.S., we're going to be launching in more Whole Foods regions, I think 4 more Whole Foods regions. And we're in talks with Target as well for later on in the year. So our goal is to really focus on building the distribution slowly, but make sure the velocities are turning really quickly in store. We don't care to be in 10,000 doors. We're in 2,000 right now, and our turns are high. We want to keep adding, but we're not going to go triple or quad that until we're ready to support from a marketing standpoint, trial standpoint, and actual brand standpoint.
And do you feel like you're targeting the natural channel, the natural consumers, or do you feel like the brand has a place, in conventional and other channels like that?
I believe that this product is conventional. It's chocolate. Chocolate bars are conventional. We want to enter into the gas world, gas and convenience world. We want to enter in the conventional world. And I think that if we have the right price point, it will fly. And I think too many brands focus on the niche of natural. And I think natural is great. Don't get me wrong. It builds brands. But we're really gunning to be a modern day chocolate conglomerate. So in order to get there, we need to be in the conventional world. We need to fire those engines at all costs. And a product at $4+ is going to be tough at that rate.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do you feel like the new packaging is going to help you stand out as you expand into new retailers, get placed on shelf, try to catch people's eyes? How's the new packaging going to help with that?
Well, everyone knows the story of it, so everyone laughs and feels that energy. But I think we're honing in more in on the brand name instead of just information. So people are starting to be familiar with the Midday Squares logo. A lot of the time before that, they were just seeing made with real chocolate as the thing, so they thought we were the real bar. So honing in on the actual logo, name, bigger and bigger and bigger as time gets on. Kind of like what Hershey's did. They slowly, their name got bigger and bigger and bigger throughout their career.
And as you're expanding into retailers, how are you kind of raising awareness? I don't know how much field marketing is back yet. It's kind of this weird gray area during the pandemic, but what's kind of that strategy?
We're definitely going back into experiential and field marketing in 2022, but we're focused on our reality show. We create a community, builds a microphone, and we can get out there thousands on thousands of views without paying for them because we're building our own network. And I think that we're going to continue to do that and invest, tremendous amounts of resources into that because storytelling is one of the most powerful tools if done right.
And running out of time, but last question, what are some plans you can share for 2022? You kind of touched on some, got some new products coming out. What does the next year look like for you guys?
Build our team. We're really building our team from an executive level. A lot more leaders are coming in from different things. And I think that you're just going to start to see Midday Squares pop up a lot more in the U.S. in a very impactful way.
Great. Well, that is all the time we have. But thank you, Jake, so much for joining me for my first in-person interview in 2 years. Good to be back.
You crushed it.
Thank you so much. And up next, we have Elizabeth Carter, the president of Perfect Snacks.
Oh, love that.
Nice to meet you, Liz Carter.
Oh, Jake, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Go crush it.
Yeah, thanks. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Do I have to turn this on?
Was it on?
I don't think, is it? Oh, yeah. It is.
Okay.
All right.
Good, good, good. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. You. Thank you.
How have you been enjoying the show so far?
We know we just arrived this morning because we're from San Diego, so we drove up this morning and definitely enjoying it so far.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it's great to be back.
So I wanted to talk to you about, you just were promoted to president at Perfect Snacks, but you've been with the company for a while.
Yep.
So can you kind of share what led to this new role and kind of what you'll be focusing on as president now?
Yeah, so I've been with the company about 6.5 years. Came on when BMG invested in Perfect Snacks and looking to grow them from where they were around 15 million to north of 100 million. So really came on in the beginning to help grow the brand. And now with my new role, post the acquisition with Mondelez, been focusing a lot finding those synergies within Mondelez, working on, having a very collaborative team. I mean, my focus is having a very deep executive team. We probably have, I am like so awed by every day working with the team I get to work with. And a lot of the team stayed around post the exit, which has been great, because you have that familiarity with them. And now, so mine is just taking what we've learned over the past 2.5 years, the synergies with Mondelez, the insights we've been able to gather, and really taking it to the next level. We're at this point, this pivotal point with the brand where we're looking to take it to, different levels, different spaces, expanding the refrigerated stacking. And that's really what we're focusing on now.
Nice, very exciting. Refrigerated snacks are a growing category, and we've seen, a couple brands move into that space. So how is Perfect Snacks kind of working to maintain that leadership position in that space?
Yeah, we welcome, obviously, brands coming into that space.
Absolutely.
We want to make this a destination set. So what we look at is wanting to see what does that space, be that category captain, looking at, who do we want to partner with. For us, we're really focusing right now on the bar. It's what, we've over-indexed the category, bar category. And so we really want to go deeper with our household penetration, distribution, really focusing with our core products that have made this brand as special as it is today. So we're not, there's not a lot of, focus around innovation currently right now because, we're really wanting to get new households into the brand, looking to how do we continue to get new users to that set. But we're doing this working through Mondelez with insights, partnerships, but there's just a lot of opportunities for that set, and it's making sure that you have that focus, that our team is really focused around it, and just making sure that when we do expand in that set, that it's intentional, that it's going to be an incremental occasion for our users, and also then potentially bring new users into the category.
Mm-hmm. So what's that strategy for increasing that household penetration? How are you reaching new consumers, especially during the pandemic? The ways to reach consumers have definitely changed. So what's kind of been that strategy to get more consumers to adopt the product?
Yeah, so a lot of it is around the social media, digital campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at reaching different, so value was a channel that has boomed during COVID. And so looking at different channels within there, looking at how do we, looking at the insights from our consumers, how do we continue to target our consumers, how do we we also added our snack size last year, and so that brought new consumers into there. So we are looking at ways to continue to elevate the brand with new consumers, expanding in different categories within the refrigerated snacking set, and looking at different areas like dairy and the produce.
Mm-hmm. And you said the focus is less on innovation now. Is that kind of a tough choice? There's so many brands that you just see one new product launch after the other. Like, what was behind that choice to kind of not focus as much on new products?
Yeah, it's really around the fact that there's still so much room within our core products that we felt that was the best right now to focus on, especially as right now the inflation. You want to make sure that you can put the product on the shelf.
So having, not having your co-man spread thin, and too much, and being able to have them focus on the core products is really what's key to us. Our consumers know it, they talk about it, we're able to go out there and expand it, retailers like it, it turns very well on the shelf. So making sure that is our focus right now and continuing to build that breadth, and then once we feel like we have that permission, then going into another adjacencies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that it's not on the top of our mind, it is. Sure. It's just where the brand stands right now, that's where we need to focus on. And having that discipline and taking the insights and understanding exactly when we have that permission is really where our focus is.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned this, and it's been a big topic of discussion, obviously recently, but especially today, in our panel's supply chain, stressful times. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about what's been going on for snacks, what you guys have been seeing, especially as a refrigerated product? It might be a little tougher to ship. So what have you been seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously challenging for everybody. The one thing that we pride ourselves on is having that dual sourcing, dual, co-mans, having different countries of origins on our raw materials. And, obviously there's a lot of inflation coming over the water, and, we're obviously managing it. That is one of the benefits that we've had with the partnership with Mondelez. We've been able to leverage their procurement, get that, having that almost big brother behind you and be able to support us. I mean, there was a lot with chocolate, obviously with their, their products. But most importantly is we're really just trying to focus on how do we minimize it? Whether or not that is looking at different options within our raw materials, country of origin, but it's really right now it's just minimization of the inflation, but we're also that's another reason for the focus, not having that innovation come in and disrupt that supply chain that's already very challenging.
Right, absolutely. Something interesting that we were tracking throughout the pandemic is bar sales were kind of in and out. People weren't buying on-the-go stuff as much. And I mean, we were looking at that mostly in the shelf-stable set, but what did you see kind of in the refrigerated set? Were the use occasions for the product changing? Were consumers' interests changing in relation to the product?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when the on-the-go stopped, I mean, sales obviously did not look pretty during that period. So that was, But I would say, we were able to rebound much quicker than the ambient bar category. I mean, we saw our sales come back a lot faster than that category as we were benching against it, and that was a great sign of where consumers were shopping, and then changing that messaging away from the on-the-go and rather take it with us as you're home with your children. Take it with us whether you're, have to quickly go to the grocery store and get in and out. Take it with us when you're, shuttling kids to and from school, and less of the, on the go in the car, on your long commute to work or on vacations, because that just didn't exist at that time. So it was a lot of that changing of the messaging, and then also our strategy internally.
Mm-hmm. And one new thing that you did roll out this year, I believe, is the snack size of the rest. So can you kind of talk through what led to that and kind of what you're seeing in terms of portion control with consumers, and why you thought the snack size would be an interesting product to launch?
Yeah, I mean, it was really listening to consumers. I mean, I think I heard them talk about it too, Midday Squares, and listening to consumers and listening to what they want. And that was one of the things is people were saying, I can't eat the whole bar. I put it in the refrigerator. So, but what we wanted to make sure as we are launching innovation, that was going to be incremental, that was going to bring either new users or people were going to use that as a basket builder. And that's what it's done, is we're seeing our users buy both our full-size bar for your morning eating occasion, and then the snack size for the midday snack, and then the cups for the evening. And so that was a way for us that say, hey, we're listening to you, we hear you, you want that portion control, here you go. And it's done phenomenal, and we're actually getting ready to launch an Arobe snack size in 2022. So very excited about that.
Nice, very exciting. Yeah. So how important is consumer feedback to you when you're developing new products or iterating products you have? What are some of the channels that you connect with consumers, and how do you kind of listen to that?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, all of them, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I mean, all the major ones that we listen to them, we hear them. We do, obviously, consumer insights. Anytime we are testing new projects, I mean, right now, it's a really big thing for us, right, because we want to be very intentional of what we launch. We're not in a stage where we're looking for an acquirer, so we're very intentional with what we're trying to launch. And so we are listening to our consumers. We want to be a consumer-led brand, and all of those channels are what we, focus on.
Nice, very exciting. Yeah. So hard to predict. Who knows what next year will look like? But what is kind of some of the focuses for the brand in the new year?
Yeah, I mean, so like I said, growing our households, expanding distribution on our core products. We're working on a lot of price pack architecture, some multi-packs within the value channel, making sure we give our consumers what they're asking for.
Mm-hmm. Are there any channels in particular you feel like you want to have a stronger presence in, or a group of consumers that you perhaps want to reach a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the value channel, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, making sure that we've crossed over from Whole Foods all the way to, LDs and Trader Joe's. I mean, our brand has crossed over into those. So really focusing on the channels and making sure we can, provide a product for every consumer.
Nice, very exciting. And just as my final question, we were halfway through the day. Any good takeaways from the day so far? Any speakers that you liked, or anything that you maybe learned from the last couple of panels?
I mean, the Hartman Group, it was really great listening to her. I mean, it's interesting when she lays out all of the attributes. I mean, we look at our product, we're organic, USDA organic, we're Project Non-GMO verified, so we're hitting all the attributes. So it's a good refresher to see what you're doing for your brand is what she's laying out there of what consumers are looking for. So it's kind of an affirmation that you're doing the right things.
Absolutely, all that data is so fascinating.
It is, yeah.
Well, Elizabeth, thank you so much
You're
for taking
welcome.
the time to chat today and sharing what Perfect Snacks has been up to. Sounds like you
you.
guys are very busy.
Oh, yeah, we're
So
excited.
thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Jared Stein. He is the co-founder and partner at Monogram Capital. Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
How's the conference been treating you so far?
So far, so good. I missed a little bit of this morning, but what I caught was fantastic. So it's been great to be back and be back in real life, which is
I know
nice.
it is. So tell me a little bit about Monogram Capital and kind of what kind of businesses in food and beverage you guys are interested in.
Absolutely. So we are a firm that's been focused on kind of emerging brand first and foremost, but within that, food and beverage is probably 70% of our portfolio. So it is the meaningful lion's share of where we spend time. Within that aperture, I'd say beverage has been a core focal area. So we're investors in things like Oatly and Vive Organic, Koya, on the Alk side, Flying Embers, folks like that. So we've had deep tentacles in the beverage side. And then on the food side, investors in Country Archer, Kid Fresh, Elenos, a bunch of kind of, again, similarly high growth, really exciting founder-led brands.
Nice. So what makes a food or beverage brand stand out to you? What kind of attributes are you looking for? What are you focused on? The trends or not so much? Like what catches your eye?
For us, it all sort of starts with where is the consumer moving? And if we can figure out what the long-term secular trends are underlying that. So, even going back a couple of years and using Country Archer, who Eugene was on stage earlier this morning, as an example, so it's top of mind, the underlying sort of movement was around on-the-go convenience mixed with higher protein diets. And so that's a long-term secular trend. It's not going to be a fad that's in and out. It's really here to stay. And then within that, we felt like, better for you grass-fed jerky was a great way to play that. And so that's been a phenomenal partnership now over a 5-year plus period. So it always starts from category opportunity and white space. And then within that, is this a brand that really stands for something? Increasingly, especially in this environment, you can't just have a great product and a commercial sort of focus. There's got to be a mission underlying what you do, and there has to be differentiation relative to the rest of the competitive set, because no matter what the category is, it's just so highly competitive these days.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So when you're evaluating a brand or a product, how do you kind of determine if what they're offering is something that kind of relates to maybe a short-lived trend that doesn't have a lot of runway, or something that really does have a longer potential for growth?
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said it was all science and not a little bit of art. But I think some of that is even from the early days foundational in terms of a brand. Are you tethered to a specific trend? So keto, is keto in the name? That that can be fine, but there is a little bit of a trade-off there that can lead to a higher acceleration as you ride sort of the tailwinds underlying keto. But if keto, you know, ends up being sort of more of a secular theme and maybe not a long-standing tentpole, you may have to kind of ride out or diversify out from underneath that. So, you know, single ingredient stories tend to be tougher. If you're tethered in the name to a certain topical, you know, movement or top of mind trend, that can be tougher for us. And then a lot of it honestly comes down to consumer evangelism. So like one of the things we'll look for is just engagement, and it can be as arcane as diving into social commentary and really understanding a brand like Olipop, for example, that's in our portfolio. It's unbelievable. Like, people want to wear the merch in store. Yeah, you see people in Erewhon just representing the brand as much as they can. On social, same thing. And I think it's because they're delivering a great product with a functional benefit, but underlying all of that is an ethos of inclusivity and also just this deep loyalty and sort of, I guess, focus on efficacy, which I think is really rare in, you know, even better for you food and beverage today, to really back it up with kind of clinical results that support, you know, what you're advertising.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, we were talking to Jake from Midday Squares earlier about how important packaging is, and Olipop is definitely one that just stands out so much. So totally agree with that. So I want to talk about one of the notable investments you guys made this year, Foxtrot. They spoke at Brewbend the other day. They're going to be speaking at here at NOSH tomorrow. So can you tell me, like, what about Foxtrot interested Monogram, and what do you kind of see in them as in terms of the future of retail?
Yeah, I mean, for us, so, you know, we've been in and out of C-store and across a lot of our brands over the years. And that channel is evolving, you know, and I think certain folks like 7-Eleven are really trying to push and sort of start to move their curation along toward where the modern consumer is. But we felt like there was a huge latent opportunity to do it from first principles and kind of start over with local brand discovery, better for you, and then mainstays like Oreos that we all love and are never going to really taper off of. You can have all of those coexist and do it at a reasonable, accessible premium. And so it all starts from just great product on shelf and a really fun discovery experience for the consumer. We layered onto that, and Foxtrot had done a great job of this, you know, a sommelier program that was totally approachable and Gen Z and millennial oriented, so it fit a budget. And then, you know, on top of that, a prepared food program, not unlike an Erewhon, where it's hard to find all of that in one concise footprint. And so they've done a great job in store. I think for us, a lot of where the world's moving, though, is on-demand convenience. And for Foxtrot, they've got now 30-minute delivery, you know, in any of the major metros that they operate in. And so that, to me, is the most powerful part of the ecosystem, is you can get great product, you can discover new brands, you can do that in store and have a really fun experience, or if you already know what you want, you can get it fulfilled straight to your doorstep. And that was what we saw early on, and they've only kind of leveled up in the way that they've curated and executed and delivered upon that. Mm-hmm. Bad pun, unintended, sorry.
No, it's good. It's a good pun. So do you feel like that's kind of the future of convenience retail? It seems like they're doing pretty much everything. You know, they have prepared food, they have sommelier, they delivery. Do you feel like that's the future of retail, is kind of meeting all of those different needs in one place?
I do think, you know, and I see this in my own purchasing behavior, the consumer is getting, you know, more and more high maintenance as things go. And that means two things. It means convenient, so being a one-stop shop. And it also means, you know, hey, I really want to feel like there's intentionality behind what's in the aisle. You know, the old days where you walk down the aisle and it was just major mainstay brands and it wasn't about discovery, it was about replenishment. I think those days are now gone because there is so much, so many brands out there, right, pushing the envelope, and there's also so much discovery of newness and so much desire on the part of the consumer to have functionality in everything they buy, whether that's functionality being indulgence or that's functionality being immunity, let's say, on that full spectrum. So yeah, I think where retail is moving, you really have to be able to be super crystal clear about who your customer is and then fulfill for them against all the usage occasions and all the key sort of product attributes that they're really looking for.
Right, absolutely. I think kind of in the beginning of the pandemic, we were hearing from a lot of brands, you know, the funding environment wasn't super great. It was really tough to raise funding. You know, how has that kind of evolved over the past year and a half? Are things kind of going back to normal, do you think, or not so much?
It is funny because I feel like you talk to the brands and they're like, oh, it's so hard out there, and fundraising is taking a pause. And I think it definitely in earnest did for, you know, at least a quarter or two. But then you talk to the investors and they're like, oh, it's so hard out there. You know, valuations have gotten so frothy. And I think it is kind of a tale of two cities in the sense that if you are a really high growth, really high quality asset and you're in a hot space, say plant-based or something of that ilk, you are seeing higher than ever valuations and a ton of capital pouring in, not just from folks like, you know, the Monograms of the world, but far larger upstream, you know, hedge funds that have now crossed over into privates, and even an appetite from public markets to come in earlier. So there is a lot of capital out there. It's just that I think in the same sort of time series, people have also realized that strategics are waiting a little longer. They want to see brands that are of greater scale. And so that trickles down into the growth investors too, saying, look, I really want to make sure this is a sustainably built, extendable platform that can get to that scale and also ideally get to break even or profitability, you know, in a relatively kind of conservative time series. And so that just means folks are picking their spots a little bit more, but when they do, they're willing to kind of really, you know, lean all the way in, I think.
We're almost out of time, but last question, halfway through the day, any panels or talks or any takeaways that are top of mind for you that you learned today?
I mean, there's so much good, rich content, and so much of it even happens outside of that room. So I have to tip my hat to Eugene and the Kabir from Erewhon. Like, I took a lot out of that panel just because so much of the customer insights shared by both retailer and brand are ones we live, you know, every day across the portfolio. But honestly, more than anything, it's just been nice to be back with all of our peers in this ecosystem and, you know, with such great programming.
It has been good to be back in person. Well, Jared, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
And now I'm going to switch over hosting duties to our very own CMO, Mike Schneider. How are you? We can chat.
Well, Erin, great job.
Thank you.
I'll take over for you, yeah. Go have some lunch. Just to remind you are watching NOSH Live. Winter 2021, Santa Monica, presented of NOSH, and by Becky Nelson. Art of Beck's friends. Gonna get a new microphone. It's too electric, Joe. Because we're doing the on-the-spot segment. So you get a second on Beck's brands, and then we're going to just dive into these brands. And Becky is extraordinary designer, designed many brands, and we're going to get her thoughts on some of the ones that we're sampling here at NOSH Live today. Okay? So, yeah, no problem. Do your quick. Okay. Well, let's dive into some brands here, and you and I can talk about.
Yeah.
We got Fly by Jing here. Sichuan Chili Crisp. Chili Crisp.
Great. The Jing. Dark.
Check. Is this mic usable? Check. Is this mic usable? Spirit.
Yeah, so like I said, I have some of this at home in the old packaging, and I think this is a huge improvement in terms of just describing the energy and where the food comes from. It has a fantastic sort of
Do you have the
homage.
smiley face?
No, I don't have
You
the.
didn't
I just have.
notice that? The smiley face. This is one chili Christmas.
You
Like,
think
it
that's
looks
a
like
smiley
Well,
face?
I don't know. It looks smiley to me.
I don't know. It's smiling. Makes me happy. I know that when I eat it.
There is a lot of information on here. You definitely. Do you feel compelled to pick it up, or is you know?
Yeah. So here's the thing. A lot of times they'll say you want to know what the product is and why is it for me, and this sort of actually begs the question, what is it and why is it for me? So, but it's interesting enough to pick it up, right? And you learn more.
I think so. All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on to the next one. It's going to be gigantic candy.
Yeah.
Gigantic candy. We've got the double dark mint and the salted peanut here.
Yeah. Big fan. Big fan.
What do you think?
It pays homage in terms of sort of nostalgicness to that Snickers that we all know and love, but it's definitely different, right? Based on color, based on the other things that are part of it. I'm a fan.
Yeah, me too. I think I like the simplicity. I like just that it's gigantic and the word is gigantic. So I think, like you said, it's clearly a candy bar.
Yeah.
A different bar though. Let's look at Battle Bars here. What do you think of the Battle Bars packaging?
Yeah, this is the one where you say, what is it and why is it for me? And there's, in my mind, too much to look at to decipher either. And honestly, I don't care enough to pick it up in reality.
You know, I was one of those people too. I'm intrigued by the shape, and I'm also intrigued by this. Like, it might be that I'm more of the target consumer because it has like that toy quality to it. That when I was a kid, I totally would have picked this up if it was a toy.
Yeah.
And I want to pick this up for the same reason. So,
okay.
And what's inside is really tasty too. Once you do pick it up. So
Noted.
Let's move on to a more established brand. Do you know Cho?
I do. This
Cho.
made me sad. I love their old packaging.
Same.
And I don't know why they changed it. This makes me, I don't know. This is like, what is it and why is it for me? And I know what it is, and I know why it's for me, but it's lost the beauty. It's lost the magic. It's lost like what chocolate is all about.
It
from
used
like
to so whenever I
soul.
traveled to San Francisco, which was
Yeah.
a lot, I would get it at, there's like a Better For You grocery store in the terminal, and
Yeah.
Cho was in there, and I'd always start off with the mocha flavor.
Yeah.
But so there are some aspects of this that are that I love that package, and it was like it looked like a CD. It was almost like a band.
Yeah.
You know? And but now there were aspects of it that bothered me because it was really hard to figure out what the flavor was. And this, there's no question about what you're getting.
Yeah, the pendulum has swung the other way.
So I think they've definitely gone with simplicity, and the end of the day, what's inside is really great.
Yeah.
I just, like you said, I think they've definitely gone with the more accessible mainstream look, I suppose.
Yeah.
What about Emmy's Organics?
I actually have not tried these products. I hear they're amazing, but this honestly to me could be kind of anything inside it. Aside from even the photography, to me doesn't really look so much like a cookie.
It's a peanut butter
sorry,
brownie
Emmys.
snap.
You might be lovely people, and I've heard the product is really good.
They
so.
are actually.
Yeah,
lovely
I know.
people.
I
We
feel
love
that.
them.
But anyway.
And what's inside is tasty. I think for me the peanut butter brownie snaps, calling it a brownie probably should be brownie shaped, maybe. But the peanut butter chips definitely appeal to me. So I'm pulled in by that, and I think that the colors are appropriate for a peanut butter brownie snap. So yeah, but it's kind of hard to mesh a couple of different things together, and I think some of the cues are there.
Yeah.
But let's move on
Oh
to Health Punk UFO sauce.
Dude, I am so excited you picked this up. Honestly, I saw this in a Whole Foods a couple weeks ago,
You're
and I
allowed
took
to
a
pick it
picture
up,
of
by
it.
the
Oh,
They've got it
thanks.
on the camera over there too.
Boom. Yeah, and I took a picture of it because it was like, if you see it especially in the shelf set, it's phenomenal the way it stands out. It says, what is it and why is it for me? And you're like, I don't know, but I need to have it in my cart
If
immediately.
you think that's cool, you should open it. Have you ever opened it?
No.
Yeah, watch this.
Okay, I'm excited. What? Oh, good job, people. Good job, Health Punk.
Yeah,
This stuff
so
rocks.
it still like maintains the
good?
brand
Have you
name.
tried
Yeah, I've tried it. I think UFO sauce and possibly awesome is pretty appropriate for for the name of it.
I
That
love it.
said, it doesn't really tell me what the sauce is going to be like.
No.
Secret sauce. You're intrigued. But
I'm ready to try it, though.
You're ready. You're
Yeah,
ready to try it. Okay.
I'm ready to
I don't
try
know
it.
how many people are
Although I didn't buy it.
Just want to pick up a secret sauce. So let's move on to the next one here, which I've got another show. Oh. How about Stoke 100? Stoke 100.
Yeah, left brain, I get it. It's 100 calories. It's got a lot of protein. Does it pull at my heartstrings and make me feel like I'm going to be stronger and better for it? It doesn't really get me there.
What should they do?
I would like to see something that feels a little bit, and you know what, here's the other part. This is the small trial size, right? So this is the one that they're giving away, right? It's not the one they're buying. So that might be a different ball game. But I would amplify more of the sort of dynamic qualities of that diagonal, which I think is really strong. I like the name.
I don't know if they're going for English soccer fans like Ray and I, because Stoke is a really triggering team. Bunch of thugs.
Really?
Bunch of
I don't know.
Bunch of people who
Jeez, I need to pay more attention when Premier League
large,
is on in
they're
my home.
tough. They hurt you.
Okay, ouch.
Undressed.
Yeah. So somehow I got targeted on their Instagram ads, and I was super intrigued. I have not seen their packaging, and so this was the first time seeing this. And their digital stuff, in my mind, is a better explanation of what the product is than the packaging. They're direct to consumer at this point, right? So that's a different ballgame. So, but the packaging on its own, I think, needs to work a little harder, implement some of the other brand elements.
I need to work a little harder too, because thugs is, you can't say that anymore. So I shouldn't have said that. I apologize for that.
Whoops.
Yeah, but so this bar, it's really tasty. It's a savory bar. I think that just needs to explode on the package here, because that's their primary differentiator here.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
All right, Nutty Gourmet. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm a fan. I saw this and I thought, hey, well, this is a great way. It looks like different nuts, and that's what it is. It pulls at my heartstrings. I like the little characters. I'm there.
Okay.
I'm down.
Let's finish up with Dirt Kitchen. We'll talk a little bit more about you.
Oh, geez. Okay. New photography, please. They need new photography.
Yeah.
I like the intention. I like air-dried veggies and nuts. I'm all about it. They just need to look a little tastier, I think.
Yeah, I mean, first they're called Dirt Kitchen, so that seems to be a bit of a
polarizing.
Yeah, that could be polarizing. But that said, what's in here is really tasty, so they definitely have something to work with. So,
yeah.
All right, Becky, thanks so much for being here. How do people get in touch with you?
Yeah, at Bex Brands on Instagram, bexbrands.com.
And what brands have you worked on that we would know?
Yeah, Lily's, Chameleon Cobra, Suja Juice, Dr. Prager's, Once Upon a Farm.
So many good brands.
We have fun. We have fun in San Diego.
Well, speaking of having fun, this has been fun. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
We're going to bring up, thanks so much. We're going to bring up Stu Davidoff, who is the founder of Gigantic, who we just talked about a few minutes ago. So I happen to have some Gigantic candy here.
All right.
Come on up to the stage, Stu. Once again, you're watching the live stream. NOSH Live, Winter 2021, Santa Monica. So happy to be here. Stu, great to see you.
You too, Mike.
IRL,
nice to see you in person.
finally.
How's my mic? After all those mic problems, am I okay? My first time holding a mic also, so I could be the problem.
You're good. Oh, yeah. So you think you caused the interference. Great.
I think I
Okay.
did, yeah.
All right.
I think I wished it upon the whole live
All
stream.
right, this is not a therapy session. Well, we can make it one if you need to, though. So, Stu, tell us a little bit about the inspiration for Gigantic.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for having me, of course. Gigantic, for people who aren't familiar with it, because probably most people aren't, it's a sort of sweet candy bar. It's made with real plant-based ingredients, 7 grams of organic sugar, and no alternative sweeteners. So to put that in some perspective, in case you haven't checked out a Snickers or a Milky Way recently, conventional candy bar is super sweet, right? It has over 20 grams of sugar and a bunch of junky ingredients. So we cut the sugar by 2/3, we toned down the sweetness, and we cleaned up the ingredients. We don't use any dairy or animal products. We don't use any palm oil, gluten, soy, GMOs, artificial flavors, natural flavors, or alternative sweeteners. And usually when I give that long list, people become skeptical, right? They start thinking, well, this must be another protein bar or granola bar in candy bar packaging, or it's just going to flat out taste like dirt. But the big idea behind Gigantic, the origin of Gigantic, and what we accomplish in our R&D is that we deliver a fully indulgent candy bar experience. And the whole reason Gigantic exists is because as a health-conscious adult and a foodie, I wanted that enjoyment again. I wanted that rush of excitement I would get as a kid from my favorite candy bar.
So what were the candy bars that really inspired you?
Oh, I was a Snickers kid.
Snickers kid,
yeah,
obviously.
Yep.
With,
yeah,
yeah. Becky just pointed out that
I
there's
think
definitely an homage to Snickers.
Totally. So yeah, but we set out to make a candy bar in a completely different way, right? To a completely different, better for you standards. So still fun and delicious, but without the excessive sweetness, without the excessive sugar, and without all the junk.
So how are you making it sweet?
Well, we use 7 grams of actual sugar. 7 grams of sugar is almost 2 teaspoons of sugar. If you put 2 teaspoons of sugar in a cup of coffee, it's pretty sweet.
I would never do that.
I think, oh, you would not believe what people do. On my flight over here, the passenger next to me asked for a coffee, 3 creamers and 8 packets of sugar. So
into one coffee?
I don't know.
Into one
so
coffee?
It's still a crazy sweet world out there. There's a lot of people who want that level of sweetness. But if your palate has adjusted and you're more of a foodie, or you've sort of grown out of that sweetness, 7 grams of sugar really is plenty. So we use a fair trade organic dark chocolate. So there's some sugar in the dark chocolate on the outside, and we make a plant-based caramel center that also has organic brown sugar in it.
Wow, that's phenomenal. So the inspiration was you wanted something that would be indulgent, that was lower sugar. So how do you get started on this? You just start whipping it up in your kitchen, or?
Well, I was previously working. I've actually been to a couple BevNet lives because I was previously also a coffee and tea nerd, and I was working on an RTD coffee and tea at the time, and that took a while to get going. But I found a phenomenal group of chef product developers, and so when I got inspired after multiple failures of that coffee and tea project to get really off the ground.
Was it coffee and tea together?
No,
that
we
might
never
be
do
why
that.
it failed.
That's
Okay,
horrible. That's
just
horrible.
checking.
Yeah. Don't try that at home. Don't put matcha in your coffee either. So I was inspired to start this candy bar concept and brought it to them, and they of course were super excited about it as well. And we started working on it right away with all the parameters I set, completely plant-based, and toned down sweetness, only real sugar, but toned down sweetness, all real ingredients.
So what has surprised you about the launch of Gigantic? I mean, it as you said, it's not that widely available yet.
Yeah.
It's a fairly new product, but you must be getting some feedback on social media. I know you're getting feedback from people like me, and I see your stories. People are trying Gigantic. What kind of feedback are you getting, and what surprised you?
So it surprised me. Well, people are super enthusiastic about it. I think there's a lot of people who, whether they're a health-conscious adult or a foodie, they gave up candy bars long ago. And, Gigantic is sort of that invitation and permission slip to sort of be a candy bar person again. And people get super psyched about that because it is something that, there's a lot of things that you eat as a kid. Maybe it's like your McDonald's Happy Meal, whatever, that there's an adult version. You can get like a really awesome Beyond Burger or Impossible Burger dressed up really well in an adult way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. But the candy bar sort of didn't grow up with you. There is sort of nothing.
Wait, are you suggesting that McDonald's burgers are plant-based? Because this might be,
McDonald's
again, your coffee,
they do have a plant-based burger. I think it's in Europe only right now. So I think there's so much enthusiasm when people realize that, they can have a candy bar in their life again. Someone like me, I was eating, plain dark chocolate. It's delicious, right? But it doesn't have that fun and that excitement that a candy bar has. That's what I was craving. So there is this level of enthusiasm when people try it for the first time and they can't believe it.
They can't. And I was, like I said, was definitely one of those people who, when Gigantic Candy came in, you look at the package and with a name like Gigantic, you really have to pay it off, or else if the flavor's isn't that, and you don't you don't get that candy bar taste, then it's going to be trouble for you. So you were pretty bold to call it Gigantic, and by the way, it definitely pays off. Like, you not only do you want to eat one, you can't wait to your next one.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we wanted the packaging to convey what was in there. What was in there had to support the packaging. It has to be, everything's got to be working together, obviously. And thanks. I think we did pull it off.
So Gigantic right now, we have a lot of people in the audience that are watching: suppliers, service providers, investors. What does Gigantic need to go to the next level? What is the next level for Gigantic, and what are you looking for?
Yeah. So well, I think we've already taken the candy bar itself to the next level, so I'm pretty psyched about that. But I definitely need to take the company to the next level. So I'm a solo entrepreneur. which obviously has its advantages and disadvantages, but I'm at the point now where it's mostly disadvantages. So I'm
That's
working
good.
on.
Well done.
Thank you. I'm definitely working to build the team in the next year, and we need to sort of expand people's awareness of the product. The more people who can try that product for the first time, the more happy customers we have. Obviously, that's how we build the business. But we're working on expanding into retail, into food service, and also putting more effort into our D2C business.
Is it direct to consumer right now?
Right now, it's primarily
Fully
direct to consumer. It
Okay.
was sort of out of necessity. When I started working on designing this product, it was obviously before the pandemic. The whole, the branding, the name, and everything was really meant to be seen in real life for the first time. Like the little bar screaming gigantic is meant to have an impact on you.
It does.
Just make you smile, maybe make you chuckle, make you wonder, maybe. And that's a little harder to convey online. So I'm really psyched to start getting it into wider retail distribution.
It has a nice rock and roll feel to it. Pixies fan, maybe?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, a little bit, maybe?
Pixies were my '90s band.
Okay.
Gigantic wasn't my favorite Pixie song. Probably Wave of Mutilation, but Gigantic worked better on the.
That's
on the
a
bar.
really good one. Yeah, Wave of Mutilation would not have worked well for maybe a different product. I don't know what it would be. So you're at the point where you're ready to scale.
Yeah.
What's the plan?
I mean, it's a good question. It's again, I really think this product will sell great in retail. In the points of retail that we have it in now, it's really moving, and it's really a product for people to try for the first time with a single bar. I mean, it's really for a lot of people an impulse purchase at checkout, and so that's really my priority, to be able to get single bars in hands. Online we're just selling 8-packs, and we have lots of fans who buy 8-packs and subscribers who buy 8-packs over and over again. But for a lot of people, that's a big hurdle.
I feel like getting it into the hands of somebody and having them taste it, like you said, would be your best weapon, but that isn't always possible. You can't just upload a candy bar to someone. So what's the pitch to a retailer or an investor or anybody right now? How do you get the meetings that you want? Yeah,
well, I mean, a lot of the retailers we're in right now are vegan stores. We have a huge amount of support in the vegan community. It's obviously a vegan product, completely plant-based. It was one of my goals for the product.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because it's not like you say, it's obvious, but
yeah,
it
maybe it's not
say it
obvious.
on
Maybe
here.
it's only obvious to me. Good. Well, thanks
Yeah.
for that feedback.
Sure.
We just say plant-based caramel on there, and we say completely plant-based or something on our Instagram and our
Right.
website. But maybe it's not.
But
Clear
it's a
enough.
secondary message compared to like Gigantic is the message.
Yeah.
Here, and then the flavor, and then sort of sweet
Totally.
candy bar, and then if I turn it a few times, I can find plant-based caramel. So that's how I know it's vegan. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe there's an opportunity.
That's a good point, and that was a huge emphasis of the R&D. And one reason why the R&D was so substantial, and how long it took, and why we're so proud of it, is it's not easy to make a candy bar without dairy, to make that caramel filling without dairy, to do it all without dairy. Snickers also uses eggs, by the way. So we completely cut out all the animal products, and maybe we should be emphasizing that more as a clear selling point.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, the product is phenomenal. For some
Nice.
reason, I'm the chocolate guy today because we've got Christy from Honey Mama's coming up next, and Christy Goldsby, and I call her Christy Wonka. But and I guess I'm the chocolate guy. This is a phenomenal product. I wish
Thank
you
you.
all the best, and I hope that everybody here tries it, because anyone who tries it is going to want to have a conversation.
Thank
with
you so much,
Thanks
Mike.
so much for
Nice to
being
see
on.
you. Thanks for
Appreciate
having
it.
me.
Yeah, great having you. Great to have you. Next, we'll bring up Christy Goldsby, founder of Honey Mamas. Christy, welcome
Hey, so nice to be here.
to the NOSH Live Winter 2021 live stream. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be here.
Christy, it's been a while since I've seen you.
I know.
But I've seen you. You've been doing great things. The company is growing. You're in more doors. You just had a round of investment.
We did.
Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, you bet. First of all, it's just such a pleasure to see you too, Mike. It's been a minute, so it's great to see your face and live. So we closed a Series A in September, and it's just been fantastic. I got to say, like, that the COVID era was such quite a time for everybody, I know, but for us, closing a Series A round and bringing momentum to the company where we were really needing it, it was kind of this great time for us to gather the troops and get ready to kind of launch into this next phase that we're super excited about, and really how that translates for us is going from, it's really all about people. and people bring momentum, and so it starts with that team. So we've been able to, bring on a great team, just growing the company mom and pop like I have, and really bootstrapping it so far. It's just having investment partners helps us kind of bring some speed to the
But
game.
even as you were bootstrapping the company, you brought on some leadership, and you made some big moves to allow yourself to be the visionary and creator, and allow you to be close to actually coming up with the chocolate and the branding and things like that while CEO ran the show, right? I mean, in terms of the vision and making sure there's enough money and that people are happy and things like that.
Yeah. Well, Jared's the CEO, and I brought him on like 3 years ago, and that partnership. When I first started the company, I was listening to Lily's founder this morning, and it was really fun to listen to her talk about that process, because I really resonated with what she was saying. Having that momentum that you get going in the early, from taking something from zero to a certain phase, 5 years in, where you kind of hit your limits and you say, how can I get out of my own way and bring in the right team so that we can actually give this gem a life that it deserves? And that's the
But how did you know, and how did you, I mean, you're a very warm and caring person, and with like no ego, and that's pretty rare for a lot of founders. A lot of founders, it's hard for them to get out of their own way. What advice would you give a founder who, needs it? How do you know it's time to get out of your own way?
I think thinking about the company as the being that sounds really weird to say that, but it's almost like if you had a child, it's kind of like, how can you want this child to grow up and be its healthiest self? And I think for me, I've invested a lot of time and energy into Honey Mamas, and so why would I why would I kind of let that potentially fail just because I'm trying to kind of wear hats that I really should not be wearing, and that I feel like that somebody else can do better? And I do think that that's probably hard for some people to see than others. For me, it became apparent when I was really suffering. I would get pretty unhappy in certain roles, and I'd be like, oh, I'm miserable. How about I try to find somebody to kind of come in and do these parts where I don't need to be suffering? Because usually what I've learned over and over again still is that those are the moments where you have an opportunity to get out of your own way, when you're kind of miserable.
It's so true. I mean, at BevNet, we talk about this all the time. Like, let's hire people to do the things that we hate doing, because there are people that love to do those things and that are good at those things. And that's how, one way to make your team better, aside from just hiring people who are smarter than you, which is another thing that we do a lot of. So, and I think that's super important.
Yeah.
You took my notes say 10.3 million of funding. So, and you said part of that is to build a team, but what about what about R&D expansion? Is that next?
Oh yeah, baby, that's next. It's a huge part actually of what we were excited to do. So it's building the team. Bringing kind of knowing that we've grown up in the natural channel, and kind of we've really finally gotten to a point where we've been able to saturate that channel and kind of start crossing over more into conventional and bridging into conventional, where we can speak to more people. But the part of that is with the brand refresh that we've been able to do, and then also with the innovation.
The crew is currently enjoying Honey Mamas, by the way.
Yes, it's so good. So the brand refresh and the innovation are both really key as we continue to grow. Honey Mamas is, for those of you out there who don't know Honey Mamas, it is a
best thing you'll ever put in your mouth.
It's a nutrient-rich version of a chocolate bar. Essentially, it is based on 5 whole foods, and the whole thing with Honey Mamas is that it's an ingredient-based bar. So it's not necessarily trying to be a chocolate bar. It's really trying to be like, or it really is the legitimate nutrient-rich,
it's a legit
indulgent experience
that makes your eyes roll into your head, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah, we've got some very fun, that keeping that fresh and speaking, I think, to more and more people about kind of really what it is, and not having it be obscure, which has taken several years to kind of get out of that obscurity thing.
And we've talked in the past about how Honey Mama's has grown, and you launched with a lot of great SKUs, and you added the tahini
tahini tangerine
SKU, and haven't done a lot in terms of new SKUs. You focus on packaging, you focus on branding, and the new brand. I haven't seen you since you rolled it out. It's extraordinary, and it's like you said, it's allowed you to have different form factors for different occasions, which has been great. Can you tell us anything about the next level of innovation, or what you're thinking about?
I would really like to tell you, but I might have to kill you, so it would not be would not be good for any of us here.
No, okay.
Let me just tell you, I will tell you one thing is just that we are going to be launching at Expo West a very exciting new line, and we're all pretty stoked to be rolling this out. We've done quite a bit of consumer market research and a lot of taste testing. We're going to have a lot of fun. So we're rolling out a new line and kind of a whole new platform in Q1. So that's all I can say.
Christy, last thing then, I'll let you off that topic. You have increased your involvement in social media, and earlier in the early days, you were less active in social media, and now you're kind of living the vibe and showing sort of people a little more of you. Has that been easy for you?
Well, it's kind of the thing that we were talking about, bringing Jared into the CEO role. I love people, and the heart of hearts for me in the company not only was kind of creating the product itself, but then connecting with people. So social media kind of allows me that same space to do that, and also getting out to events and stuff like that. But social media feels really important to connect with our consumers. Yeah.
Any surprising feedback that you received about Honey Mamas?
Surprising feedback about Honey Mamas? Gosh, I mean, I guess people are they're very confused that it's actually really good for you when they eat it because it tastes really good.
That's awesome. Christy, thank you so much for being on the live stream with us. It's been really great having you here.
It's great being here.
And I just want to thank you for watching the live stream. Stay tuned for conversations with key players behind the Lily's acquisition at 2 p.m. And be back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. as well, when we'll start again here, more interviews. Boom.
Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside. Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our Supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through speed dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders. And on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside. Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders, and on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside.
we're back for part 2 of the sandwich. Hope everyone had a great lunch. We're running a little bit behind, so we're just going to jump right to. This is part 2 of the Lily's story, and we're going to focus on the next stages of growth, the challenges and requirements that accompany a journey to scale, and the process that can lead to an eventual exit. And we're going to hear a little bit about Hershey's and their portfolio strategy and the opportunities that brands can have to move to a strategic if they should grow to that point. For our panelists, we're going to welcome back Jane Miller, who is now the former CEO of Lily's, although at the time that we're bringing this panel on, is the CEO of Lily's. We're going to have Jay Novak and Brandon Ing of Houlihan Lokey, and Chris Mullen, who is the Chief Development Officer at Hershey. So please welcome the panelists, and we'll go right back down. All right, so we're going to have a reset now. Jane is running Lily's. She has made room for Cynthia. Cynthia has made room for Jane. It's 2019. The revenues are $70 million, and we're reaching an inflection point. So I want to hear what the steps were that created that inflection point, how we get from 2017 to 2019.
And we have 27 minutes and 27 seconds, so let me see here what I can
So what are the priorities?
So let me pick up where we left off the first part of the sandwich with Cynthia when she handed the keys over to me to be the lead partner on this in 2018. By 2019, what we'd been able to do is really capture the momentum that she had from 2012 through 2017. And what we did was we had a couple of key strategies. The first thing I should say for every founder out there, the thing that we didn't talk about in the earlier section was that Cynthia had such a sound financial model that when I stepped in, I didn't fix anything. My team and myself, we just built on what she had done, and I think that's a really important thing to say, that we had a very strong foundation. So when you have that, it's a lot easier to layer stuff on top of it versus trying to rebuild or kind of reinvent.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because a lot of brands come in, even at investment, and they're sort of limping somewhere, be it in ops, marketing, sales, financing. So it's not just layering on top. So what's working and what are you trying to avoid breaking as you grow?
Well, that's actually a great question because it definitely, I didn't want to screw it up because she'd had so much momentum. If you remember, she had 4 people, her 2 kids and one other person. So, so if we kind of get to the 2019 point, what I'd say a couple things happened. One is I had the opportunity, because she only had 4 people, to build a team from the ground up. And I can say that when we exited to Hershey's this summer, we had 50 employees, and I had personally been involved with handpicking every one of them. And so I think with any great business that you have, it is all about the team. I think when we went through management presentations, we had 3 things we talked about. One was a macro trend of no sugar. The second was amazing products that Cynthia created, but the key thing was really, really about the team overall. But the team, what we were able to do were a couple things. One was come in right away and really look at the visual identity of the brand. And Cynthia had done an amazing job with packaging for an item that looked, was mainly a candy bar line at that point in time. And there's two people in the audience tonight, Jeremy Dahl and Becky Nelson from Beck's Brands, who, if you love the Lily's packaging, they were responsible for that. And that visual identity, I think, gave us the starting point. We very quickly layered on a lot of new products because what we knew and then what we validated with research was that people that were eating candy bars and baking chips also wanted chocolate-covered nuts and peanut butter cups and just about everything else that's covered in chocolate. And so we very quickly kind of innovated, was sort of the next thing that we did. And, I'd say, a lot of things. We went from 20,000 points of distribution to, I think this year we're going to end about 275,000 because we had an amazing sales team that really took our story out very, very quickly. And then the last part, I want to, the first panel today, Eugene and Liz talked a lot about this, about supply chain. The other thing that I think that we did amazingly well up into this inflection point that you talked about was Phil Mason, who ran our supply chain, had such amazing relationships with all of our co-mans, and we went from 2 to, I think, 10 by the time we exited, that when we got into COVID, we still had 99.5% order fulfillment. And that only happened because of the work that was done when we weren't in the pandemic. So I think when you kind of think about the secret sauce, it's like there's no one thing. It's a great looking brand, lots of innovation, an amazing team that brings that to life, and then a supply chain that can support, as the first panel talked about this morning, the real success that you want to have. Because nothing worse than being a growing brand and not have product to be able to show up with the customers.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And were there things that needed to be solved to scale that supply chain, or was it we can ramp our orders and our factory?
Well, the first thing we ran into, and maybe some of you have done this, is we were so small, and low sugar is like no sugar is like an allergen, so nobody wanted to make our products, and so we were literally begging people to take us on, and because nobody wanted to do it. And the beautiful other side of that story was about 3 years into it, we actually had the people that turned us down coming back and asking us if we would do business with them. That was lovely.
So, Jane, I just had this conversation over lunch. Apparently no one wants to make any of your products. How do you get them to take a chance on it?
Well, I think what we had going for us was spectacular analytics, and I think really great velocities, and they could actually, a couple things. One is you could see how great Lily's was doing with all the numbers that we talked about earlier. But the other thing was to keep in mind, and it sounds expensive, but it's not in the whole scheme of things, and we used it a lot when we were talking to Hershey's and other companies. We did a big piece of research on consumers' desire to eat less sugar. And it was actually super foundational in how we talk to customers, how we talk to our suppliers, how we eventually talk to potential buyers, which was, this is not just us being like, woohoo, Lily's is great. It's like, this is a big macro trend that you don't want to miss out on. And it wasn't us just saying it, it was the real research with consumers, mainstream consumers across the country.
So is the macro trend enough to sell a company around, or is there something else that has to be part of the business to make it work?
It's interesting. So the macro trend really gets people excited, at least as we looked at it. And Chris, I think, will be able to share how they looked at it. But when we thought about positioning the business, the macro trend for sure. But the other thing you guys had going for you, which a lot of businesses don't, is profitability. And a focus on a P&L that allows you to invest in the business more and more in the growth. And so your P&L structure allowed you to grow the business, I think, at a rate that a lot of people can't, and it hits the radar screen, and then it takes advantage of those macro trends.
That's a really great point, if I could build on that, Jeff, because I think, again, Cynthia handed to us
a profitable, well-run business and had made a lot of smart decisions around pricing. And I would say that we were really rabid, might be the best word to describe, about how we introduced new products, the gross margin requirements that we had, how we made channel decisions based on making sure that we didn't screw up our price architecture to be able to sell something into somebody just to get the volume. And I think that that was something that was really important from the outset. You know, and frankly, you know, we had a great relationship with Jay and Brandon way before we ever got to the end of the line, and a lot of the coaching they were giving us early on is, you know, do not lose sight of the fact that, you know, you might get some volume today, but it's going to come and bite you later if you don't have this kind of strong bias towards profitability.
Now, that represents something of a shift from a few years ago, right, where it was just we want to buy top line. Were you two looking for businesses? You know, were you aware that that shift was taking place? And and so at what point did Lily's come on the radar for you?
Well, I had known Jane for a number of years, so it was always on the radar. Right. But I think that the trend that you're talking about toward profitability, we've always been advisors that have focused on that. We've sold a lot of businesses that didn't have it, but it's amazing the difference in options that you have when you do have it.
Sure.
And so it makes the story that much better. I don't know, Brandon, if you'd add to that, but.
No, I totally agree. If you look at some of the transactions in the space, in the higher, in the high growth, better for you space in the last, call it 12 to 18 months, some of the, kind of just landmark transactions that we have been fortunate to be part of, had one thing in common, right? If you look at Zesty Paws in the pet space, if you look at Dot's Pretzels that Hershey just bought, if you look at Lily Sweets,
Kodiak.
And Kodiak Cakes as well, right? These are just brands with, that didn't have an allergy to EBITDA. And so, that's certainly something that has become more of a focus, not only from the strategic universe, but also from private equity as well. So again, I think it gives you optionality, and at the end of the day, and at its core, it's all about discipline, right? All throughout the P&L, top line all the way down to the bottom line. That's something that the Lily's team did a fantastic job at.
So you actually brought me to that question, which is, how do you maintain profitability and start to really ramp growth? And what are you paying attention to, and how do you avoid starting to lose some of that great margin while you're growing?
Well, I think you have to make really smart decisions and to not.
Well, what were some of those smart decisions?
Well, I think the kind of smart decisions that we made were that we would be cautious about the team that we built. So we were very. I said we had 50 people when we left, exited about three plus years after we started, but we really kind of added people in a very we didn't build ahead. We didn't sort of say, let's put a bunch of people on the sales team and then we're going to go after sales. We really sort of added when it felt almost a little painful for each function, and that's discipline, like Brandon said. I think from a consumer standpoint, we were really smart about how we spent money. We were very, very digitally native, I would say. Really tried to make sure that we didn't, again, sort of spend ahead of time. But it all comes down to gross margin. If you make the right decisions in terms of what your COGS look like, you're going to be able to support the rest of it. And that's the hardest discipline, is to not get enamored by a product that you're going to say, well, most of these other things make money, so let's just add this thing. But it's really trying to make sure that you're always accretive from a new product standpoint, and that's probably the hardest discipline. I don't know if you've seen that with other businesses.
Gross margin is one of the most important lines on the income statement, because it really is a proxy for how well you're priced and how much of an umbrella you have to spend behind the brand. And if you don't have gross margin, you can't really spend a lot of money behind it.
And one good example, and Jane, you should probably chime in here as well, is that sometimes the most strategic thing is to be able to say no. Costco was banging down the door saying, we want your products. And we're big believers in Costco at Houlihan. But if the price point is not right, that could really, really screw up your entire business. And so, Jane, do you want to chime in on why we said no to Costco and what the playbook there was?
Well, I think, again, this came up earlier in one of the discussions about, Whole Foods, as Cynthia said, was our first customer and our biggest customer. And, you have the natural channel, and then you're trying to expand. And it's easy to kind of get into the trap of trying to, again, you go, Costco, you get all this great volume, so let's just kind of, and great trial and all the things you can kind of talk about. And I think we felt that we weren't really, didn't have the right product line yet and weren't really ready to make an investment there, and just felt that we couldn't get our structure right where it was not going to be a negative for our other customers, and that was really, really important for us. I will say, though, going back to decisions maybe that we made right, we had an opportunity to meet with Walmart very early on and actually create a specific SKU for them that allowed us to not have to have head-to-head comparisons with Whole Foods and Sprouts. And when we exited, Walmart had become our biggest business, which was, if you can be in that situation where Whole Foods is your biggest business and then Walmart becomes your biggest business and they're neck and neck, it says something, I think, about the consumer and how mainstream the product was, that people were shopping at both of those places.
Totally reinforces the macro trend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the sort of thing that strategics have to be looking for too, is that sort of ability to play across channels.
Yeah, and that, this brand wasn't just a brand that did well in its velocities relative to some of the emerging brands, right? They did well. The goal was to create a product that tasted as good as a full sugar product. That was the bar that the Lily's team, had for themselves. Their velocities they were out turning Lindt and Ghirardelli on shelf, right? And Nestle Toll House as well in the baking chip section. So again, it's just having that high bar and not deviating from that and not lose focus. That was something that we thought was really, really special about the brand.
So the money came in 2017? 2018. And the brand goes on the market 2020, is that?
Yep. Early 2021.
Yeah. So that's quick, right? At what point do you say, well, we're already here, let's just take it to market?
It was a scale business. It was a profitable business. And the metrics that we like to look at in terms of velocities in different channels were there. And so I think in our discussions with the shareholders, and that was Cynthia, Jane, and the folks at VMG, I'm not sure what you would wait for. And oh, by the way, the strategic appetite for this business is perfect because of the macro trends and the profitability. So that was, at least as we were advising, kind of the impetus to pull the trigger.
Were there a lot of bidders?
It was an active process for sure.
Yeah. And
we're not going to answer that question any more precise than that. So
well, that's
or
fine.
how much money was put into the business.
That's right.
I mean, come on, Jeff.
Yeah, God forbid
people
we have
like
a panel
I
where
think
you
it's
guys
important. A lot of people
detail.
really like this business.
Yeah.
But Jay's point is right. Like, you got to time it, because strategics, they come and go based on what's going on in their personal organizations, right? There are times when strategics are really active. There's times when strategics want growth. And there's times when strategics are inactive because they're fixing their own business or have their own priorities. So.
And the tenor of the kind of growth they want is changing. And so you have a profitable business that is coming in at a time when they want profitable businesses. But if Lily's is doing so well in all these channels, I wonder what's the runway for the strategic then? Like, what is the idea that y'all can get out of a business that's already doing super well?
Look, and there's two ways to look at it, right? There's individual runway of the specific brand, and then there's your portfolio, right? And how you look at your portfolio might be different than how you look at that brand. So they can have different purposes. Some might be symbiotic, some might not be. But I do think as a strategic, you want a good business, because I think the days of the strategics thinking they can fix businesses, I think, is kind of over. So you want an underlying good business, because in the end of the day, and Jay mentioned this other piece, you want a certain scale, right? You want to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze in terms of effort from the organization's perspective, right? Every minute we spend on Lily's is a minute we're not spending on Reese. So you want to make sure that as you look at the business and the opportunity, that juice is there in terms of upside, consumer, and how you manage your portfolio.
Now, there was a lot of talk about getting the supply chain right for scale. When you go into a strategic, they look at supply chain a little differently, right? So have you maintained those supply lines for Lily's since then, or is it a cutover?
So I think there's two pieces, right? Like, so if you think about it, Hershey kind of jumped into, in a scale format, into better for you salty, more than we did into better for you confection. So this was really our first real step in scale into better for you confection. And what Jane mentioned is spot on. It's, certain categories I think evolved quicker because they were systematically designed easier to conform to better for you trends than confection. Today, it's still hard to get better for you confection because Jane's right. They treat it as an allergen. And I think there's that balance of the consumer, i.e. what do they want, what's the trade-off, if there is one, between taste and better for you. But then you need the whole ecosystem below that to make sense.
And within the portfolio, what is the role that you expect Lily's to play? I mean, you're already pulling sugar out of Reese's, out of other parts.
Lily's brings an incremental consumer, right? It is a different consumer than Hershey's core consumer. So from a consumer perspective, it gives us access to a new consumer, gives us access to a new occasion, and there's the chocolate piece. There's also the baking piece. So what it did was on two levels provide us with a more holistic kind of spectrum to offer consumers, depending on whatever their preferences were.
Now, is this coming straight out of the deal book? Or is there, is this the thesis that you're proposing to the strategics at that time?
Well, we're talking about this being a better for you brand, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that it's bigger than just chocolate and baking, and I think that's what Chris and the team saw.
And I think we looked at Hershey's portfolio and said, this gives them access to a customer or consumer that right now is probably not buying Hershey chocolate with the same frequency, or someone who's not buying it at all. And so, the macro trend of less sugar is something that people are looking to have in their diet right now, and it's been evolving over a long time, because 15, 20 years ago, it was the Atkins craze. Then it was just low carb. And then it was paleo or keto. But the overarching theme in all of that is less sugar. That's the one that's going to stay for a long time. And I think we saw that, and I think obviously Hershey sees that because they make long-term investments.
They see it late at night.
But I think Jay's being nice, right? I think there's times, I'm going to call it out, when the strategics have a view and they have it, there's times when someone's got to tell them. And that's why I think it's important to have the right partner who knows when to go and how to tell the right story, because it's kind of surprising, but there's times when I think strategics probably aren't as forward-thinking as you would assume. And that's because they're managing their current portfolio. So there's a little bit of that balance.
Now, you mentioned balance. Hershey's has integrated brands in the past to various degrees of success.
Yep.
Now, I know you're fairly new there.
He's not that new.
Yeah.
What would you say? 6 months to a year? Is that?
I'll leave that one for later.
What are the kinds of things that Hershey's is learning about integrating companies?
I think there is, just like a brand, there's not a one-size-fits-all. So I think there's times when businesses are more core or closer into your capabilities, assuming the brand is of scale enough and call it, can rightfully demand sufficient attention, I think then it can maybe survive in your core big business. I think in other cases like Amplify, I think we've learned, one, it was big enough, two, it was different enough than chocolate that you got to keep it separate. We just acquired Dots, which Houlihan also just sold us. I think that's another thing where we went through and looked at the business, the opportunity, and based on what I'm going to say is it being more indulgent it being kind of a natural bridge between savory and sweet, we're handling that integration in a different way.
The strategy and the intent at the corporate level, though, how do you bring that down to the line level?
Yeah, it's hard, right? And I think the toughest piece, like everything else, you got to get the right talent and incentivize them the right way, which is hard.
Okay. Can y'all speak to the market now for brands? You know, we've heard about how solid Lily's was, you know, from a financial standpoint, from a data standpoint, from a profitability standpoint, from a team standpoint. It makes it sound like a model business. In some ways, that's why we're having this conversation. Is there room for other business, you know, will other businesses transact? What do you want to see? How do they build toward that? How do they correct if they're not, you know, perfect, you know, great from the start?
First of all, the market today is great for good brands. And I think what we're seeing in the market is a strong strategic appetite for businesses that are truly strategic and of scale. And there's a greater appetite if they happen to be very profitable. What profitability has done is it's created the ability for financial sponsors to pay prices that can be competitive with strategics. So what it does is it increases the probability of a good outcome. And the market today is very, very strong. And, you know, our crystal ball is not great, but we probably have a 6 to 9 month horizon, and I think it's a good market right now.
You know, and market has evolved in the last 18 months, right? So it has become a pretty bimodal market.
Yeah.
And what do I mean by that? It means, you know, the good stuff trades at good prices. The not so good stuff, you know, it doesn't really trade. And so, you know, the advice that we give brands that are still finding their way is that, you know, it is okay to take a step back, to take 2 steps forward, right? And it's just doing the right thing to grow the right way, and not just, you know, not just create something that is just smoke and mirrors.
Look, and I'm going to say, I think it's important, to your point, right? And Jay, everyone's been saying this. Look, ideally, you have a strong, high growth, great margin, super profitable business, right? And ideally, you start that from day one, because listen, that's utopia. I think one of the things that's happening is when things break apart, I think having the right partners, whether it's a V&G, O'Houlihan, advising you on, hey, this is your business, this is where it fits, here are the opportunities as you think about the environment. I think that's when it becomes more important, because when you're not I'm going to call it a unicorn, whatever, when things are perfect, those judgment calls are that much more important. Do I wait? Do I go now even though my P&L, my whole marketing model doesn't look that solid? In certain environments, that's viable. In certain environments, it's not. And what you don't want to do is, you know, run out, go to market, and then have no one show up.
That's bad. A failed process is a really bad thing.
Yeah, certainly.
And you know, we say it a little bit flippantly, but that's, you know, you really don't want that.
Well, and y'all really don't, the bankers really don't want that either, right?
Well, then you just sink a ton of time into zero
There's
return. That's
no
bad,
points.
that's a really bad investment.
No points. I wanted to ask really quickly though, were there any things that you did walk back before walking forward?
I would say new product development is really important. I mean, one of the things that Cynthia had done was to create an amazing product, and I got a little enamored with copying Reese's and getting into market too quickly with that, and we didn't have the product lined up to be as strong as the rest of the product line. And so we had to sort of step back and relook at that and kind of then reformulate it, find a new partner. And I would just say, you know, if you have some basic principles on how you do business, which is the product has to taste, in our case, as good as the full sugar equivalent, don't compromise on that. And I was so anxious to have a peanut butter cup that we moved way too quickly, and it wasn't the right product. So we really needed to step back, and I think we took a stronger lens on new products after that so that we wouldn't misstep or disappoint our consumers.
And the business itself was strong enough to withstand a misstep or two. So we got the Lily's story here. Thank you for sharing this half of it. Thank you for sharing the first half of it. Thank you for building, I guess the brand of the year. It wasn't, when we started this, it wasn't the brand of the year. It was just a really good brand that had sold. And I really appreciate your joining us to tell the story.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
All right, well, throughout the day, we've spent a lot of time talking about being an omni-channel brand and embracing D2C. Now, that can come in a variety of forms, be it through your own website, through retailers such as Thrive Market or Amazon, or using delivery services like GoPuff or Instacart, or even meal delivery platforms, which are increasingly expanding into the packaged goods space. That said, while there are plenty of options, that doesn't mean that every single one will be right for your brand. And there are some of you here for whom the converse is probably true, and brick and mortar will never be the right fit. In order to successfully grow your business, you'll need to figure out what strategy is right for you. Today, we'll hear from 3 executives who each have a unique take on this retail strategy. Please welcome Nick Guillen and Nick Agiloni from sauce and condiment provider TRUFF, Matt Young from cookie producer Last Crumb, and Sashi Chandran from Tea Drops, one of Shopify's highest performing stores of the last year. I feel like I never see one Nick without the other Nick, so I'm gonna sit next to each other.
We rarely split up.
We're usually have handcuffs.
Well, great to have you here. So to start, I love the fact with this panel that each of you has really unique products that were category disruptors. And to a certain extent, I think that's part of why D2C has worked so well for you, because you've got something that has a great story to tell, and you're trying to change how people consume the product. So can you tell, let's start by telling our audience what each of you produce, just in case they haven't indulged in your products yet, and why D2C was kind of the right fit for your brand. You guys are going to have to fight over who answers this question. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll go first. We're TRUFF. We make truffle-inspired condiments. I guess the area of opportunity we saw in the marketplace was a top-shelf luxury condiments brand. No one was really doing, the Dom Perignon of hot sauce, or attacking the digital landscape the way that I think we had a vision for it.
How about you? What about tea drops?
Yeah, so tea drops, for those who don't know, they're bagless forms of tea. So it's, imagine a bath bomb, except it's tea in a little compressed shape, so it drops in hot water and dissolves. And I think for us that it was so different from anything else on the category. It's a patented process. And so the education around it, to just educate the consumer what a tea drop is, how it works, could really thrive in a digital environment where you can showcase videos and content of how it works. So it just felt like a natural channel for us.
Yeah, and for us at Last Crumb, we're building what I would say is like the world's most luxurious cookie company, the Rolex of cookies. And I think that we're exclusively digital, so we're the only brand up here that actually doesn't sell in retail at all. And we think about, the way that we build online as kind of building a digital-first bakery, and I think it's been really beneficial for us as we've rolled out the brand.
Okay, I love the assortment. We've got like the champagne of hot sauce, the bath bomb of tea, and the Rolex of cookies. This sounds like a great, relaxing night to me.
Funny.
So, Matt, you kind of touched on this a little bit, but what makes you want to stay D2C? Like, you, at this point, don't have plans to go into retail. What is appealing about this sales strategy?
I think for us, it's all about the customer experience. And being online, we can have such an intimate relationship with the customers that can get our product and the customers who can't get our product, and we control everything. So we control what they see when they go to our homepage, they control what they get in email, and I think it's like really important for us because we, I think, really pride ourselves in over-delivering, both in product and taste and then in the unboxing experience and everything else. And so I think we're setting the stage for something really unexpected to happen at multiple points across the customer journey. And that would be really difficult for us to replicate in retail today. I also think that it comes down to being really focused and really disciplined. And that's like the two words that I think everyone on our team is tired of me saying to them over and over again, is that just stay focused, stay disciplined. We're a really young company, and it's, I think, really important.
Now, I mean, for those of you who have not tried to sign up for Last Crumb, they are actually on a wait list right now. So how do you deal with that, like, instant impulse nature of the cookie, right? Like, sometimes you just see it on a shelf and you want it right away. Do you think at any point you'll explore other delivery services or last mile providers so that you could make that more instantaneous?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have some things in the works. I think that we explore a lot of different things, and we have a million amazing ideas. The team is brilliant and so creative. It just comes back to focus and discipline and saying no a lot more than we say yes.
Had to ask a Jeff Kleinman style question in there. And now, you know, Nick and Nick, you guys were really heavy in D2C, and then you went into retail. How did you kind of set up that that channel strategy?
Super slowly. It was like we stayed very narrow. We worked with kind of retailers that we thought would elevate our brand, and places we thought where people would see us, say like, oh, that's a cool place to be. An example would be like Neiman Marcus, which is one of our early accounts. And then kind of as we got wider, it was in a lot of ways price point driven. Like if the store had products, for example, like the ma and pa type gourmet shops that had like expensive olive oil and expensive cheese and wine, it's like their customers would buy Truff too. And then we slowly got wider and wider as, you know, we grew.
I remember one of the first retailers I saw Truff in was actually like an airport gift shop. And I was like, this is amazing that like you come home. What?
Was it in San Francisco?
It was actually in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, really?
Like, oh, that's some bootleg Truff.
Yeah.
That
that was Truff.
But it was amazing to me that that was like what someone would want to bring home as a souvenir.
Yeah.
And now for T-Drops, you guys had a totally different strategy. I feel like invested into both channels.
I would say that I actually started in more of the boutique retail at first, and honestly, that's just a function of limited capital in the beginning when you're trying to figure out, I was trying to figure out D2C, but also knowing that with boutique retail, you know, the way our packaging was designed, we had this very giftable wood box, so that grabbed the attention of boutique retailers. We got in, also their net terms, they pay within 30 days, so that was very important when you're first starting out, and I would use that capital then to invest more in our D2C channel. And so maybe 2 years in, then I was able to make that transition where now about 70% of our business is D2C.
So, you know, as we're talking about D2C, is it just about sales? Or, you know, for brands who are maybe like, I don't have a shelf-stable product, should they be thinking about D2C as more than just a sales channel?
If it makes sense.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't know. I think like the way we approached like even getting into D2C for Last Crumb, because we had a lot of different ways that we could have gone before we launched the brand, is I think you have to kind of say where are our customers and like what's authentic to who we are and like what makes actual sense. Some products shouldn't be sold online, just as some products probably shouldn't be sold in retail.
Those are some fighting words. I'm sure you'll have some people who come up and want to discuss that with you. What were you going to say, Nick?
I was going to say, yeah, for D2C for us, you know, it started as the key component of our business, but now we look at it as a way to, you know, grow revenue, but also use it as our marketing vehicle. And it's completely integrated in all of our digital channels. It helps us support our retailers. It helps us continue to develop relationships with our customers. You know, we have that one-to-one communication, whereas typically, you know, in a traditional retail setting, if you bought it off the shelf, you're not communicating with that brand directly. Whereas us, we may have that initial touch point, and then they might go and buy it in store.
Yeah. For you guys that are in both channels, are you able to sort of connect that online sale to retail? Can you see how one feeds into the other?
We know from it, it's anecdotal because it's really hard to get the SPINS data to confirm it, but when we invest in digital paid ads and target it in certain regions, we see the lift in specific retailers. So to your point, like it is kind of marketing that goes twofold. One is driving D2C direct business to your website, but we're also seeing that afterglow effect in retail.
So, you know, we're talking about D2C as if it's just one thing, that it's, you know, I think for a lot of people, they think of it as selling on their own website. But there's, as I kind of alluded to, a number of different ways to go about D2C, be it selling on your own website or working with other providers. And that can certainly be a way around some of those products that don't do really well in D2C or are harder to manage. How do you guys think about the different channels of D2C, and do you approach each one a little differently? Nick, you're nodding.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like the obvious elephant in the room is Amazon, right? And so at first we kind of were like adverse to Amazon. That was our like early days, and then our entrance to Amazon was making it on the Oprah list, and they had a thing with Amazon. And we were like, okay, that's a good time to do it. But after a while, and something we learned from Reno, who's right there, is kind of looking at Amazon as its own retailer. And we never like sell Amazon product. We don't do that. But there's people who I would buy TRUFF on Amazon probably if I were to buy TRUFF. And it's like people just shop there. That's a place where people shop. And so there's eyeballs there that you just won't get on your website, and that's a channel that people shouldn't overlook.
You've done some interesting partnerships, for example, recently with GoPuff, though.
Yes. Well, we sell our product on their platform, and that was kind of the entrance to the pizza collab.
Can you tell us a little bit about the pizza collab?
Yeah, so that was led by Michelle, who is here too. The pizza collab was kind of like this, again, started with us having our product on their platform. It sold really well, and then it was like, hey, well, we actually went to their hub in Austin, and it was very cool, and they had this really high quality, super expensive, fast pizza making machine, and it was like, you would think they're trying to make pizzas and get them out there, but it was like really intense. We're like, this is really good quality, and we like mixed some stuff up with them, and they put some sauce on it, and we're like, this is good. And so for us, it like passed kind of the quality standard where we'd want to be at, and we were like, let's try it. And then we created 3 different pizzas, and it went really, really well.
And they each came with little packets of TRUFF with them.
Yeah, well, a lot of things on GoPuff come with the packets already, like separate from our pizzas, but they did come with the packet, but they all had TRUFF drizzled on them, and they're all like, one was like a bacon mac and cheese pizza or something, which is very indulgent, indulgent, but very tasty. It was a natural, organic specialty.
I'm sure.
Very healthy.
What about you, Sashi? How do you think about the different channels of D2C?
Yeah, it's kind of evolved over the years. I mean, I don't think we're in as many. I mean, it's basically for us, it's our own website and Amazon are the main channels. And Amazon, I think because of just margin-wise, you know, it kind of declines year over year depending on what's happening. So we've really transitioned it to be more of a sampling channel. So we only have some select SKUs on there, like our sampler boxes, sampler products, and the idea is for people to come, try it, be gifted it, and transition them over to our website. And so that's kind of the transition we made about a year ago. And we have seen that, you know, obviously our own direct-to-consumer site has ramped up. It's hard to attribute if it's directly coming from Amazon, but I'm happy we made that decision to just have some select SKUs on Amazon.
I think that's a really smart strategy. Yeah. Now, Matt, you know, as you said, there were a number of ways you could come to market. What do brands in the audience need to know if they make that D2C decision? What do you need to be ready to commit in terms of resources to really be successful in D2C?
I mean, I think for us, or what I would ever recommend is like having a clear voice. We knew exactly who we were. We knew exactly how we wanted to market ourselves and how to position ourselves. and we had no idea if it was going to work. And I think that like, I mean, we knew a little bit, but like the reality is like we were jumping off a cliff. And I think a lot of times one of the biggest mistakes a lot of brands make, I've made this mistake many times, is you try to be everything for everyone. You try to put every badge on your product. You try to get qualified so that you can hit the widest group of people. And we really basically said, we are going to make this really niche. We think the niche is way bigger than anyone else thinks it is, because everyone thinks we're crazy. And we're going to prove them all wrong, because people are going to be blown away by what we do, because it will be so authentic and it will have such a clear voice that people will really resonate it. So I would just tell people to, I guess, do what you're going to do, but then look back and say, does this actually make sense, or are we just like watering it down to try to appease everyone else? Because usually when you do that, it fails, because you're nothing.
What about staff resources? You know, for those of you that are in retail and D2C, you know, does one require a bigger team than the other one? Do you have to think more, like have more capital on hand to be able to do that? I know you said a little bit about that with T-Drops.
Yeah, I mean, I almost think it's like running two separate businesses, and that is what's challenging. And so when you say focus, it really is true in this case, especially if you're first starting out. And so that's our decision, is that we prioritize being more heavy D2C because of that resource constraint, at least in the beginning. And we've, in terms of like what our primary roles are for D2C, it's, you know, having a strong head of marketing, having a digital marketer on staff, someone in social to help with content creation, et cetera. And then a lot of these other areas you can outsource in a sense, you know, have an agency helping with influencer, have another agency helping with affiliates. But there is, once you go into that rabbit hole of D2C, there's so much there. There's so much you can do. And so I think it's just prioritizing what you want to be good at, you know, whether it's the influencer route, whether it's, you know, Instagram or building a certain community there, or if it's affiliates, SEO. So I think that prioritization has to happen there. And then, you know, retail operates as its own business in a sense, where you have your director of sales, you have someone helping with brand marketing and retail promotions, but they kind of have to at least be, you know, they can live under the same house, but they both have to be talking to each other.
It's interesting because I think of TRUFF and Last Crumb, and I mean, I think I learned about both of you through influencers and your really beautiful content online, be it like Instagram or other platforms. Can you be successful in D2C and not invest in content? Is that even possible to do? You're shaking your head.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Not if you're building a brand.
Tell me more.
I mean, everyone might have their own opinion, but I think you need to, I think these are content platforms. You need content for the content platforms, and they help us tell our story. They help us educate. They help us entice. They help us make the product cool and sought after. And I mean, a truffle hot sauce didn't exist before TRUFF, and so it's like, well, what is it? And we have to tell that story, and we have to do it in a cool way that's stimulating and engaging. And, you know, content is king in all of those platforms.
But good content, because I think the confusion that people generally have is that constant posting is not content. That's not brand building, and I think
and
that
original content.
Yeah, original, like authentic content that like really pays off the brand. I mean, you guys, I would say, are industry leaders in content.
I truly think TRUFF is one of the best.
Totally.
Like, you guys could be a content house, and you know, if this whole
I mean, it's true.
fails,
You guys are like the master
really
class
best
on
in
that.
class, truly.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think having a multi-dimensional content engine to fuel not only D2C, but even if you're, you know, just a true omnichannel retail brand, you really need a content engine to, like you said, tell the story, keep your customer excited, coming up with original series, sprinkling in a little bit of user-generated content from your customers or from influencers, and really just painting this beautiful picture of not only what your brand is, but how it could be used, how you could integrate it into different aspects of people's life, whether it's seeing it in a music video or doing a video on the street of a billboard campaign we've done, and kind of merging, you know, the offline and online together into one.
Well, thinking about that experience a little further, let's talk about packaging. So for all of you, you know, your D2C packaging is often different than your retail packaging, or there's an option to have something different. And it really feels like an experience when you get a package from TRUFF or Last Crumb. It's like a box in a box with a book, and I think it has a coffee table album that comes with it. There's a story of each cookie and who made it. So, do you think brands need to think about that, or can they just if you're starting out and you say that's really overwhelming and seems expensive, can you start by just sending product as is in a box?
We didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't release any product until we had what we felt was like a polished, really dialed box of cookies that wowed you. Our goal was that people would think that the cookies weren't as good as because the packaging was so good, which is what happened. And then they'd try the cookies, they'd be like, oh my God, this is way better. And they'd forget all about the box, which is exactly what happens. And I think that I always like to say that I can't oversell you how good our product is, and I'm going to try every step of the way. And then by the time you actually try it, you're going to be like, oh my God, it was better than you told me. And I think that we do that with our box and with the magazine and with the box in the box and the shipper. And we create all these really interesting moments for people to interact with our brand. That's not for every brand because it is really expensive, but it's an area that we think is essential to what we're building.
As you scale the company, you do have a slightly higher price point per cookie. Do you see yourself wanting to create different price points and maybe changing that experience, or is it always premium and it's always a luxury experience when you get it?
Focus and discipline, Carol.
Okay.
We're only going up.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Yeah.
How much is it for a box of cookies?
Right now we're selling for $140 a box of 12.
And they're sold out.
Yeah, we sell it in about a second every week.
Yeah.
Amazing.
How about you? I know you have this really beautiful wooden chest.
I have a different perspective in the sense, I started this company out of my kitchen making tea drops by hand. And at that time, every box I would I remember hand wrapping it with parcel paper, and then we would take a wax seal, no joke, and seal it and gift wrap it in each box. And I did that until a handwritten note with every order. And you obviously get to a point where you can't do that anymore, but still there has to be an experience around opening tea drops. That this is, from the concept of it, it's different from any other tea on the shelf. So we want that idea to really persist in every point of the transaction. From opening the box and then seeing how different the packaging is, and our teas, we think of them as experiential, and that's how we want every interaction to be, from the website experience to the ordering experience, that anticipation of waiting for it, sending the consumer content while they're waiting for it, to opening the box.
As you said, that can be expensive, both in terms of the packaging costs themselves as well as the labor costs. So let's kind of talk about something we're getting a lot of questions over, profitability. Is D2C, were you guys profitable right out of the gate? How does it fit into your larger retail strategy when you're kind of thinking about channel strategy and margin and sales and everything along those lines?
It's one of those things because, at the end of the day, we're selling food, right? Food is not like the sweatshirt or apparel or other things. You can sell them for hundreds of dollars online, and it changes everything, but we're limited to unless you're selling $150 cookies, you're limited to how high you could go. And so I think inherently you're just kind of, I don't want to say stuck, but you're limited. You're playing with a different set of tools and a different type of e-commerce business. I think for us, we've always looked at e-com as we need to be profitable. We can't burn money and lose money. We need to use it to build the brand. We need to use it, we were kind of talking about this earlier, but awareness. So when you are in retail, people see your product, oh, I've seen this online, oh, I'll try it, or I've always wanted to try this, or whatever. But it's not a place I think people should look at to burn money. I think earlier in the e-com world, it was all about, we can spend this and get that ROAS and keep going, and at some point we'll make this much, and it'll be like that forever, but that's not the case. What do you think?
Yeah, and kind of how she was talking about using Amazon as a sampling program, I think what a lot of brands could take advantage of is creating an e-commerce strategy that is a sampling program. They're not doing it for profit, they're doing it to drive trial, to getting their product into as many consumers' mouths as possible. And while they're doing that, they're developing the relationship, but they're hoping down the road, if they have some type of retention strategy, that second, third, fourth purchase is going to come back organically.
I think if you pursue D2C, as a main channel, the unit economics have to work, obviously. And I think this last year, if any of you are direct to consumer, you know that this has probably been one of the most challenging years at a macro level, from just the iOS changes to everything that's happening with rising cost of acquisition. So the pricing has to work, whether that's a single unit of your product, bundling it, creating some other type of experience. You can have a higher average order size, like $140 is ideal. But already we've seen our cost of acquisition rise anywhere from 20 to 40%, depending on the time of year this year. And that's only going to increase. Unless there's another advertising platform as strong as Facebook to emerge, maybe that's TikTok. But if you have to design this in a way so the unit economics work for your product.
So what are you doing in response to these rising costs?
We're lucky in a sense that during the pandemic, we hit on this, accidentally kind of the trend of, our team looked online and seeing what was happening in the beginning of the pandemic with cafes shutting down, with the tea consumer, and we saw that there was this huge rise in search for bubble tea, boba tea, milk tea. And that's because a lot of the boba shops across the country were shut down during that time.
I think there was also a boba shortage.
There was a global boba shortage, and somehow I found the one supplier, and we essentially changed our whole business model to be around this milk tea boba experience, while so many other things were going on in the business. And that skyrocketed in 2020 for us, and it remains one of our hero SKUs. And so I think you just have to think about your business. There has to be a willingness to pivot, to experiment, to try different things, and now that's a staple part of our portfolio.
We live and die by our direct-to-consumer business because it's our only business. So we don't really have a retail business that we could fall back on. We're not using this to fund another part of our company. This is our entire company, and so we're really lean. We are a very, very small team. We were profitable early on and then really invested heavily into our growth. But yeah, we think about margin, we think about our cost of goods, we think about the supply chain. We're affected by everything. I think the one benefit that we have is we're a business that was born in the pandemic. So our pricing started where everyone else's went up, and we just think that's normal. And I've been doing this for a long time, and it's not normal to any other business I've been a part of. But to this business, this is all we've ever known. And so we've really built our margin, our supply chain, and our team around the way that the world is right now. And our expectation is things will get better and we'll get smarter and we'll build economies of scale.
You guys have already raised some capital. We might have some fellow investors on stage. I'm not giving anything away. It was in a press release, I swear. So when you were looking for investors, did those numbers, did that, how you had built the company and how you were thinking about profitability, was that attractive to investors?
Yeah.
How did that change who you were taking capital from?
I think to kind of tie it back to the conversation with Jade and the guys from Houlihan earlier is that when our third month we were profitable and we had a pretty explosive growth rate, and raising money made sense because we had a business that made sense, that was a real business. We weren't looking to raise money for an idea. We were basically saying we put it all on the line, we did it, we are really calm, cool, collected, and focused, and this is what it looked like, and this is where we're going to go. And so we were able to bring a pretty all-star cast of people, among a bunch of other really greats, that believed in the team, me, the business, and everything that we were trying to do. So I think it was a very unique situation, but we focused on the fundamentals, which is very uncommon, surprisingly.
So we're running out of time, so I want to end on kind of a fun question that I think our audience will enjoy. What's one mistake you made when launching D2C that now you're like, I can't believe I did that? And you can't say wax sealing and handwriting notes for every order. I'm sure it was lovely, though, but just sounds...
It was a great
very
experience
intensive.
for the customer, but yeah, not scalable.
What was one mistake, you kind of made that you wish you could change?
I don't think we made any mistakes. Like that was that's like what we did. I don't think we made mistakes. Do you?
I think it was under forecasting.
Yeah.
Like when we launched.
Yeah.
We had this really cool, rollout strategy, and we had like one pallet of product, and we're like, okay, this is gonna last us for a couple of months or whatever. This guy named Ben Baller posts overnight, we sell out, and now our business is like gone.
And by the way, our components come from overseas. And
So what'd you do?
Just hung out.
We sat there and played ping pong.
No, we were ahead of it, but we got caught a couple times. I think oversending to cool people and things like that. I don't know.
I mean, I think we make mistakes every day.
I
was
know,
on
I'm just
a bunch of calls earlier today that we don't have to talk about, but I feel like it's just one mistake after another that we somehow pick ourselves up from. I think the big one for us has always been, the big mistake has been under expecting the demand. We got in the same position when we first launched. We had a really clear plan. We had aggressive goals, and we basically sold out. And if any of you here have ever air freighted pallets of boxes from Asia, you know that it's very expensive and very hard. And so we, got caught with our, tail between our legs, and we had to figure it out. And so I think for us, we actually are still catching up because the demand has been so great. And I wouldn't say it's a mistake. It's I guess, a testament to the success of the marketing and all the really hard work the team's doing. But maybe if we would have thought about it a little bit more, we could have prepared to sell more.
I would say your 3PL is very important if you do have one, and I haven't yet heard someone who's in love with their 3PL, kind of like the co-manufacturer, relationship at times, and that has definitely affected the customer experience at times. So making sure you pick a good 3PL. And I would say the other thing is just really monitoring the unit economics of your business early on. I think that there's a lot of assumptions made that, retention rate will be this, and so it's okay for me to lose money on the first order because your expected retention rate is going to be X or Y. And I think it's very important for you to monitor that for a little bit before you make these types of assumptions, because if you're spending at a certain rate, obviously based on your model, and that doesn't pan out, and then you're losing so much money on each order, that's not a viable business. And so it's just really about testing that out first, those assumptions, and really locking in what that retention rate is and spending accordingly.
Well, thank you guys for spending your time with us on stage today. We were joking we could do 3 hours talking about D2C, and I think I could keep going for a while longer. We actually got a ton of questions, so I'm hoping you guys will stick around for a little bit to take some from the audience. People had very specific questions around 3PLs and paid media and things like that. So hopefully, if you guys have those questions, you can pick their brains one-on-one. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we come to the choose your own adventure part of the day. So we're gonna have 2 rounds of breakouts. In here, from 3 to 3:45, we're going to have a session sponsored by Green Circle Capital about investing in plant-based brands. There are some amazing investors and strategic partners who will be on this panel, so highly recommend that. Then in Palisades, we're also going to have an amazing, very timely session about trade spending and how to ride that wave, sponsored by UpClear. Then we'll have a quick 5-minute break, and from 3:50 to 4:30, We'll be back in here. I'll be talking to some folks about how to bring culinary flavors and products from restaurants and trends we're seeing in flavors to CPG. And in Palisades, we'll have the math in terms of angel and venture finance and how it actually works. Great session if you're thinking about raising capital, and especially, if you're early stage and looking for those angel investors as well. And that is sponsored by Nutter. Finally, at 4:30 in the Venice Salon, back where we had lunch, will be the NOSH Live official party presented by Forest Brands. And this is a great time to talk to our speakers, talk to other attendees. And then, since I won't get to see you guys all together again, we will be back in here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. resuming on-stage content and seeing the finals of the Pitch Slam. So thank you guys for joining us so much, and head on off to your breakout sessions. If you have any questions, all the breakout sessions are online, and staff would be happy to help you.
Amazing panel that Stu has assembled. They're all really, really wealthy, which is cool. So if not wealthy individuals, then representing great wealth. So and they're really interested in plant-based products, and so we're gonna let Stu take it away.
Jeff. Hello? Hi. Thanks, Jeff. My name's Stu Strumwasser. I'm with Green Circle Capital. We're a boutique investment bank that represents plant-based brands and natural products brands. And Jeff's right. We've managed to put together an absolutely incredible panel. These guys think I'm kidding around. I do that a lot, but I'm honored to be on the stage with these guys. To the left of me is Robert Brown, the founder of Encore Consumer. To his left is Joe Rhodes, one of the partners at Hummingbird Equity Partners. Brian Kresge now runs the new venture group for Hormel Foods. And at the end is Roy Chin, who's a principal at North Castle Partners. You have some of the finest and most deep-pocketed investors who are interested in this space. So I'd like to have a lively and at times perhaps spirited conversation. I'll share with you guys one little anecdote for anyone who doesn't know me. I stopped eating meat 40 years ago, and for the first 10 or 20 years, I was mostly just hoping that someday I could go to a restaurant and say that I'm a vegetarian without being attacked. But I didn't think in a million years that it would ever become a business for me or actually seem sort of cool. But what's happened in the last 5-10 years is amazing. And what's happened in the last 2 or 3 years seems to some of us to be maybe overheated, right? So is there a bubble? Is valuation ahead of itself? Is this a truly sustainable change in the way that people eat in the Western world? These geniuses will tell us. So the way that I normally moderate a panel is I'm going to pose a question to each one of these gentlemen and then allow them to pontificate a little bit, but then invite the rest of the panel to chime in and offer your thoughts on any one of those questions. And we'll go through a few questions, and when we've done that, we'll also take some from the audience if any of you want to ask a question of any of these well-regarded investors. So I'm going to start with Roy down at the end, and I guess the question is, so now that the whole planet is vegan, right? So how much of this is hype? How much of this is real? How much are we going to find out a year from now was just kind of a fad? Or is this a really sustainable, and transformative change to the way that Americans and Western folks think about food and nutrition?
So I would correct your prompt and say the whole world is vegan, with the exception for myself currently. But I think I bring a pretty unique perspective to this as a meat eater. I think the long-term trends are all, the way I see it, still very, very positive. I think there's going to be short-term blips every now and then, like what we're seeing in 2021. But the shift that happened over time from veganism or people who ate plant-based driven by the ethics and the ethical dilemma of eating meat, to now there's just a longer and longer list of more compelling reasons to reduce or minimize the consumption of meat. And so that includes now health benefits, climate change is a real one, and so the sustainability factor is real. And so I think because that list has become broader, that means the addressable market has only increased. And so people who maybe would never have gone completely plant-based like myself, will explore flexitarianism. So finding ways like meatless Mondays or certain days of the week to cut back on the consumption of meat. I think that's a very powerful force that's going to keep driving that market up. And so I think long term, I see this headed in just one direction, but you're going to have blips here and there, particularly as people are learning more and more about the types of meat alternatives that exist today. There's obviously a lot of cutting edge science in that regards, and so some people are going to sit on the sidelines a little bit to think about and understand the ingredient decks and what's going into these plant-based alternatives. But longer term, I think as that comfort level grows, the category is going to keep going up.
Anybody else? Is this a trend? Is it really a change that we'll never look back from?
I would say, yeah, and where it hit me was 3 years ago on my father-in-law's 70th birthday. So normally we would go up to the cabin and the family would come together, but this time he wanted to take a trip to the Boundary Waters, right? So it's right on the Minnesota-Canadian border. in the middle of nowhere. We stopped at the last town, Grand Marais, before going up the Gunflint Trail and going on our outdoor adventure. I'm more of an avid indoorsman than outdoorsman, but it was still a great experience. And so we met in Grand Marais and met up with my wife's brother and his family. And so we go to this restaurant, and what do they have on the menu but a lot of plant-based meat alternatives, and I'm starting to get into this space. And what does my nephew do? He orders one. So I started doing a little mini market research. I don't have anything better to do. And just talking to me, I'm like, why are you doing this? And he and my niece for the next hour proceeded to give me a lecture on why they like these products. So what I see is, yeah, it is a trend. I mean, our company, we have a heritage in meat. But now, nearly 130 years later, we're a global branded food company. About 25% of our portfolio is outside of meat. And what we know is people are showing this increasing curiosity to try great tasting alternative sources of protein across a spectrum of lifestyles. I think it's going to be driven by that younger generation cohort, and it's something that's gonna be here to stay.
It's a good segue to pointing out that Brian, who runs the new venture group at Hormel, works for a company, as he said, I mean, there's a 100-year history with meat, but not only have they acquired plant-based brands, but they even, launched one, incubated one in-house, Happy Little Plants,
yeah, and
launched that, which was, I thought, really interesting for a company with that history. And what I wanted to ask you, and I guess this is apropos not just to plant-based brands, but really to any brands, folks that are sitting in the audience. So as you build out that, investment vehicle, the corporate VC at Hormel, which has a big balance sheet, how do you think, you're the only strategic on the stage, how do you think about the value add that a Hormel or a strategic could provide to a plant-based brand or otherwise that might be a little different from what one of these guys might be able to offer?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think let's start, given the audience, from an emerging brand or an entrepreneur's perspective. And I think from their perspective, they have to have that vision of where they want to go, what they need to get to that next phase, and how a strategic could potentially support them in their development. I think it's comes down to like any business relationship, right? You have goals and aspirations and interests, right? There's people you want to work with that have goals and interests, and then you come together, try to work together and find a pathway, right, to building a good working relationship. So I think that's where it starts. At Hormel, we know there's a ton of talented people in the food industry. A lot of them are right here, and one of the reasons that we established 199 Ventures was to build connections with these emerging companies and entrepreneurs and invest in building partnerships with them as they look to try to build products to better people's and customers' lives. And one of our venturing group's roles is really to connect those companies back to Hormel, our resources, and the expertise that we have. And hopefully we build a collaborative relationship. Hopefully we can support that startup's development through strategic partnerships. And when you look at Hormel and our family of companies with brands like Justin's and Applegate, I think we have a lot of resources to bring, whether it's from brand building or marketing, sales, route to market, channel strategy, R&D, insights and innovation, other support services. I think we have industry-leading expertise and that can benefit, right, a startup. But it all comes back down to that emerging company understanding where they're at, where they want to go, and how that startup could help, or how that strategic could help support them. And if you can find alignment from a strategic perspective, an economic perspective, and I think just as important, a cultural perspective, a strategic can have a lot of value. I think we just announced, one of our joint development agreements with the Better Meat Company. I think they saw those type of benefits and what we could bring, but we spent a lot of time having a good dialogue around what they wanted, what we wanted, and how we could come together.
My firm is an investor in the Better Meat Company, so I'd be happy to let you expound upon that for a few more minutes.
Well,
no, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But Brian, I did have a follow-up for you, which is often I think when big food and bev companies make venture investments, the entrepreneur or the founder thinks their problems are all solved. And it was interesting that you referenced several times, they need to know where they're going. They need to know the plan. But are you able, is Hormel able to be able to jump in and provide real, tactical support, even when these companies are small? You can.
Yeah, and we've done that with one of our other investments as well. I mean, things as simple as providing sensory evaluation work that would be maybe hard to get on its own, or you'd have to invest resources in it. We could provide that, or market research. And I know, when we work in with Paul Shapiro at Better Meat, I mean, what was really important to him as we signed that joint agreement was that mission-driven company, right? He wants to change the way that we eat, and he wants to get that ingredient out to as many people as possible. So not only the accessibility that we could provide, but the R&D, helping him learn how that ingredient can perform in a scaled commercial setting. And so that was really important. He told me, he's like, look, I can't have this sit as a low priority and not go anywhere. And I heard that, and that was why I got the team together, right? We got, I think, 7 of our best R&D people in the company on this project, really purpose-driven team who said, I said, all right, what do we want to get done with this? I'm like, look, we want to try to set a new bar in plant-based. So that was great, right? We flew them all out to his headquarters. We worked together. And so I think the purpose of talking about that is he had a clear vision of where he wanted to go and what he wanted to get done. And then he had a good understanding of how he could work with us and how the venturing arm could connect back to the company.
Thank you. I want to bring it back here and talk to Robert, because where Brian is creating a new vehicle within, granted a huge company, Robert's really, one of the first, venture investors who became focused on, I guess over the years we sometimes said health and wellness. Plant-based is like a real buzzword right now, but I mean, he's been at this for 20 years, where a lot of people, think this is only going on for a few years. Being as an investment professional, what worries me is, nothing goes straight up, and the attention on the space has been so intense. Valuation seems a little crazy. The first aspect of that, kind of question that I have for you is, are there too many plant-based brands, and are there room for more? How do you guys look at it?
So I love this question, because I think it really depends on where you stand. So if you're Oatly or Beyond Meat or Impossible Foods, you're probably sitting here saying, who are all these jokers, and why are they piggybacking off of what we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars behind? And it's got to be frustrating, right? Your commodity costs are going through the roof. Everybody's chasing your raw materials. There's a lot of science involved in these products that is not cheap. These highly engineered manufactured alternatives to animal protein. So that's got to be frustrating. But if you're a consumer, bring it on, right? The more innovation, the more opportunities, the more alternatives, the better. So you're thrilled with it. And as an investor, I sort of, I'm never ashamed to admit that I'm a capitalist, and I think these things just sort themselves out, right? So
are there going to be a lot of losses in this category? Absolutely. There's so much money that's been poured into it. There's only so much shelf space, virtual or otherwise, and it's going to be really difficult for all these companies to succeed, but that's kind of the nature of the beast. And you know, the ones that do succeed will be tremendously successful and will probably get a lion's share of the returns in the category. So I think it's fine. Let it play out. As long as there's capital hanging out here, there's going to be more innovation, and if there's maybe a little too much failure, maybe that starts to dry up a little bit, and that's okay too.
So you think there'll be some thinning of the herd, but there will still be plenty of big winners in the months and years to come?
Absolutely, and it gets to what both of these gentlemen have said around what's driving it at the end of the day, and I think that, you know, when I look at my family, I got 2 teenage daughters, both of whom, well, one hardcore vegan, one sort of flexitarian, but leaning towards vegetarian. This is values driven, and it was values driven from day one when people were worried about animal welfare, but now it's values driven for other reasons as well, and they're not going away.
I agree very much. And so kind of piggybacking on that, by the way, for the audience, I think Joe Rhodes is a little bit less famous, and I don't know why, because Joe was the first money in Daya. Were you the first investor?
I was the only outside investor in Daya, but yes.
And Joe, Joe's humble, obviously, but he also owns some really great brands, Lenny's and Larry's and Nutiva. And Joe also has been in this space for a long time. So let me ask you a kind of a corollary question, which is, we always talk about, how, the adoption of plant-based milk, right, is a big proof point because it's now like 13-14% of milk is plant-based. And I mean, I just thought it was mind-blowing 2 years ago when the 2 biggest dairies in America declared bankruptcy within 2 weeks of each other. I couldn't believe it. To see a company like Dean Foods struggle, it was so blue chip to me my whole life. But that 13%, that is plant-based milk, so this is like aspirational for other plant-based categories because the meat industry, I mean, depends who you believe, right? It's like about $1.5 trillion, but less than 1% is plant-based. So I always hear people pitching me or saying, well, if it just, indexed the same as plant-based milk and it just got to 13%, that's like hundreds of billions in revenues. So the question is, can it, and if so, why? But also, and maybe this is just because of who I am, but I wonder, why can't it go to 50%?
Well, it could certainly get to 13%, and it could get to 50%. If you step back, and I know some of the plant-based meat businesses have had a bit of a slowing of sales in the last quarter or so, but that's really a really small view of things. If you step back and dial back the lens, everybody has said it in different ways, but my partner, Terry Tierney, who is the CEO of Daya, likes to call it the triple helix, and there's a triple helix of drivers behind the plant-based trend that you really haven't seen to the same degree before, which is it's better for you, it's better for the planet, and it's better for animals. So those 3 things are the triple helix, and it's a really powerful set of drivers as to why consumers are interested in these products. The reason that some of the plant-based meat businesses haven't had as much penetration as they might hope to at some point is the products just aren't there yet, but they're going to be. Because there are people in this audience that can speak to the technologies better than I can, but as an investor, I know that the technologies exist and are emerging, fermentation and otherwise, that are going to allow these products to take big steps forward in terms of their quality. And when you offer consumers the triple helix of benefits, coupled with a product that very closely mirrors its animal-based counterpart, there's a pretty compelling reason why you'd think that plant-based meats can be 13% or more of the overall category.
So, and I see there's sort of two factors at play for me. I think the dairy alternatives is a much more mature category, and that's why they're at 13%. But I think how you break through from the 1% today to the 13 to the 50 ultimately is, I think right now there's a lot of more niche products that have a more specific use occasion, so like a burger, a nugget, and I think over time, as the technology improves and the alternatives get better, having an alternative that is a lot more flexible than just some of these more specific use case alternatives, I think is important because, you don't want to always just be limited to eating a burger. You want, a chicken alternative that you can use across the board in every cooking occasion, whether it's stir frying, grilling, roasting, whatever the case is. And I think as that piece of it improves, that's how you drive from the percentage of share today to 50%.
And you look also that there'll be a shifting of demographics and a shifting of purchasing power from baby boomers today to generation X, Y, and Z. So if you look forward 10 years and look forward 10 years as to where the technology is going to be in terms of what the plant-based food industry can deliver from a consumer experience standpoint, I think it's pretty clear to see that the share is going to grow dramatically.
Well, it sounds like you're saying, the group is saying that we believe in the trend and that the TAM, if you will, is massive. I certainly agree. Robert, if I understood you, was saying, well, like it is with all early stage companies in any industry, they kind of sort it out for themselves, right? Like the cream rises to the top and they get some traction and then they get your interest, right? Yeah. Is there more to it? How do you delineate which ones?
I think there is more to it. And when you look at the milk and milk alternatives category, I think what they've succeeded on is taste, right? Like you may have your preference, maybe you're an almond person or an oat person or maybe a pea person, but you've found something that sort of works for you and taste works. I disappointingly learned that plant-based milks actually fry my milk frother, so that doesn't work. But in general, like taste has to be there. If taste isn't there, you're not going to win. And I think, Roy, to your point, what I'm hearing you say is when the product is there as an ingredient is when there's more flexibility and where it can really take off. Does it cook the same? Can it taste the same if I get to season it myself? I look at my freezer. We used to never eat frozen food at all. And part of this is COVID, part of this is vegetarianism coming into the household, but it's just loaded with frozen food now that are singular use kind of products, and so they sit there for a long time. But I look at my refrigerator, and where we used to have 4 gallons of cow milk, it's a mess, right? We got cow milk, we got almond milk, we got pea milk, we got oat milk. It all has a slightly different use case, but the share is there, and in my fridge it's probably 75%. So taste has to be there, and I think kind of coming full circle on the meat side, with respect to anyone in the room who may develop the best tasting meat alternative out there, I don't think it's there yet on a lot of these products and texture.
And we'll talk about ingredient decks too. But let me come back to that, because to cover off on this, what I really was talking about from an investment perspective, I'm curious what you guys, I know they are curious what you guys think about valuation. That's often the huge question in the room. And Joe mentioned there was a little bit of a slowdown in some of the bigger publicly traded guys, and there was one meat company recently that announced that they saw some struggles in their plant-based business. How do you guys think about that in terms of valuation? It sounds like there's some consensus that this is very sustainable, long-term, big market opportunity. Are you willing to pay up for it? Has valuation changed recently? How do you see it going forward? Anybody?
Hi. Because the growth rate's there to support it. As private equity investors, we hope to be able to partner with brands at a bit of an earlier stage, so maybe the valuation isn't quite there yet. But the valuations are high, and they're gonna stick. When we sold Daya, and I think some of the people from Otsuka are here, it seemed like a really high multiple. But if you look at that multiple today, it's small.
It's grown into it.
Yeah.
So huge point, right? Like biggest coefficient to valuation is simply growth rate. I can forgive a high multiple if the company's growing at 100%. I'm just paraphrasing what you said.
Yeah, yeah.
What else? Roy, do you agree? Is North Castle willing to pay up for growth in this space?
Yeah, I mean, where food and beverage is a category along with supplements for us where paying up from a sales multiple is something we can get more comfortable with. I think where, for us, the rub is ultimately we see these brands as food and beverage brands, and some of these valuations out there for the larger, more science-forward businesses trade more like a tech or a subscription company, right? Like the double-digit revenue multiples. And I think that's because the R&D aspect of their business model, but also people out there are putting very different variations of that long-term penetration percentage against the category. Like for us, I'm contradicting a little bit of what I said earlier. I do believe it'll get to 50%, but some of these valuations assume like everyone in the world is going to be eating meat alternatives 100% of the time. And like, I think that's not sustainable, but somewhere in between a more conventional food brand and where the Beyonds and the Oatlys are trading is sort of how we view the spectrum. But obviously it's a very wide band of outcomes. And so the rest of it then comes down to distribution, brand loyalty, and sort of that vision from the entrepreneur that you talked about earlier. If like that all checks out, then we can get sort of more comfortable paying up.
It's a good point that you make about, applying technology type metrics to these companies, and I wonder all the time if it makes sense. And
no.
No. And specifically within technology, right? Like there's a lot of analogies to biotech, and even in the food tech world now, synthetic biology is utilizing things like precision fermentation the same way pharma did 30 years ago. What worries me is I can charge whatever the hell I want for a pharmaceutical product, but on a food product, don't I have to get the price parity? And how do you do that if it costs hundreds of millions to develop the product?
I mean, I think what we're seeing a little bit of is the valuation metrics that Roy talks about coming out of Silicon Valley, kind of running up against the brick wall of the physical world, right? I mean, these are physical products that have to be developed, manufactured, distributed, often in a cold chain, sold, bought, and consumed before they spoil. And so it's a lot harder. And it's, there's different dynamics. There's product spoilage. There's loss ratios that just don't exist in some of these other things. So it's hard, especially for refrigerated products, to hit those kinds of multiples. And I think that's where some of the underwriting of these deals has probably gone wrong.
Yeah, and I think the pharma analogy you mentioned, I think the reason why pharma gets away with that a little bit is the price, transparency is severely lacking in that category. With food, the price is right there on the shelf, right? And I think that's the other reason why it hasn't gotten to 13% today is it's a premium right now to meat. And so every single day, every single decision point, someone is looking at the price and saying, oh, I'm paying more for what I perceive to be less because they don't understand the science behind the product yet. And I think that's going to be a battle that has to fix itself over time, and that's what's needed to break through that market share barrier.
Jeff Kleinman is going to be Phil Donahue for today. If anyone has a question from the audience, raise your hand for Jeff. And I'm going to get to you in one quick sec, but I just wanted to ask, because I think that valuations are overinflated, and in my experience, all markets correct, and they go in cycles. And whether that's a little bit of a correction or there's a bubble that bursts or something in between, I don't think, I'm not capable of ever predicting, but what is it that, whether that's going to happen or not isn't even my question, but rather, what could happen that might finally see a change, a meaningful retracement in valuations?
I mean, ultimately, most of these companies are running out of money as opposed to being profitable. So I think that's a dynamic that can be at play. And when Brian's partners across the hall who are making acquisitions as opposed to venture investments tell you what your company's actually worth, and you're out of money, you're going to know. So these two categories are competing against the lowest gross margin categories in the grocery store, meat and dairy, right? So very, very difficult.
Yeah, and I think to go back to a point you made earlier, I think as the failures start to build up and people have a better sense of what works and what doesn't in this category, that's when people will get smarter on valuation versus right now. If you're plant-based, it's sort of a more fixed approach to how to value your business. And so once those data points build up, I think that's when valuations will normalize. We saw this in like the meal kit business, for example, at the very early days. I think everyone was valuing Blue Apron and the likes in a private market setting at a very aggressive price. But then as the issues around logistics and packing and filling and all of that began to become more public after these businesses went through the IPO, I think that's when the realism set into the category.
And to be clear, that wasn't the end of meal delivery. It was a correction, right? They're doing great right now. I mean, think about cannabis. A couple of years ago, it was on fire. It had a correction. And many of those companies are doing really well right now, right? Like with the internet, died in 2000. Well, you know what? It didn't, right? And those were buying opportunities.
It also,
Jeff, what?
I think valuations will sort themselves out as also the right business models start to emerge. I think there's a lot of companies that are investing so much in R&D and then also trying to build a brand and also trying to build a route to market. That is not easy. And some are saying that, well, I'm going to try to be B2B, and I'm also going to try to build a brand, which is tough. So I think as companies, as a more consistent business model starts to emerge, that might help give some guide rails on valuations.
Thanks. Jeff?
Yep, and we have Christian. Hi, my name is Christian. I had a two-part question. Can you speak on regenerative agriculture? It's a bit of a shift in terms of dairy or meat done right. Do you think that consumer will see that? And then secondly, the ingredient deck on so many of these options are pretty bad with oils, and it's a kind of disconnect from better for you. How do you reconcile consumers sacrificing on a 30-label ingredient deck, even though it's plant-based, when you can do dairy and meat the right way?
Well, on the second one, the technology is emerging that will allow for cleaner ingredient decks going forward. And again, there's people in the audience that know more about that than me, but right now some of the products that are out there do look a bit like a science experiment, and that's not what consumers want. And people understand that, and they're working on that, and there's investment that's taking place in emerging technology that's already exists that's going to allow that to be a lot different a few years down the road than it is now.
And I think the regenerative agriculture, I think that can be, we're on both sides of this, right, at Hormel, and we see that. We own Applegate, and they just launched a regenerative hot dog, and I think they've got other products in that pipeline are looking to build a whole ecosystem around that, and then those learnings that get taken from Applegate and applied back to our company. And then, in regards, I would agree that technology is amazing, right, and how it's progressing, and that's one of the reasons we looked at Better Meat. It's a whole ingredient mycoprotein, one ingredient, right, that has as much protein as an egg and iron as a beef, and great source as a great source of fiber, right, and so the technology is emerging, but it's a balancing act. In the end, people have said it a few times. Health is an important motivator. People wanting more recognizable ingredient statements, important motivator. Still comes back down to taste. If it doesn't taste good, you're not going to sell anything. And we continue to hear that over. I was just looking at a research study last night. That's what comes back.
There's another question from the audience.
This one's for Robert. You just talked about something that's been something I've been interested in, the margins in meat and dairy. I was doing like a mental experiment thinking about Uber and some of the sort of disrupted companies, and it seems like high margins make things more disruptible. I was just curious, like, just if you could talk a little further about your thoughts about, I calculated some of these margins as like 5-10%, and it just seems tough to get in the middle of that. So curious just a little more on that.
Sure, happy to do what I can there. And we have not invested in any of the sort of highly engineered plant-based products, meat alternatives, dairy alternatives. We've invested in a lot of what I would term as sort of nutrient-dense, single-ingredient plant products. Creating the margins at a low scale is very, very difficult. So I think what's really exciting is some of the stuff that Hermel and the others are doing, because they have the scale to be able to pull this off. Regenerative agriculture is an amazing idea. You look at a company, like Belcampo that ran into so many problems. They had to push the envelope because they didn't have the scale, and they made some tough decisions, and now they're out of business. I believe it's going to take real scale for regenerative to work at a sustainable margin. I don't see a way around it.
And I think we all come from very similar sized firms in terms of the capital we deploy, and I'm in the exact same boat, and so is North Castle. We're not in any of the more highly engineered businesses, and we think of plant-based as two sort of broad bucket audiences. The first is someone who really exactly wants to replicate the taste, texture, quality of meat, and there's others who recognize and accept the fact and like the fact that they are not eating something that reminds them of meat.
Isn't an apple plant-based?
Yeah. Like they want to eat plants because they're plants, and they want good tasting plants. That's the type of business that at the middle market and below size can be a very profitable and effective business. So that's how we think about the universe that's out there.
All right, well, we're out of time, and I didn't warn you guys about this, but I'm going to ask you one last question. I do this every year at our fancy food show thing. What's the buzzword of the year? A couple of years ago, every single person on my panel said it was CBD, and then the next year, they all said CBD again. But what is it this year? You don't have to go in order.
Omicron? I don't know.
Omicron. All right.
I don't know.
Not bad. Joe?
I mean, honestly, it's pandemic. It's coming back from the pandemic, and just to me, that's the buzz. That's the buzzword.
I don't think I served the question well. I was kind of talking about food, but
supply chain.
Supply chain.
Yeah.
That's a big one. Well said, Roy.
I would actually, from the question, I think regenerative agriculture is seeing quite a few strategics and CPGs invest in that space to get the scale. I think we're listening to the consumer and what they want.
Well, thanks so much to these four gentlemen. I really appreciate you helping me out. Really great insights. I hope you guys found this interesting and entertaining, and we'll get off the stage and make some room for the next folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isn't that great? We've got about 5 minutes, and then we got a great panel, I think, where we're going to take all this plant-based meat and learn how to cook with it, right? Carol? Yes. Yes, see? So, yes. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you in 5.
one of the first that came to mind when we started planning out NOSH Live, and was actually inspired by one of the brands that's here a bit. If you don't know Frida's Produce, Frida was a pioneer in the food industry and actually introduced the kiwi to Americans, and it was a popular restaurant item that she then brought into grocery stores. And so, when thinking about that, it's amazing to have them here today. Like many of you, during the pandemic, I spent a lot of time in my kitchen experimenting with new dishes, flavors, and recipes. And at first, it was really novel. But then as the months ticked on, what I realized was that the products I kept returning to were those that gave me restaurant quality results with, let's say, a little bit of cheating. And at the same time, many chefs and restaurateurs during the pandemic decided to turn their attention to CPG, crafting new products based on their restaurant recipes. But what does it take to go from a restaurant, be it a flavor trend, product type, or recipe, to retail shelf? Can every product or trend make that jump? And what has done so successfully or unsuccessfully, and why? Joining us today to talk about this process is Dana Peck, co-founder and CEO of Pilot R&D and Render Foods, Rob Leichman, CEO and founder of the Lyric Group, and returning to the stage, Lori Demerit, the CEO of the Hartman Group. Come join me on stage, guys. So unlike the last session, if you do have questions, feel free to submit them via the number that's going to show up or via email, and I will monitor those. To start, I'd love to talk about taste and flavor. Those are keystones to dining in a restaurant. This feels like a silly question to ask, but does it have the same level of importance in CPG?
Yeah, one would hope. Our businesses are really built on that foundation, so I certainly hope so. Although I will say, I do think that consumers are looking for different things in restaurants than they're looking for in CPG. And for better or for worse, I think we've seen in the last 5 to 10 years a bifurcation where consumers are going to restaurants for experiential food. They're going there looking to have something they've never had before. They're looking to relax some of their boundaries from a dietary perspective or nutritional perspective, and they're looking to really just enjoy the ride. Whereas in CPG, we're seeing that people are increasingly looking for function, that they're buying first and foremost food that is going to do something for them. It is going to be better for them. It is going to meet their dietary trends. It's going to allow them to stay on goal. And so at times, I think people are actually willing to make sacrifices in CPG when it comes to flavor, whereas they're not necessarily interested in doing that, especially when they're paying the higher price tag of a restaurant.
Rob, what do you think?
I would agree with that, but I would also say it depends on what segment of the consumer we're talking about, because there are those that are definitely adventurous. While they see the restaurant as an experience on the high level, they might be thinking of it as as dinner, as theater. They're tucked in for that 4-hour, 12-course tasting menu. They may not necessarily be able to recreate that at home, but they want to get as close as possible. And I think one of the things that we've seen in the pandemic, because they're not going out, is how can we best replicate that at home with as little effort as possible. So I think you're seeing a lot of brands that have pivoted into that, and certainly some restaurants, because of the pandemic, who have tried to get into CPG as the best way to gin up revenue when things got flat.
Lori, you talked about all those attributes this morning. Where does flavor kind of fit into the matrix specifically?
Yeah, well, flavor and taste, I think, are so intermingled, so it's hard to sometimes disaggregate them, right? Because one leads to the other.
Yeah.
Well, for consumer, taste is just a baseline expectation. Now, we know people have different tastes, but I think most people can agree if something tastes good or if it tastes bad. But flavor-wise, flavor preferences, I think, vary considerably from consumer to consumer. And I'm not a scientist by any stretch, but I do think that we're starting to see a changing of the U.S. palate in terms of what tastes good and what flavors are good, right? So increasingly, we're seeing younger consumers especially embrace things that are more sour, less sweet, a little more pungent, spicier. So I think there is a change in what flavors American consumers prefer. Part of that's just increasing diversity of our society. Some of it's just more experimentation with other flavors, more global flavors. And so I think that flavor is somewhat disaggregated in terms of how consumers talk about them. Are they both important? Absolutely. I mean, just to echo again what everyone said, taste always comes up number one. And if I could, I just want to build a little bit on your first question, which is, this experience at restaurant and at home, and I totally agree that we've seen for many years, restaurant is more indulgent. Some of those aspirations are put on the back burner as it pertains to health. However, what we did see right before the pandemic, and as a reminder, that was when consumers in the US were spending equal amount of dollars at retail as they were at restaurants, right? And so they were doing a lot of their eating. It's not the same number of occasions, but a lot of their eating was out. We're starting to see some increasing expectations around the ability to find more healthy foods at food service. And so it was driven by both the diversity of different food service types, right, with now fast casual offering a lot of healthier foods, but just given that sort of realization about how much they were eating out, there's starting to just be this, kind of moving up a little bit of wanting to have some of those more healthful aspirations be fulfilled at food service, even though ultimately it is still more about the experience. And I think that pressure will come back as consumers go back out to food service again.
I have to admit I'm a little confused sometimes because what I hear on one hand is consumers are more adventurous, they want an experience with their food, and then I talk to CPG founders and I'm like, so why'd you come out with a nacho cheese chip? And they're like, that's what sells. So how do you kind of balance like the adventure with we got to do what sells? And, are Americans adventurous or do they kind of want what they have always had, or is that really category specific?
This is something we think about constantly. And I will say, just because I am a co-founder of a product development company, and if any of my partners or team watches it, they will cringe. I will just say that flavor is really taste plus aroma, and so I feel like we conflate taste and flavor all the time, but they are distinct things that we should think about separately as we think about products. So it's very challenging. We are people who have foot in the restaurant industry and had spent years cooking in restaurants where we were pushing the limits on what we could do from a flavor and experience standpoint. And CPG is a different beast. And part of the question and hypothesis I've been thinking about for a long time is if you take some of the most celebrated, award-winning restaurants that people spend months trying to get reservations for, and if instead of that restaurant having 40 to 50 covers a night and a $300 price point, that restaurant suddenly could accommodate 10,000 covers a night at a $5 to $10 price point, would those same restaurants be packed to the gills every night with month-long reservations? And I'm not sure of the answer. And so CPG is taking those products and opening it up to a much, much larger audience. And so the question is, are the flavors that we see incredibly successful in those 40 to 50 cover a night restaurants that have a $300 price point appealing enough to a large enough swath of Americans? I think the other kind of catch-22 is that as a CPG brand who's raised money and you're putting everything on the line to bring your product out, it makes sense to bet on the top 3 flavors as Spin spits it out to you. That's where you're going to most likely see success. And so you're slightly disincentivized from putting it all on the line for a flavor that nobody's heard of, where you're going to have to invest far more in consumer education and in customer acquisition than you would with the mainstream flavor. And so the question then becomes, is America just not ready for those more out there flavors, or is it that there aren't enough people willing to take big enough bets on it in CPG and do them well to give Americans enough credit that if we did make a more esoteric flavor, but we did it deliciously and we did it on a big enough scale that we could then move the bar on what Americans are accustomed to eating.
I think it also depends on the trend itself, because if you're looking at the higher end, say a few years ago, and is all about molecular gastronomy, which is tough to pull off at home, versus, you know, the birthplace of salted caramel, which was the pastry, you know, departments of great restaurants 30 years ago. And now, of course, you can't put out an ice cream brand without having a salted caramel SKU, or a confectionery brand without a salted caramel SKU. It really depends on what that flavor profile is and whether it's going to be a fad or whether it's going to be a trend. So I think there's a lot of gray area in between.
I remember when the molecular gastronomy kind of trend was hot. This isn't totally molecular, but I was working for Whole Foods and we came out with savory sorbets to top oysters with. And they were like Tabasco flavored sorbet. And I think we quickly realized exactly what you were saying. Like, this was a little too out there for the average shopper, at least where I was in Massachusetts.
Yeah, and you know, I've worked with so many brands, even just going back to the ice cream space, where they're coming out with really great on-trend flavor profiles, even, you know, co-opting, say, sriracha, right? So all things sriracha. And if you look at the ranking report each month, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry. You know, people are playing it safe.
I saw in San Francisco for Halloween, I think it was Salt and Straw maybe, did a bug-flavored ice cream.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'll see that one in Kroger anytime soon.
All things cricket, yeah.
Lori, you know, narrowing that focus in a little bit, you know, Rob mentioned sriracha. What are some more adventurous but on-trend flavors that you guys are kind of seeing in CPG?
I'm going to defer that to my colleagues who probably know better than I do, because we're not necessarily the flavor expert, and I know they are. But I did want to add one other comment, if I could, to this last conversation, which I think is that we really have to think about the marketplace as being occasion-based, we believe, instead of consumer-based. And if you think about it, you know, we try to put consumers in boxes and consumers will only eat this or that. We actually find that consumers, like all of us, we're really irrational in our behavior in many ways, right? And there's some occasions when we're willing to try something that's really unique and out there, and there's other occasions when we want the vanilla again. And so I think it really comes down to, are there enough usage occasions for some of these more unique ingredients that's going to be a viable business? And so we're finding that the diversity of American habits is changing, and that willingness to try when they're at food service is pretty extreme. They're not necessarily willing to do it when they're having to take it home to their family. So I think an occasion-based look at the possibilities is really, really important, because we all have a diversity of ways that we're going to act, right? Sunday night dinner is going to be much more conservative in my house than it is when it's a Friday night, right? And I've had a couple glasses of wine. I'm like, appetizers for dinner, right? Which I would never do on a Sunday night, because that's family dinner. So I think we've got to just put that frame on it too, that as consumers, we all have opportunities to try some of these really unique flavors. I'd love to ask my colleagues your other question, though.
I apologies. We had kind of talked about, you know, I think we hear a lot about the rise of spicy as being on trend, or global flavors. So I meant more on the macro level, you know, if there's any flavor trends you guys are kind of seeing. But Dana, you know, what are you seeing, maybe specific flavors? Or Rob, have either of you seen the emergence of something that's sort of trending upward?
In terms of specific ingredients, or?
Ingredients or flavors, like salted caramel.
Right, okay. So the thing I'm seeing a lot of now is the rise of all things attached to Indian cooking. Within the frozen appetizer space, within the frozen entree space, if you look at the SPINS data, Indian food is really on fire. And I know each year you're going to see a trend report, and it's always going to say, here's the hot thing for 2018 and 21. But I mean, the data speaks for itself. Indian cuisine is on fire, and I think more and more millennials are pivoting into not just, you know, things that are spicy, because we know that, but what's different, what's unique, what have we not had before? And I think that really Indian food checks a lot of those boxes.
I think that's an interesting example. I remember at my first Expo East, I think in 2015, I actually did a whole video series on Indian food. And at that time, I interviewed a CEO, and he said, this is going to be the year of Indian flavors. And it's been interesting, and I've talked with different companies who are trying to embrace that flavor trend, seeing it do really well in restaurant and food service, and saying, why can't this be the next salsa or Mexican food trend? What do you think has held that sort of flavor trend or palette back a little bit? Why haven't we seen it be, the next Mexican food, sort of Tex-Mex style food, for any of you guys?
I think you're going to see it. I mean, I know, again, 10 years ago, people are saying it's happening now. A few years ago, I did a bunch of college tours, bringing my son around. Let's go see what's out there. Every single campus had a dedicated space within their cafeteria for Indian cuisine. And I've seen that starting in the food service world, certainly in hotels, restaurants, certainly college, university, and definitely business and institutional. It's a very hot thing, and it is spilling into CPG. Again, the SPINS numbers are just there. It's really a juggernaut.
How about, are you guys seeing any flavor-specific trends at Pilot or Render?
So, I'm trying to think it's flavor specific. We're still seeing a ton of adaptogens. So, across the board, adaptogens don't bring great flavor to anything, but they're there for function. I'm trying to think if we're seeing a real flavor trend. I mean, we're still pushing them. I mean, we showed somebody a garam masala flavored skew the other day, which everybody loved and said, yeah, but it's not going to be in the top 4. So more what we're seeing these days, again, is people pushing to make iconic or nostalgic products with none of the ingredients that are iconic or nostalgic to that product, right? And so, because again, everybody in CPG wants the better for you or good for you functional version of that product. And so what we're doing is we're making a chocolate chip cookie that doesn't have sugar or gluten in it. And so if you're already making those really monumental changes to something like a cookie, people are still making it chocolate chip. They're not then taking it in a widely different flavor direction. So I'd still say a lot of what we're seeing now, and I remember talking to somebody years ago who said in CPG, you can go 1 degree of weird, you can't go more than that. And so I would say a lot of what I'm seeing these days is people's 1 degree of weird is by making those more fundamental ingredient changes to a product of something like making it plant-based, making it gluten-free, making it adaptogenic, but flavor-wise, they're not then making that the 1 degree of weird.
We talked about this a little bit before the panel, but you mentioned adaptogens. What is the role of flavor in a world where it's functionality focused, and how do those two things play out, especially, in the natural products world?
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes function and flavor are at odds. There are a lot of functional ingredients that, quite honestly, taste terrible. And so you really have to decide how you can think creatively and innovatively about crafting a product that seeks to downplay the disadvantages of certain ingredients while playing up any positive attributes, or including ingredients that are really going to overtake the negative ones in terms of aroma or in terms of taste. And so that's what makes the product development job so challenging, is how can you really think masterfully about how can I compensate for any off-taste or aroma from these functional ingredients that are critical to me while still achieving an overall great experience? And sometimes that means we tell people that your product can't simply be made. You're just asking for things that make no sense. And sometimes it's saying, okay, let's talk about dosage. Oftentimes some of these functional ingredients require such an seriously large dose within a product that it will overtake everything else in the product, such that it'll become medicinal or a supplement, or even some of these things could be even toxic at crazy levels like this. So sometimes we talk to people about what dose really does make sense for your product, and what's allowing you to deliver what you're promising your consumers from a brand perspective while still overall achieving the kind of taste and experience that consumers are expecting.
Yeah, and sometimes in functional, it's not about imparting flavor, it's about masking the base flavor. So I'm working with a mushroom powder brand right now, and it's all about double extract. So you're pulling out the actual mushroom flavor, but providing them hot chocolate or coffee or cafe au lait, whatever that is. Or I've got a kava brand that I'm also working with, where it's all about how do we not have the kava flavor come through because it's god-awful. It's as simple as we want the functionality, but we don't want the flavor.
So why do consumers, what's the disconnect? Because when you go to restaurants, you don't sit down and have dinner and say, well, is this, roast chicken gonna make me feel more zen today or energize me? Yet in CPG, we do wanna see that, or many consumers wanna see that. What's creating that different set of expectations? Anyone?
Well, I mean, again, I think, Todd's point, the restaurants have become theater to a large extent. I mean, this is you taking a break from your day-to-day life and getting to have food that you wouldn't ordinarily allow yourself to have. I think also, when we're buying things at CPG and we're cooking our own food, we're really seeing how the sausage is getting made. We know what's going on in there. When you go to restaurants, sometimes you're saying, like, I don't even want to know how many calories are in this. I'm just going to eat it and enjoy it. When you're making it at home, you have a greater sense of what's going on and what you're consuming in your body, and you're going to put the brakes on in a way that you maybe wouldn't in a restaurant. You're also, again, willing to make more compromises and sacrifices, or at least that's what we're seeing from CPG consumers in terms of flavor and experience, than if you're going to a restaurant and paying that higher price tag and looking for that theatrical experience.
Lori, what do you think?
Agreed, and I would layer in, just go a little further on a comment I made before, which I think it's starting to change, the expectations at food service. It is traditionally a time when all bets are off, or it has been. But if you look at something like the Chipotles of the world and the Paneras of the world, that really birthed from this idea of a better for you, not necessarily lower calorie count, mind you, but sort of better for you because of the way the food products are being sourced or the ingredients that were being used. And even though fast casual is still a really small segment of food service compared to fast food, fine dining, et cetera, it's one that's seen substantial growth pre-pandemic. I think we'll continue to see so afterwards, and just a proliferation of regional offerings, right? And so I think there is starting to be some resetting of expectations when we're going out to eat as to what embodies and what good food means. And I think that's really where consumers now have this expectation that it can still be really experiential, it can still be really yummy, but I'm going to feel a little bit better about it than I did traditionally when I went out and I just kind of, pigged out at a fast food restaurant. And so that will likely be continuing to show a lot of growth within food service, I think, post-pandemic.
Rob, something I do, I don't know how many of you do, that drives my husband crazy, by the way, is when I'm at a restaurant, I say to the waiter, what do you recommend? What's exciting here? And they tell me, this carrot came from this farm and you should really try it because it's a unique experience. And he always says, you don't know if their taste is yours. You could have wildly different tastes, but I like the experience of the story of why I should eat that. And sometimes it gets me to take a risk and eat something that I would never, try on my own. So for CPG brands, you don't have a waiter there sitting describing the product and telling you what's special about it. You've got 30 seconds on the shelf sometimes, not even that long. What's your advice on how brands can kind of build in that waiter sort of experience to their product?
Well, first off, you've hit a major third rail, because I'm having this fight with my wife constantly. I'm like, well, tell me more about that chicken. And just the guy doesn't know, and you don't know anything about the guy.
It's like the Portlandia
It's
sketch
Portlandia,
where
right,
they,
exactly.
They show them a photo album of the chicken.
Here's the chicken, here's Fred, exactly. So to your question, yeah, you have 3 seconds to really, resonate with a brand. Most of the time you're going down the aisle and there's a shopping cart. It's physically blocking the brands that are on the lower end of it. I mean, it's really difficult to grab the attention. So we're in an age now, in the digital age, where there's a lot of ways to tell your story, to get it across. The packaging has to, be phenomenal and obviously resonate with the consumer enough to have somebody actually make the effort to take it off the shelf and look at it, right? So the best thing you can do is, of course, have great branding and positioning and packaging. That's the way, and then from there, it's your gateway into telling the story off of the actual box, bag, whatever it is.
I saw you nodding a little bit. Is this something you find that the brands you're working with, you work with a lot of restaurant chefs who are used to having that waiter. How easy is it to explain that, like, this is a different environment?
It's not at all easy. I'm nodding because we have a lot of experience with it, and we've seen products crash and burn a bit because of it. And having experience in the restaurant world and being accustomed to being able to have that interaction with the diner and explain that, oh, this wonderful beverage are made from blueberries harvested from this local farm in Maine where we infused juniper and orange and then we blended it with this sustainable whey made from this cheese here in Point Reyes and blended. That sounds incredible. And I mean, it does to me. And I would order that in a second and want to drink that all day long. I put that same beverage on a shelf and everybody's like, what the hell is this? This doesn't make any sense. Like, what is it and what is it going to do for me today? I think it's an enormous mountain to climb. And I think, as we've seen in CPG, that communication has changed dramatically over the last few years, the ways in which we communicate with consumers, and just in the advent, honestly, of a cult of personality in CPG, where it's increasingly personalities, whether it's the founder stories or now celebrity influencers and others who are driving marketing, that it is that cult of personality that is doing the communication better than the packaging half the time or anything remotely comparable to the incredible Michelin star server experience that you get to have in a restaurant.
I think the interesting also part of it is price and how does that fit into both of them, because when I have that waiter describe the hand-harvested blueberry whey beverage, I'm like, I don't normally spend, $16 on a non-alcoholic beverage, but hey, I'm going to give it a shot. When you see it on the shelf, you're like, wow, that's $16. And it's funny how the mindset seems to completely shift depending on the location. At the same time, we had TRUFF on stage. They have $20 hot sauce, and Last Crumb is, as he said, $140 for 12 cookies. So how do you guys think about price when it comes to these more culinary influence products, and can you really push the edge of that price threshold?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we had some great examples of it earlier, and I think that part of that has to do with, again, this value we place on food today in terms of it being more meaningful, and scarcity makes things more meaningful, right? And I think some of what's happening in those restaurant experiences is it's seeming like some of the things you're trying are really unique and really scarce, right? It's sort of, I get this, and it's not an experience that others have. I think Last Crumb is a perfect example of scarcity. I'm sure it's an amazing product. Now I'm dying to try it, right? I've heard about it. But on top of that, there is something unique about it. It's that experiential element in a world where we feel like we want to have those experiences. It's something that you're willing to pay for. And so there's a value there. But I think it also reflects back to some of the things I talked about earlier in terms of what was the care that went into it? Was the sourcing of it? There's all these sort of layering on of elements that make it seem like there's been more care and intent that's gone into something, which makes you feel like it's going to be a better tasting product or a healthier product, and therefore you're willing to pay more for it as well.
I mean, scarcity is important, but at the same time, if I go to the store and the product's out of stock on shelf, it's interesting how there's a difference between having to sign up for a wait list online and going to my local Whole Foods and I can't buy what I want to buy on shelf.
The only place people don't get mad about out of stocks is Trader Joe's, because it's part of the experience, right? And so I think there are proof points for retailers where the thrill of the hunt and the treasure hunt, actually they've built that in, and so you don't get as mad, right? They stopped making my favorite shrimp toast. I didn't get mad. I'm like, okay, I'll try something else. That would have made me really mad when I was going to my local Kroger, right? So I think it is how you control that storytelling in the environment too.
And I definitely think there's a major disconnect for folks coming out of food service, chefs, celebrity chefs who are looking to break into retail, who are frustrated because they didn't realize that it's really all about, gaining and maintaining real estate, as opposed to having the waiter coming over with a fanciful tale about that, free-range organic chicken that was raised by, somebody, on the Elysian fields. So it's a really, really, really difficult transition, I think, for many chefs. I work with a chef in New York who was dying to get on shelf, and the first thing I did was take them to Target to show them all of the discounted chef-driven brands. There's a reason for that.
Well, we're almost at end of time, but to wrap things up, talk to us a little bit about price and how you view that.
Yeah, I think the issue of pricing in food is actually fascinating right now. And in talking to some of the VCs and other investors who these days are investing both in food and things like personal care, there's the other industries like other consumer goods like personal care, like fashion. Price isn't as tied to COGS or competition in the way that it is for food. People can make skincare products and seemingly put almost any kind of price on that, and as a consumer, we have no idea how that ties to underlying cost. And the margins in those industries, you can buy a white t-shirt for $5, you can buy a white t-shirt for $150. We have no idea what's really driving the difference between those, and people buy both. But in food, it's cutthroat competitive. And if you're going to sell, I will say TRUFF and The Last Crumb are really bucking the norms on that front. But by and large, if you're in the hot sauce category, you're looking at the shelf and you're trying to target something very close in range to every other hot sauce on that shelf. TRUFF and Last Crumb have taken a different tact, but it's not that everybody can say, okay, well, why not have a $100 hot sauce on that shelf? And they're clearly not going to get the same velocities at $100 as a $5 hot sauce. And so I think this is really fascinating because food is getting only more expensive. As we talked about, supply chain is insane right now. Costs are going up exponentially, and we have so much pressure on this price ceiling in food that we don't necessarily see in other industries. So I think it's going to be interesting how we transition as an industry and look at how do we start to break ourselves out of some of the chains of some of the price parity and competition within those, to look at ways of delivering value to consumers in terms of flavor, in terms of ingredients, in terms of quality, such that people are willing to look at food maybe more comparably to how they look at personal care in terms of pricing.
Well, and in personal care, you still see, brands like The Ordinary, which are, if you haven't seen this brand, instead of like the beautiful packaging and everything, you get literally a label on the front that says what's the ingredient inside. But they are very transparent to your point about what is in them, the functionality, the benefits. So maybe it's that food will also cross back into personal care a little bit. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. I know you guys will be sticking around a little bit to answer some questions. Thank you so much. And for everyone else, please head downstairs. We've got our NOSH Live official party presented by Force Brands, which is a great time to just relax, network, talk to your fellow participants. And then tomorrow, we will be back in here at 9 a.m. See you guys then.
Are you curious about the benefits of becoming a BevNet and NOSH insider? Insiders have access to everything our websites have to offer. This includes insightful daily industry coverage, educational videos, original interactive programs, and our supercharged series of virtual events. There's a lot in here, I know, so here's an overview of the core offerings to help you learn more. Every day, you can expect our editorial team to keep you informed on the latest business happenings in food and beverage with insightful, data-packed articles. They have their fingers on the pulse of the industry and are the heartbeat of our organization. Join our editorial team for office hours. This is your chance to participate in a live, moderated discussion on common pain points featuring experts and founders. The conversation is recorded and then published for the rest of the audience to watch on demand. Sign up to jump out of the audience and ask those burning questions you just can't seem to get answered. On NOSH Market Share, we sit down with top executives and thought leaders to discuss key food industry news, ideas, and trends. These conversations aim to provide insight into the factors that led to success or failure and can help you navigate accordingly. Category Close-Up is a monthly deep dive into a prominent food and beverage category with founders and key executives. Brands can apply to participate for exposure in multiple ways, and of course, it's a fantastic way to stay apprised of what other players are doing. Elevator Talk is our series to highlight what's coming next. An investor guest host joins our very own Ray Latif every other week to meet and hear from the newest brands in the industry. This is a great opportunity for feedback and exposure for emerging brands. Our team is always looking for new participants, so don't hesitate to apply. Get connected through Speed Dating, our virtual platform to bring people together one-on-one, face-to-face. This is an opportunity to directly network with investors, brokers, designers, and other knowledgeable experts. Meetings are 7 to 15 minutes long, and we schedule as many as time will allow. We recommend using the time to build up towards a second meeting or to focus on getting feedback and referrals. Throughout the year, we host a variety of insider-only virtual events that focus on a particular theme. The events themselves consist of exclusive, on-demand video content, as well as scheduled live interactive discussions with the experts from the videos. Supercharge events often feature networking opportunities such as speed dating as well. There's obviously a lot that we offer exclusively to our insiders. And on behalf of the entire team, I want to extend an invitation to join our community, which includes thousands of food and beverage brands, retailers, investors, and other respected industry players. You can gain access to it all for just $49 a month, or save over $200 per year by choosing our annual payment option. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. We hope to see you on the inside.